Start planting the divine tree from Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Blazing Academy. The people who stopped the carriage were all very young, except for the leader, who was a mature woman in her 30s. The others were all around 20 years old. The woman was wearing a red gold dress, with long reddish brown hair falling down, and her face was as charming as autumn water. Especially with the mature and well-proportioned figure under the red gold dress, it was even more charming. The clothes on these people were very uniform, all golden red, and the one who spoke earlier was another woman in the team. Or rather, a girl. The girl was also very beautiful. The golden red team uniform complemented her, and with her dark red long hair, she looked like a ball of fire that could melt any man and attracted attention. Her figure was the tallest among the few people, and her figure was very well proportioned. Perhaps because of her martial spirit, a faint red light was faintly revealed around her body, which added a bit of charm to her. I disturbed the holy sun. Seeing Fang Yuan coming out, the killing knight showed a trace of apology to Fang Yuan. It's just a little accident. I will take care of it. What accident? That's the soul beast we want to hunt. You guys are so rude. How can you steal our soul rings? How dare you? The killing knight's face sank, and his magnificent momentum burst out instantly. Under this might, those people were directly pressed to the ground, and even the soul power in their bodies was tightly restricted, unable to move at all. Everyone's face was shocked, and they looked at the killing knight with fear. The woman who spoke earlier was even more painful, obviously being taken care of by the killing knight. Soul ring? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. What happened? There was a little accident, holy sun. The killing knight was a little annoyed. Just now, he was only concerned with searching for the location of the poison array and was negligent, and was attacked by this blazing firebird. As a result, just after he finished killing, these guys jumped out. It's ridiculous. How could I steal your soul beast? It was just that this soul beast rushed over, and I killed it. The killing knight looked at those people coldly, with murderous intent. Being caught by him was a small matter, but disturbing Fang Yuan was a big deal. Now not only did they disturb Fang Yuan, but they also took the initiative to scold and offend. The killing knight had already sentenced these guys to death in his heart. The vast soul power intensified again. The leading mature woman screamed, and some blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, making her red lips even redder. She was even forced to activate her martial soul under the pressure of the killing knight's soul power. 5 soul rings circling around her body, indicating the strength of this person as a soul king. But with the strength of a mere soul king, she couldn't even struggle under the pressure of the slaughter knight. She could only speak with difficulty. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding, senior. We are from Blazing Fire Academy. We came out this time to obtain soul rings for the students in our academy. We have no intention of offending you, sir. The other people from Blazing Fire Academy were also horrified at this moment. Even though there was a mature woman to share the pressure for them, they were still trembling with fear under the pressure of the slaughter knight's aura. Misunderstanding? The slaughter knight looked cold. He didn't care about misunderstandings or not. Such an offense must be paid for. If Fang Yuan hadn't been watching here, the slaughter knight might have already taken action and directly solved these guys. Wait. Fang Yuan, who was silent, now understood what happened to the ground. Looking at the people from Blazing Fire Academy, Fang Yuan's eyes first looked at the trembling mature woman, and then fell on the girl in the team. Level 40 soul power, about 20 years old, dark red hair, hot body. I think this should be Huo Wu from Blazing Academy. It seems that this time, everyone from Blazing Academy showed up to get Huo Wu's 4th soul ring. What's wrong, holy sun? The killing knight was a little confused. He looked in the direction of Fang Yuan's gaze, raised his eyebrows, and understood. Holy sun, are you interested in the one with dark red hair? Otherwise, I will capture her for you. What nonsense are you talking about, Captain? Fang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard the killing knight's voice. Am I just a pure, lustful dandy in your eyes, the kind that can't walk when he sees a woman? You said you are from Blazing Academy. Fang Yuan looked up and down at the people in Blazing Academy, and finally his eyes fell on the mature woman. The Blazing Academy of the 5 elemental academies of the Heavenly Tao Empire? Yes. The mature woman nodded repeatedly. My name is Huo Yun. I'm a teacher of Blazing Academy, and also the preparatory teaching committee of Blazing Academy. Huo Yun looked at Fang Yuan's young face, and kept searching in her mind. Which big family's child is this? And he has such protection from the title Douluo when he travels. However, no matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't think of anything. The titled Douluos and the Heavenly Tao Empire are basically from major sects and family forces. The number is extremely rare, and each of them has a name and a very high reputation. As a teacher of Blazing Academy, she is also considered an upper class of Heavenly Tao, and naturally knows a thing or two about those titled Douluos, but the title Douluo in front of her is extremely unfamiliar to her. Could it be that these people in front of her are big figures from Xingluo or the Spirit Hall? Huo Yun's heart trembled. If that was the case, it would be difficult. Provisional Teaching Committee member? Fang Yuan's expression was a little strange. If he remembered correctly, the teaching committee member seemed to be similar to the dean of teaching in his previous life, a middle-level manager of the academy. Hey, what do you think of your teacher Huo? Fang Yuan suddenly asked Huo Wu. Huo Wu was slightly stunned. She never thought that she would have the opportunity to speak. Although she was a little afraid of the terrifying power of the Killing Knight, she was naturally strong. Since Fang Yuan asked, she would naturally not say it. Teacher Huo is the most outstanding teacher in our academy. Whether it is teaching ability or management ability, she is the top one. Huo Wu snorted and said proudly, with teacher Huo Yun's ability, it won't take long for her to become the youngest teaching committee member of Chihuo Academy, or even be promoted to vice president. Listening to Huo Wu's words, Huo Yun was a little embarrassed and lowered her head. In front of such a strong person, Huo Yun was obviously a little shy to brag about herself like this. But surprisingly, Fang Yuan actually looked at Huo Yun seriously and nodded. Very good, I want someone like you. Chapter 77. As long as you let them go, you can do whatever you want. Fang Yuan's words immediately changed everyone's faces. Everyone in Blazing Academy looked at Fang Yuan cautiously, fearing that he would do something to their teacher. The Killing Knight on the side suddenly realized something, and his eyes swept over Huo Yun's mature figure, and he secretly said in his heart that the Holy Sun liked this. Even Huo Yun herself changed her face slightly. She is a teacher at Blazing Academy, and these people in front of her are not only the talented students of Blazing Academy, but also her hard work. Blazing Academy has always been only in the middle of the 5 elemental academies, but in recent years, with the emergence of Huo Wu, Huo Washang and others, the overall strength of Blazing Academy has become more and more fierce. No matter what, she can't let her hard work and the future of the academy be damaged here. The mature woman bit her red lip slightly, looked at Fang Yuan who was staring at her, and looked at the people of Blazing Academy behind her, as if she had made some kind of important decision in her heart. Huo Yun took a step forward, knelt down and kowtowed to Fang Yuan, whispering, if you are willing to let all the students of Blazing Academy go, I'm willing to be your slave and servant and let you drive me. Oh. Fang Yuan looked at Huo Yun with some surprise. This mature woman is very tactful. No, no. An abrupt voice sounded. It was Huo Wu. Huo Wu raised her head with a stubborn face and said loudly, Sister Huo Yun, you don't have to worry about us, you. Noisy. The Killing Knight snorted coldly, and Huo Wu was hit hard. Before she finished speaking, her eyes rolled back under this vast power, and she fainted directly. Huo Wu. Huo Wu. Everyone in Blazing Academy exclaimed, and Huo Washang stepped forward immediately to check on his sister's condition. Huo Yun looked at Huo Wu nervously, and then hurriedly said, My lord, Huo Wu is young and ignorant, and has no intention of offending anyone. Please let Huo Wu go. Huo Yun is willing to be punished on behalf of Huo Wu. As long as my lord is willing to let everyone go, Huo Yun, my lord can do whatever you want to Huo Yun. Huo Yun's face was full of panic. She knew that powerful soul masters had bad tempers, especially those who dared to offend them. They would not hold back. Huo Yun was afraid that Fang Yuan would be unhappy and kill Huo Wu and others directly. Fang Yuan glanced at Huo Wu who had fainted, looked at Huo Yun who was looking at him with a pleading face, and gently grabbed her chin. "Are you really willing to do anything?" Huo Yun's face was a little hesitant. She could imagine what her future would be like after making this decision. But now, thinking of the people in Blazing Academy, Huo Yun finally made up her mind, nodded to Fang Yuan, and said firmly, "Please rest assured, sir, Huo Yun knows what to do. As long as you are happy, I'm willing to do anything." "Oh, really?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Then what should you call me?" "Sir." "No." Huo Yun's cheeks flushed, and her ears turned pink. Although she was obviously forced at the moment, such words still made her blush. "Master. Master, please let everyone go. They are of no use to you, Master." "Ha ha ha, good." Fang Yuan laughed. "Since you are willing to pay such a price, how can I break my promise?" "Captain. Holy Sun," the Killing Knight said respectfully. "Send these friends away." "Yes, Holy Sun." The Killing Knight nodded, and a vast soul power burst out, and the deep 9 soul rings wrapped around his body, which immediately frightened the desperate people in Blazing Academy. They had already thought that the strength of this black-robed old man would be terrifying. After all, he suppressed the Soul King level Huo Yun with just his soul power, so his strength must be strong. But they never thought that he was actually a titled Douluo. The only fluke in her heart was gone at this moment. Huo Yun looked at Fang Yuan pleadingly. Fang Yuan gently pinched the cheek of the mature woman and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, this Saint Son is not a bad guy. I don't bother to do things that go back on my word." The Killing Knight exerted his soul power, and everyone in the Blazing Fire Academy suddenly felt that they were enveloped by a blood-red soul power. The next moment, everyone in the Blazing Fire Academy disappeared. Huo Yun felt around, and she could no longer detect the breath of everyone in the Blazing Fire Academy and the titled Douluo. Doesn't that mean that this is an opportunity? Huo Yun looked at Fang Yuan, but found that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a smile at this moment. This immediately made Huo Yun's little thoughts disappear. The next moment, the figure of the Killing Knight reappeared and came to Fang Yuan respectfully. "Son, they have all been sent to a distance of more than 10 miles. Very good." Fang Yuan smiled and looked at Huo Yun. "Are you satisfied with this result?" Huo Yun bit her red lips and nodded. "More than 10 miles away, although they have not left the range of the Sunset Forest, they are at least safe. The soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are not strong. They are basically about 100 years or 1,000 years old. 10,000 years old is extremely rare. Even if there are, they must be those who have just passed 10,000 years old and are weak. Huo Washang is already over level 40, and the others are all over level 30. Even if they encounter soul beasts, they should be able to deal with them. Master, I will do it next." "Why, you can't wait." Fang Yuan looked at Huo Yun's flushed face and smiled. "Don't worry, even if I really want to do something to you, I won't do it in this wilderness. Besides, there are others watching here." "Others?" Huo Yun was slightly stunned. Fang Yuan ignored her and called out to the carriage, "Little Nightingale, take our teacher Huo to the carriage." "Yes, Holy Sun." Nightingale walked out of the carriage respectfully and took Huo Yun, who was blushing and a little overwhelmed, into the carriage. Fang Yuan looked at the corner of the bushes. It's not the behavior of a strong man to keep spying on others in the dark, don't you think, friend? Boom. The vast soul power of the Killing Knight suddenly burst out, and the blood-red soul power pressed directly in the direction Fang Yuan was looking. "This Sunset Forest is the place where I practice. Logically speaking, you should have intruded into my territory." A breath that was not much weaker than that of the Killing Knight suddenly burst out from the bushes, and the surrounding trees were instantly turned into dust under the collision of the two's might. An old man appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He was tall and thin, and looked like a javelin. His hair and beard were dark green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. Although his clothes were simple, just an ordinary grey robe, his cheeks were sunken, and he looked a little stiff. His green hair was also messy, and he looked a little unkempt. However, even such an unkempt old man had 9 soul rings all over his body. Yellow, purple, Purple, black, 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 black. This was a titled Douluo. Chapter 78, the battle between titled Douluo. There was only one titled Douluo with green hair and blue eyes and extremely vicious soul power. Fang Yuan's target for this trip was poisoned Douluo Douluo. The Slaughter Knight had a cold expression on his face. As his soul power burst out, 9 shining soul rings appeared around him. The huge pressure generated by the confrontation between the two titled Douluos made the air around them thick. Under this huge pressure, even breathing became difficult for the people in the carriage. The Slaughter Knight frowned slightly and wanted to use his soul power to shield Fang Yuan from the pressure, but he suddenly found that Fang Yuan had left at some point and at an extremely fast speed. The Slaughter Knight's mouth twitched slightly and he could only use his soul power to cover the carriage. Only then did the people in the carriage breathe a sigh of relief. The soul power of both sides collided, and Douluo's face suddenly darkened as he felt the soul power that was no weaker than his own and even had a sense of oppression. It was obvious that this guy who appeared in his territory was not only a titled Douluo, but also a titled Douluo with a soul power of at least level 92, which was stronger than himself. "Who is your excellency?" Douluo looked solemn, but he did not immediately activate his martial soul body to fight him. At their level, they would not easily fight with the same level, because once they fought, they would definitely fight fiercely. If they fought with true fire, they would even be seriously injured and risk falling. Cultivation is not easy. He finally cultivated to the realm of titled Douluo. No one wants to be damaged like this. Therefore, Douluo did not choose to attack at the first time, but was on guard. He was very unfamiliar with the breath of the titled Douluo in front of him. He had never felt it before, which surprised Douluo. He has been roaming the Douluo Continent for decades. He is a guest of the royal family of the Sharingan Empire. Both his status and strength have reached the pinnacle of the continent. There are only so many titled Douluo in the entire Douluo Continent, and he basically knows them all, but he has never seen the person in front of him, and he has never sensed that unique aura, which makes Douluo feel nervous. "Don't worry about who I am." The Slaughter Knight's soul power overflowed, and he looked at Douluo indifferently. "I haven't fought with a titled Douluo for decades. Today I finally have this opportunity. I hope you won't let me down, madman." Douluo's face changed, and he was full of fucking. He just sensed a threatening aura, and came to take a look, but he actually met a fighting madman. His means are poison, and his best skill is the ability to hurt a group. In a one-on-one situation, he is not very strong, not to mention that his opponent is a titled Douluo with higher soul power than him. What's the point of fighting? Douluo immediately wanted to shake hands with the Slaughter Knight and retreat. However, before he could speak, several soul rings behind the Slaughter Knight had already lit up, and the blood-red soul power was surging and locked onto Douluo in an instant. Douluo's face changed drastically. "Do you really want to fight me?" In response to him, it was an even more turbulent blood-red soul power. "Do you really think that I, Douluo, don't have anger?" Over and over again, the pride of the titled Douluo in Douluo's heart was completely aroused at this moment. A piercing long howl came out of his mouth, and emerald green light burst out from his body. His body stretched out in the wind, and the first 7 soul rings lit up at the same time. Then, his tall and thin body continued to expand in the green light and soared up. The emerald green scales were also diamond shaped and looked like pieces of inlaid emeralds. The human body had disappeared, and Douluo was transformed into a huge emerald green snake, 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank. Most of the snakes stood up, looking down at the killing knight below. A pair of huge green snake eyes stared at the killing knight coldly, and the snake tongue in its mouth was swallowing and spitting out, and thick green mist was lingering around its body. This is Douluo's martial soul true body, the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. Ha ha ha, you're in time. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. The killing knight laughed loudly, and the soul rings on his body also lit up at this moment. The blood-colored soul power filled with endless fishy murderous coldness surged wildly at this moment, and his physical body also began to undergo huge changes. The old body continued to rise, and the scarlet blood filled the air. The killing knight suddenly turned into a giant blood-colored bat that was more than 10 meters long. Although the reminder of this blood-colored bat was not as huge as Douluo's jade phosphorus snake king, when the killing knight spread his wings, it was more than 50 meters long, covering the sky. At first glance, it was like a scarlet blood cloud covering the sky. This is the martial soul of the slaughter knight, the dark gold blood bat. The two titled Douluos were firing at full power. The martial souls of both sides were like lighthouses on the ocean of eternal night in this sunset forest, attracting great attention. The martial soul of the slaughter knight had been fully activated. The huge blood bat emitted a harsh sonic hiss, then vibrated its wings, suddenly opened its big mouth full of fangs, and a blood-colored arrow blasted towards Douluo. The green phosphorus snake king transformed by Douluo did not dodge or evade. 9 soul rings circled around its huge body, and it opened its mouth to spit out a green mist, obviously preparing to have a head-on confrontation with the slaughter knight. The power spewed out by both sides collided violently in mid-air, and the soul power aftermath splashed out, and the remnants of the attack fell on the surrounding land, instantly causing the surrounding vegetation to wither and decay. Obviously, whether it was the green phosphorus snake king transformed by Douluo, or the dark gold blood bat transformed by the slaughter knight, the attacks of both were extremely powerful, and both were extremely toxic and corrosive. After this battle, no matter who won or lost, this area would probably become a forbidden place for living creatures. Blood and green light kept colliding, and the killing knight and Douluo fought fiercely. The huge noise made the whole mountain tremble constantly. For a time, rocks flew and the light was dazzling. The huge aura fluctuations made the soul beasts around the mountain flee in all directions and never dared to approach again. More than 10 miles away, the people of Blazing Academy who were transferred out by the killing knight opened their mouths wide, looking at the two huge figures with amazing auras in the forest and the 9 eye-catching soul rings on them in disbelief. What is this? Both sides have 9 soul rings. This belongs to a battle between titled Douluo. Inside the forest, the 4 women in the carriage also poked their heads out and looked at the sky in shock. The strength of the titled Douluo was beyond imagination, and the noise of the battle between the slaughter knight and Douluo was also extremely huge. Even though they were protected by the slaughter knight's soul power, they could still feel the vast and fierce battle atmosphere. Wait. Zuking looked around, and a trace of panic appeared on her cold and pretty face. Where is the Holy Sun? Chapter 79 Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. The battle between the titled Douluo was so loud that it attracted the attention of almost everyone in the Sunset's forest. Fang Yuan also took this opportunity to get out of everyone's sight. Are you sure you are here? Fang Yuan stepped on the ghostly shadow and kept shuttling through the trees. At the same time, he asked the blue silver emperor wrapped around the Ouroboros bracelet with some curiosity. Yes. The soft voice of the blue silver emperor sounded intermittently in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan nodded and accelerated again. Yes, the one pointing to Fang Yuan at this moment was the blue silver emperor. As the emperor of the blue silver grass clan, although the blue silver emperor has fallen from the years of 100,000 years, her bloodline as a blue silver emperor has not changed at all. The blue silver emperor is a blue silver emperor. Under the warmth of Fang Yuan's would escape power, the blue silver emperor has gradually recovered, and this includes her most basic ability, the connection and call between the soul beast clan. As the most numerous soul beast in Douluo Continent, the figure of blue silver grass is all over the continent. At this moment, Fang Yuan relied on the connection between blue silver emperor and blue silver grass to get the location of the poisonous fog array. Fang Yuan's footsteps were very fast. Not long after, a thick poisonous fog array appeared in front of him. The poisonous fog array in front of him was extremely pungent. The strong smell of sulfur surged up with the yellow fog, stinging the eyes and nose while blocking the sight. The thick fog was everywhere, and the bottom was completely invisible, like a bottomless abyss. The surrounding cliffs were as steep as walls, the rocks were like cones, and the yellow sulfur was hidden and disappeared from time to time, which made people daunting. It's here. Looking at the poisonous fog array in front of him, Fang Yuan was not afraid at all, but excited. The immortal grass he longed for, the foundation of becoming a god in Douluo Continent, was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? Next, it depends on you. Fang Yuan gently stroked the blue silver emperor. The blue silver emperor stretched out the grass leaves and stroked Fang Yuan's wrist. While responding to him, a blue gold light also appeared on his body. The blue gold light enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body. The rich breath of life even made Fang Yuan moan comfortably, and it was extremely warm. Feeling the power released by the blue silver emperor, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the poisonous fog abyss under his feet. His right palm flashed with dark gold light. The next moment, 5 dark gold claws condensed and emerged from his right palm. It looked like a wolverine claw coated with a layer of dark gold. Puff! The dark gold claws pierced into the rock wall, just like a sharp blade piercing tofu. Easily, Fang Yuan jumped up, his right palm against the wall. The dark gold claws cut through the rock layer, and the whole person slid down vertically with the help of his own gravity. Wrapped in the blue gold breath of life, the poisonous fog around him could not penetrate at all. Soon, he passed through the poisonous fog position and entered the bottom of the valley. The poisonous fog did not cover the bottom of the valley, but just floated at the upper end of the valley. The lower end of the valley was a completely different world from the above. Thick hot air rose from the valley, which was very moist, and had a unique smell of sulfur. Looking down from above, the red and blue colors were clearly distinguished. The reflection of the rhombus crystal standing around made the cliffs on both sides look gorgeous. The uneven valley floor at the bottom was lush and green, with all kinds of strange herbs growing. The rich aroma of herbs mixed with the smell of sulfur was a bit dizzy. When he reached the bottom of the valley, he looked closely and saw the whole picture of the valley. At the same time, he also saw one of the 3 treasure bowls in the legend that condensed the essence of heaven and earth. Yin Yang of ice and fire. The area of Yin Yang of ice and fire in front of him was not large, but it was divided into 2 parts. In the oval pool, the colors of the hot spring water were milky white and vermilion respectively. What was even more strange was that, although they were in the same pool, they were clearly distinguished, did not invade each other, and always stayed on their own side. The steam that rolled up was generated by the position between the 2 hot springs. It kept rising and slowly dissipated until it reached the mountain pass. There were medicinal herbs all around the pool. These herbs looked more peculiar than those around the valley, and their medicinal power was also stronger. At a glance, they were all the famous immortal herbs in the original book. Snow silkworm, fragrant kilo fairy product, 8-petal fairy orchid, longing for autumn water dew, flaming apricot, 8-angled black ice grass, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, kilo tulip, acacia heartbroken red, narcissus jade bone, strange velvet chrysanthemum, snow-colored swan kiss. Why does it look like a mandarin duck hot pot? Fang Yuan couldn't help but complain. The appearance of the ice and fire yin yang eyes really looked like a mandarin duck hot pot, and the immortal herbs around were just those hot pot dishes. However, even though he complained, Fang Yuan's excitement at the moment was almost overflowing. The immortal herbs he had been thinking about were right in front of him. As long as he took them, he would also have the foundation to become a god. No, I have to calm down. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and looking at the dazzling array of immortal herbs, his breathing still became heavier. But he had to calm down. Fang Yuan was not Tang San. Because Tang Heo was there before, he did not get rid of Tang San, nor did he have the opportunity to use the Sharingan to get things like the hidden weapon solution and the mysterious heaven treasure record from Tang San's mind, so he did not know much about the immortal herbs in front of him. In fact, if it were not for the powerful insight of the Sharingan, Fang Yuan might have forgotten the immortal herbs in the original book after traveling through so many years. Fortunately, he had the Sharingan, and he still remembered the immortal herbs with names in the original book. Of course, this also included how to pick them and how to preserve them. But, just as Fang Yuan was immersed in the joy of discovering the immortal herbs, the blue silver emperor wrapped around the Ouroboros bracelet seemed to have smelled the rich energy around him and made a clear sound. The leaves of the blue silver emperor extended out, wrapping Fang Yuan's palm, and at the same time expressed excitement to Fang Yuan. "You want to take root here?" Fang Yuan reacted and asked, while stroking the blue silver emperor. The blue silver emperor shook its green leaves, as if nodding in person. Fang Yuan understood. The yin yang of ice and fire is one of the 3 treasure basins of medicine. Ordinary plants cannot adapt to that special climate, but the 3 treasure basins are the derivatives of all precious plants. Surviving in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire can not only shorten the growth time of those rare plants by 10 times, but also enhance the medicinal properties and energy in their bodies. It is the best in the world, and the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. There is no doubt that as the emperor of blue silver grass, the blue silver emperor is undoubtedly one of the top plants. For her, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is the most perfect place for health preservation. Chapter 80 Searching for Magical Herbs. In the original novel, Tang San placed the blue silver emperor in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and relied on the rich energy of the yin-yang eyes to allow the blue silver emperor to recover continuously. Although the blue silver emperor's final resurrection was achieved by Tang San using the blue silver domain's final evolved skill, Sea of Inclusion, to use himself as a medium, to transfer the energy of all the blue silver grass in the sunset forest into the blue silver emperor's body, forcibly raising the blue silver emperor's cultivation to the 100,000 year level. However, the role of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in this is beyond doubt. Not yet. Feeling the blue silver emperor's desire for the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Fang Yuan gently stroked the blue silver emperor and explained, "This area is not mine yet. If the master finds out, it will be bad. I want. The blue silver emperor sent a message of desire, and Fang Yuan gently wrapped it with his own would escape power. No, be good. The blue silver emperor trembled slightly, and the green leaves stretched out swayed in the air for a few times, and finally retracted and wrapped around the Ouroboros bracelet again. Fang Yuan stroked the blue silver emperor with his fingers. I won't let you wait for long. Don't worry, during this time, I will use my power to feed you well. Okay. Feeling the feedback from the blue silver emperor, Fang Yuan also showed a gratified smile on his face. He raised his head and looked at the fairy grass in front of him. Then, it's time to deal with these things. Fang Yuan's sight immediately fell on the fiery apricot and the 8-angled mysterious ice grass on both sides of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. As the top-level fairy grass that gave Tang San the dual-free physique of ice and fire, the value of these two fairy grasses is unquestionable. Fang Yuan first came to the 8-angled mysterious ice grass. Fang Yuan, who had been prepared, took out a small jade box from the Ouroboros bracelet, and then the dark gold light shone on his right palm, and the dark gold claw had already appeared. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan controlled the dark gold claws, and like cutting tofu, he easily sank into the ground of the 8-angled black ice grass. His soul power vibrated, and the entire 8-angled black ice grass, including its roots, was shaken up. Although the 8-angled black ice grass is also a fairy product, it is not beneficial. On the contrary, it is a rare and extremely poisonous flower product that can make people feel cold and numb. This grass is cold within 10 meters, and if it is used for a long time, the cold poison will attack the heart and there is no medicine to cure it. Not to mention eating it, even being next to it will be unlucky. Fang Yuan's Sharingan turned in his eyes, locking the trajectory of the 8-angled black ice grass, and quickly used the jade box in his hand to put it down. But even so, Fang Yuan's palm was still covered with a layer of frost, and it was obviously frostbitten. But the next moment, the blue gold life breath passed by lightly, and the frostbitten palm was immediately restored to its original state. Is this the endless power of the blue silver emperor's right leg bone? It's really magical. Fang Yuan's worries disappeared at this moment. The soul power in his hand shook, and a large amount of gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, various boxes and bottles appeared from the Ouroboros bracelet. The more precious the herb, the higher the storage requirements. Some herbs need to be stored in gold and jade, and some need to be stored in silver and iron. If there is a slight mistake, the efficacy will be greatly reduced at best, and the herb will wither immediately at worst. And the fairy herb is even more special. For example, the fairy herb 8-petal fairy orchid must be stored in gold and jade, but as long as it is stored in a jade container, it will not wither for thousands of years, and will never fade for 100 generations. Well, fiery apricot, take it. Large light pink flowers, faint fragrance, refreshing. This should be the poison nemesis fragrant kilo immortal product. Take it. Gorgeous purple chrysanthemum. Petals are furry. This should be the Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum. Wow, such a pure yang herb. This should be the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Take it. Fang Yuan's hands moved quickly. Because of the limited time, his method of obtaining these immortal herbs can be regarded as rough. Almost every one of them was directly dug several inches into the soil and taken away with the roots. In addition to those familiar immortal herbs, Fang Yuan did not let go of some other unfamiliar herbs that looked special and advanced. This caused the entire area around the ice and fire yin-yang eye to look like it had been turned over by an excavator. It can be described as digging 3 feet into the ground. It was not until Fang Yuan walked in front of a fairy herb that he stopped digging. It was a seemingly inconspicuous herb. Compared with the fairy grass Fang Yuan had obtained before, it was far inferior in appearance and natural aura. But it was such a fairy grass that made Fang Yuan's eyes sparkle, and his sight was fiery. This herb was green all over. The strange thing was that there were 3 snow white leaves in the center of the herb. There were a few drops of water in the center of the leaves, just like the dew left in the morning. Wanchan Kia Shulu, its name. Wanchan Kia Shulu. Eating it can practice the golden eyes and see through all kinds of strange things. Fang Yuan murmured the name of Wanchan Kia Shulu. Enhance mental strength and temper the eyes. For him who has the Sharingan, Wanchan Kia Shulu is undoubtedly the most suitable fairy grass, and the effect of this fairy grass is very mild. After taking it, you can even take other fairy herbs. Resisting the greed in his heart, Fang Yuan took it away with its roots, and then carefully put it into the Ouroboros bracelet. At this point, Fang Yuan had basically ravaged the entire medicine garden, and the remaining remnants were mostly things of low medicinal properties. If he continued to search, it would take at least half a day, and his Ouroboros bracelet could no longer hold anything. Almost done. Fang Yuan touched the Ouroboros bracelet. This operation was a great success. With these immortal herbs, his strength would surely have a qualitative leap, and he should be able to pass the first test easily. Looking at the somewhat damaged medicine garden in front of him, Fang Yuan's face showed a creepy smile. As the saying goes, eat meat and drink soup, but for a guy like Tang Xin who picked up the bowl to eat meat and put down the chopsticks to curse his mother. Haha. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, and 5 dark golden sharp claws suddenly appeared on his palm. He waved his right hand, and a dark golden light burst out. 5 giant claws like metal blades swept out, and swept across the medicine garden. With Fang Yuan firing at full power, each of the dark gold claws was at least several meters long, and it scratched across the ground of the medicine garden, leaving 5 terrifying scratches on it. And the remaining herbs that Fang Yuan had taken had already been torn into pieces and crushed into pieces under such an attack. Looking again, the entire area around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was already in ruins, with nothing left. Don't even mention the broth. I won't even leave you any bone residue. TUI. Chapter 81 Blood Curtain Chyanhua. Relying on the ghost shadow and dark gold claw, Fang Yuan quickly got out of the poisonous fog array. The might in the sky became more and more intense. The 2 terrifying creatures that were more than 10 meters tall were still fighting with overwhelming momentum. The killing knight was indeed a title Douluo of level 95. Facing Douluo who was firing at full power, he completely had the upper hand. The wings of the huge dark gold blood bat covered the sky and the sun, almost unilaterally suppressing the green phosphorus snake king. The dark gold blood bat had the advantage in the sky. When its wings flapped, the strong wind was fierce, as if a gust of wind had suddenly risen. Those strong winds continued to destroy Douluo's snake body, making extremely harsh friction sounds on his green scales, and even brought countless sparks. Damn bastard. Being suppressed by the killing knight had already angered Douluo, not to mention that he looked so embarrassed at the moment, just like a drowned dog, completely suppressed by the killing knight unilaterally. The noise of their battle was huge, and countless people had gathered around to watch the battle. If they saw him in such a state of decline, how could he still have the face to survive in this world of soul masters? The huge tail of the green phosphorus snake king suddenly twitched on the mountain, and the green poisonous mist around his body was sucked back into his body at the same time. The muscles under the snake head began to flatten, and half of the snake body stood up. The originally green snake eyes instantly turned into a terrifying white, and a layer of white halo was rendered on the snake head. Because the sunset forest is his home, the last 2 soul skills of mass destruction cannot be used. However, Douluo has been famous for a long time, and he has countless skills in his bottom box. Although his title is poison, he is not only capable of poison. Two pale white rays of light shot out from the white eyes of the green phosphorus snake king at the same time, heading straight for the dark gold blood bat in the sky. The killing knight saw the white light and frowned slightly. He clearly felt that it was not a skill in Douluo's soul ring. The snake head changed. It was undoubtedly the ability of the soul bone. Head soul bone skills? Well, come on. The killing knight laughed. The head soul bone was the most important soul bone besides the sternum. The soul skills contained in it must be extremely powerful. But the killing knight did not dodge. You, Douluo, have such a powerful soul skill, so how could I, the killing knight, not have it? 8th soul skill. The 8th dark 10,000 year soul ring on the giant blood bat shone with light. A blood light bloomed at this moment, and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical protective barrier around the dark gold blood bat. This blood-colored barrier seemed to have a faint light flowing, and it was endless, but Douluo laughed. Using defensive moves to deal with my Medusa's gaze is simply courting death. His head soul bone came from the top snake soul beast, Medusa, known as the Queen of Snakes, and it was a 10,000-year-old Medusa. The petrifying soul skill produced by the soul bone of the 10,000-year-old Medusa is even enough to petrify energy. Using defensive moves to defend is undoubtedly a self-defeating move in Douluo's opinion. The killing knight has been suppressing him for the whole game, and now he is finally one step behind. I won this battle. Douluo laughed loudly, but the killing knight sneered. Naive. The pale white light hit the blood-colored barrier heavily, and the burst of light instantly rendered the entire blood-colored barrier white. Then, the surroundings of the blood-colored barrier began to change. The barrier that should be composed of energy actually began to transform from nothingness of energy into a solid entity and into stone. Douluo laughed loudly. In his opinion, victory was already in his grasp. But the next second, the smile on his face froze there. The blood-colored barrier, that was constantly petrifying, did not petrify the entire barrier and the dark gold blood bats inside the barrier as he expected. The entire blood-colored barrier began to flow and rotate like a water curtain. The petrified parts were actually removed from the blood-colored barrier by the barrier. Just like rain, countless petrified energies peeled off from the blood-colored barrier. After a few breaths, the blood-colored barrier still stood in the air, motionless and solid as a field. Douluo's face became extremely gloomy. The killing knight laughed. How about it, poison Douluo? How about my blood curtain heavenly hua? My 8th soul ring comes from a 60,000-year-old blood-armored water bug. The blood-armored water pattern specializes in defense. The blood armor is so strong that even a level 90 strong attack type title Douluo may not be able to break it in a short period of time. How can you break it? You. Douluo was furious. He originally thought that he could take down the opponent steadily, but he didn't expect that the opponent actually had such a method. The green phosphorus snake king transformed by Douluo attacked blood curtain Sharingan frantically. The attack was so fierce that the aftermath even caused the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants to wither. However, blood curtain Sharingan was only slightly rippled and did not move at all. What a strong defense. The dark gold blood bat is good at controlling and large-scale killing spirit skills, and it has the advantage of the sky. I didn't expect that it now has such a top-level defensive spirit skill. Now it seems that Poison Douluo has lost this duel. The battle between these title Douluo is really magnificent. We can actually see such a battle. It is simply a matter of death. The crowd of onlookers was full of admiration and exclaimed. Fang Yuan, who came out of the poisonous fog array, also saw this scene. Captain is awesome. I said you can do it. Fang Yuan smiled and looked around with his 3 Megatama Sharingan. As the battle between the killing knight and Douluo became louder and louder, more and more people gathered around. If this continues, it may even attract those people from the spirit hall. This is not good. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan directly forced the sound into a line and used soul power to contact the killing knight. Captain is awesome. You are completely suppressing Douluo. But Captain, I have got what I want. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Prepare to retreat. The killing knight, who was laughing in the blood curtain Sharingan, paused slightly and immediately locked Fang Yuan in the dark. Seeing Fang Yuan safe and sound, the killing knight was also relieved. He looked at Douluo who was constantly attacking him and sneered, "After fighting for so long, it's my turn to attack." The blood red soul power condensed, and the 9th soul ring on the killing knight flashed. What? Douluo trembled in his heart and subconsciously pulled away. The 9th soul ring of the title Douluo has always been their top trick, because the 9th soul ring is a soul skill with the highest age and the strongest soul power among the soul rings they have absorbed. Once this trick is used, it almost has the power to destroy the world. For example, his 9th soul skill, the green phosphorus divine light, has the power to destroy a city and a country after it is released. The killing knight in front of him is stronger than him in terms of soul power and other aspects. The power of this 9th soul skill is simply unimaginable. Douluo's face was solemn, and he responded carefully, ready to face the thunder attack of the killing knight at any time. But the dark gold blood bat in front of him did not launch an attack. Instead, it waved its wings behind it, grabbed a carriage on the ground, and a young man, and turned around, and fled into the air. Douluo, right? I'm very happy with this battle. But time is short, and I have something important to do. I will fight next time. What? Douluo was full of astonishment. The dark gold blood bat originally occupied the advantage of the sky and could fly. Under the urging of soul power, in the blink of an eye, the huge dark gold blood bat disappeared. Not to mention chasing, even looking at it was impossible. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Just left like that? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 80. To eat the stamens, suck the petals and swallow the sunflower. The battle that started off well, but ended badly came to an end, leaving everyone in bewilderment. In everyone's opinion, the Slaughter Knight had the upper hand in this battle, but even in this situation, the Slaughter Knight actually took the initiative to withdraw and leave, which really surprised everyone. However, even so, this still did not affect the impression left by the Slaughter Knight's terrifying strength in everyone's mind. At the same time, the children of the big families in the crowd also speculated about the identity of the Slaughter Knight. They were curious about the identity of this title Douluo who could defeat Douluo, and which big family he came from, or whether he was a casual cultivator. On the other side, the Slaughter Knight took Fang Yuan and the 4 girls and directly crossed several cities, and came to a quiet town. I have already investigated the surroundings. This is a civilian village. There is not even an ordinary spirit hall here. The strongest person is only the mayor of this town, with the cultivation of a great spirit master. In the hotel of the small town, the killing knight looked at Fang Yuan curiously and said, "Son, what on earth is it that requires such a scene? Is it a spirit bone?" Taking it from the hands of a titled Douluo, and going to such a remote place, the killing knight could only think of a spirit bone. After all, for a spirit master, a spirit bone is the most important thing worth 1,000 gold. Although the spirit bone is precious, this is not a spirit bone. Fang Yuan took out several jade boxes from the Ouroboros bracelet, and opened one of them. A dark red Ganoderma lucidum lay quietly in it. The Slaughter Knight cast a curious look at him. Fang Yuan picked up the dark red Ganoderma lucidum, and said to the Slaughter Knight, "A few years ago, before I awakened my martial soul, and joined the Slaughter City, I found a torn secret book on a cliff. The name of the secret book can no longer be found, the pages are torn, and even most of the contents are missing, but there are still many things recorded in it that I will never forget." Fang Yuan began to talk nonsense, and said with an unfathomable look on his face, "And this blood Ganoderma lucidum is what is recorded in it? Blood Ganoderma lucidum?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "This blood Ganoderma lucidum is a fairy grass of heaven and earth. It is a rare treasure born from the blood of the legendary beast Fire Kirin. Blood Ganoderma lucidum is divided into 9 grades, 10,000 years for 1 grade, and 9 grades means 90,000 years. The medicinal power contained in this blood Ganoderma lucidum is extremely vigorous and bright red. It has obviously been promoted to the 9th grade blood Ganoderma lucidum with 90,000 years. Blood Ganoderma is made of Kirin blood. Although it can't bring back the dead, it can easily regenerate broken limbs and break free from shackles. Fang Yuan looked at the somewhat dazed killing knight and stuffed the blood Gynoderma into his hands. Captain, I know your situation. Because you have been in the killing city for many years, you have accumulated too much fishy evil spirit in your body, which has caused you to be trapped at level 95 for more than 10 years. This 9th grade blood Gynoderma is a pure yang thing, which has an innate restraining effect on the cold and fishy evil spirit. Captain, as long as you take this 9th grade blood Gynoderma and clear the cold and fishy evil spirit in your body, there will be no problem breaking through level 95. It can even nourish the yang energy and strengthen the kidneys. Hiss. The killing knight widened his eyes and looked at the blood Gynoderma in his hand in disbelief. Is there really such a strange thing in the world? It can't be a scam, right? The slaughter knight guessed in his heart. He had lived for decades and had never heard of such a strange thing in the world. However, looking at Fang Yuan's confident look, he was a little unsure. Is the Holy Sun going to absorb these herbs? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, this blood Gynoderma is what I prepared for you. We all have a share. The slaughter knight was devoted to Fang Yuan, so he would naturally not ignore it. Although this blood Gynoderma is not one of the famous top level immortal herbs in his previous life, it is definitely not bad in terms of medicinal effects. However, the slaughter knight's face was not very excited, but rather a little hesitant. Son, I'm not being nosy, but I still want to remind you. After hesitating for a moment, the slaughter knight looked at Fang Yuan with a serious face. All medicines are poisonous. Using medicines to improve strength will inevitably have side effects. Son, I have seen many soul masters practice this way, but the endings were not very good. You are already a natural talent, and you don't need to take this shortcut. What if you force the issue? It will be bad. Hahaha, don't worry, Captain. Fang Yuan laughed. If there is really any harm, why would I take it? Don't forget, I haven't drunk a drop of the top grade yellow spring dew that can be obtained every month in the slaughter city. Fang Yuan drank the yellow spring dew, but that was because he had no choice but to drink it at the beginning. After joining the slaughter city, he never drank this kind of thing again. However, this thing does have some side effects. Each of these immortal herbs is a treasure favored by the heavens. Too much is useless, but harmful. For example, the captain's blood Gynoderma. Fang Yuan lowered his voice slightly. The blood Gynoderma is very effective. Even if the captain only takes one, he may have too much yang energy and his golden spear will not fall for a long time. Ahem. The killing knight's mouth twitched slightly, but he was relieved when he saw Fang Yuan's relaxed look. He understood that Fang Yuan would never shoot without a purpose. Okay, but the Holy Sun, wait a minute, let me try it first to confirm the authenticity of the content in the ancient book. Hahaha, then I'll leave it to the captain. Fang Yuan smiled and said, just chew and swallow it directly. The killing knight nodded, stuffed the blood Gynoderma into his mouth, and at the same time sat cross-legged and began to swallow and absorb it. Looking at the killing knight who began to absorb the blood Gynoderma, Fang Yuan also took a deep breath, walked into another room, and took out the other two jade boxes. When the jade box was opened, it was not the longing dew that Fang Yuan had been thinking about, which was very nourishing for the Sharingan, but a purple chrysanthemum and a red phoenix sunflower. Although I have a blue silver emperor to purify my soul power continuously, and the endless life of the blue silver emperor's right leg bone to improve my repairability, but my own extraordinary meridians, blood, flesh, muscles, and bones have not been truly tempered. And if I want to forge a truly immortal body, I must temper the foundation of my physical body, consolidate the foundation, and refine the impurities. And the two immortal herbs in front of me are the holy products of this way. Kiran Tang Xianju, the attribute is partial to yang, and the nature is neutral. After eating, it can move the ki to the limbs, circulate the blood to the 8 meridians, and cultivate an indestructible body. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, a nourishing immortal grass, has a pure yang attribute. After taking it, it can greatly replenish the pure yang, and refine the impurities in the body. The nature of the celestial herbs is strong. Even if the nature of the Kiran Tang Xianju is relatively soft and neutral, it can absorb two herbs at the same time. The medicinal power is too strong and ordinary people can't bear it. But, Fang Yuan looked at his right leg. and the blue silver emperor on the Ouroboros bracelet. People are always greedy. This time, it depends on you again. The blue silver emperor gently pressed the grass leaf against Fang Yuan's palm in response. Fang Yuan laughed and no longer hesitated. Eat the stamens, suck the petals, and swallow the phoenix sunflower. Chapter 83. Double immortal grasses forging an immortal body. The energy contained in the immortal grass is huge, not to mention that there are 2 immortal grasses. Even if the medicinal properties of the Kirang Tangshianju are relatively mild, the medicinal effect is still unimaginable under the huge medicinal power of the 2 immortal grasses. Almost the first time the immortal grass entered his body, Fang Yuan felt 2 hot breaths bursting out of his body. The rich medicinal power began to burst out from his throat, extending all the way to his chest and lower abdomen, and then merged into the blood and into his limbs. Fang Yuan could clearly feel 2 somewhat similar, but completely different forces constantly interweaving in his body, and his flesh and blood were constantly burned, refined, and recast under this power. Hiss. The intense pain hit Fang Yuan's mind, and the feeling of the body being torn apart, as if burned by a raging fire, made him gasp for air. He even felt that his body was directly torn apart under this power. The 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate chew absorbed by Tangsun were completely mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, and were naturally opposite drugs. When taken at the same time, the 2 medicinal properties conflicted and offset each other. With the help of the yin yang eyes of ice and fire, he completed the absorption of the 2 immortal herbs, and obtained a top-level body that was immune to both ice and fire. But Fang Yuan did not have the yin yang eyes of ice and fire to temper his body, and the 2 immortal herbs would not melt and offset each other like the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate chew. Not only that, the Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum and coxcomb phoenix sunflower absorbed by Fang Yuan had similar energy and properties, and could also achieve a complementary effect. Although these 2 herbs were not toxic, the overlapping fierce medicinal power directly stunned Fang Yuan. The medicinal power was too fierce. Fang Yuan even felt that when the medicinal power merged into his body, it seemed as if there was magma rolling in his body, and the strong burning sensation almost made him tremble and collapse. If Fang Yuan's spirit was not strong enough, and he had experienced countless painful experiences in the city of slaughter, he would have fainted the moment the 2 drugs were poured into his body. But obviously, being awake is not a good thing at some point. The pain of the flesh being torn and melted constantly hit Fang Yuan's mind. The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow was something that ordinary people could not bear. Even someone as tough as Fang Yuan had a ferocious face at this moment. Pain. Too painful. Fang Yuan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan turned wildly involuntarily. His body was shaking violently, and the overflowing drug power seemed to have coated his body with a layer of golden light, but in the blink of an eye, the golden light was replaced by a red light, making Fang Yuan look like a cooked shrimp. The golden and red lights alternated with each other, and the 2 overlapping energies complemented each other. The pain in between was even more than the pain caused by absorbing the right metacarpal bone of the dark gold terraclaw bear. It felt like every inch of muscle and every drop of blood in his body were being poured by hot lava, and every bone in his body was being crushed bit by bit. Fortunately, just when Fang Yuan was about to collapse from the extreme pain, a blue gold light burst out from the blue silver emperor's body and enveloped Fang Yuan. The blue gold light was like the dawn in the eternal night, a lighthouse coast in the endless ocean. The cool and warm feeling made Fang Yuan's body and mind suddenly relax, like an extremely thirsty traveler in the desert suddenly came to an oasis. The intense pain was alleviated by the power of the blue silver emperor, but the huge drug power was still running around in Fang Yuan's body, melting his body bit by bit. Perhaps because the energy was too huge, his skin began to crack, but the next moment, a blue gold light flashed in his right leg, and the cracked skin was restored in the blink of an eye. If someone were here, they would find that what was flowing under Fang Yuan's skin at this moment was not blood, but golden energy. The breath of the blue silver emperor soothed Fang Yuan's mind, and the endless power of the blue silver emperor's right leg bone protected Fang Yuan's body, allowing it to remain safe and sound under the fusion of the power of the 2 immortal herbs. Time passed, and the restless energy in Fang Yuan's body finally gradually calmed down, as if everything had reached a critical point and formed a clever balance. until Fang Yuan woke up. Holy sun. Holy sun. When Fang Yuan woke up slowly, the big face of the killing knight came into view for the first time, and Fang Yuan was immediately startled. Captain, what are you doing? It's not that Fang Yuan is too sensitive, but mainly because this time absorbing the immortal grass really consumed Fang Yuan too much of his mind. As a result, when he woke up, he found that the old bitch killing knight was staring at him with a fiery look, which was inevitably a bit difficult to bear. Could it be that the blood Gynoderma has stimulated the hidden attributes of the killing knight? Fang Yuan shuddered. Looking at Fang Yuan's strange expression, the Slaughter Knight naturally understood that Fang Yuan was wrong, but at this moment he was not angry at all. Instead he laughed and hugged Fang Yuan. Holy sun. Level 96. I really broke through to level 96. I thought I could only stop at level 95 in this life, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to break through to level 96, and I can feel that the hidden injuries accumulated in my body and the impurities accumulated from years of practice have all been cleared out of my body. Not only that, I even feel that my qualifications have been slightly improved. As long as I concentrate on practicing, I can even go further. As the pinnacle of soul masters, the difficulty of improving the soul power of title Douluo is as high as ascending to heaven. Especially for Super Douluo after level 95, every level up is as difficult as crossing a natural chasm. The Slaughter Knight has been trapped at level 95 for decades, and now he finally broke through. The joy and excitement in his heart are completely unimaginable. The Slaughter Knight hugged Fang Yuan, extremely excited, and Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile because of his joy. Okay, Captain, even if you absorbed the blood Gynoderma, your kidney key is agitated and unbearable, then go out and find a girl. Why are you hugging me? Could it be that you are still good at this? Hiss. You kid, you are asking for a fight. The Slaughter Knight laughed and scolded, but he put Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan looked up and down at the Slaughter Knight and nodded in his heart. The Slaughter Knight was in a good state at the moment. Not only did his soul power break through to the 96th level, but the wrinkles on his face were also reduced. Obviously, the life force in his body has increased. The most important thing is that the fishy and evil aura that permeated the Slaughter Knight has disappeared at this moment, replaced by pure murderous aura and blood. It seems that the blood Gynoderma has cleared all the fishy and evil aura that has accumulated in the Slaughter City for many years. Chapter 84 Immortal Body. All living beings who enter the City of Slaughter will be affected by it. Every time a person is killed in the City of Slaughter, a trace of murderous aura will be added. If this murderous aura is weak, it is fine, but once the murderous aura accumulates too much, it is not something that ordinary people can bear. If you want to relieve the impact of murderous aura on people, you need to drink Huang Quan. However, Huang Quan also has a very serious impact on people. Although the name of Huang Quan sounds good, it is actually human blood. Because of some special reasons, this Huang Quan can indeed suppress the murderous aura in the human body, but at the same time, it will also leave another force in the human body. In other words, the fishy and evil aura. The killing knight has lived in the City of Slaughter for an unknown period of time, and drank countless cups of Huang Quan. The fishy and evil aura accumulated in his body is so thick that, if it were not for his strong strength, he would have been swallowed by the fishy and evil aura, and become a fallen beast. But even if he could keep his sanity, his situation was a mess. Not only was his strength stuck at level 95, but his body was also getting worse and worse under the corrosion of the fishy evil breath. Otherwise, do you really think that Douluo, a little trash who is not good at single combat, can fight with the killing knight, a real level 95 Super Douluo, for so long? Now, with the help of the blood Gynoderma, he finally got rid of the distress of the corrosion of the fishy evil breath. It can be said that the clouds are cleared and the sun is seen, and the moon is bright after the clouds are cleared. With the captain's current state, if he meets Douluo again, I'm afraid he will be slapped to death. Ha 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 ha. No, all this is all thanks to the Holy Sun, and it's all thanks to the Holy Sun. The killing knight laughed. By the way, Holy Sun, I see that you have just finished absorbing. How did you get my gains? Fang Yuan took a deep breath and felt the changes in his body. The first is soul power. This time, absorbing 2 immortal herbs directly raised Fang Yuan by a full 8 levels. pushing his soul power level to level 49. In other words, as long as he upgrades one more level, Fang Yuan will be able to absorb the 5th soul ring and break through to the Soul King. However, in Fang Yuan's view, the improvement of soul power is actually the smallest gain this time. With the help of 2 top-level body refining immortal herbs, Fang Yuan's physical strength has doubled, and all the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body have been opened. The soul power that the expanded meridians can accommodate has directly risen to a higher level. Not only that, Fang Yuan raised his right palm, and 5 dark gold blades emerged. It was Fang Yuan's dark gold fear claw bear right palm bone. However, the dark gold fear claw bear right palm bone at this moment looks a little different from the original one. The original dark gold fear claw bear right palm bone was dark gold, but the dark gold fear claw at this moment added a red gold color to the dark gold, which looked deeper, like an alloy. Gently knocking on the ground, even without releasing any soul power, it left 5 large holes on the ground in an instant, with unparalleled power. I didn't expect that even the external soul bone would have such an increase. The killing knight was full of emotion. The external soul bone of the right palm bone of the dark gold terror claw bear was originally an ultimate attack. At this moment, under the blessing of the 2 immortal herbs, the offensive power of the dark gold terror claw has reached a new level and become even sharper. If there is enough soul power blessing, this claw can even be called the ultimate spear, the strongest attack. The external soul bone can evolve with the improvement of the soul master. The right palm bone of the dark gold terror claw bear has evolved so much. How much increase have you yourself received, Saint Son? The killing knight was full of emotion. This immortal herb is really a wonder of heaven and earth. Such a perverted thing is the first time he has seen it in all his years. The power of the immortal herb is indeed powerful. Fang Yuan nodded. Such an increase is just like a dream. The killing knight said with emotion. Unfortunately, the medicinal properties of the fairy grass are too huge. I feel that my body is completely saturated. I can't eat a second plant in the next few decades. That's for sure. Otherwise I will eat the fairy grass as a meal, and I will be a titled Douluo tomorrow. Fang Yuan chuckled, then waved his hand at the killing knight with disdain. Okay, Captain, you are just watching the monkey here. Hurry out. I still need to consolidate my cultivation. Okay. The killing knight smiled, just in time. After he ate the blood Ganoderma, his yang energy was too strong, and it was time to vent it. When the killing knight left the room, Fang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, and when he relaxed, he smelled a smell. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, subconsciously looked towards the source of the smell, and immediately saw the layer of foul-smelling stains on his skin under his clothes. Fuck. Fang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he hurried into the bathroom and started to wash. After a while, Fang Yuan walked out of the bathroom, feeling a little more relaxed. Looking at himself in the mirror, Fang Yuan's face suddenly showed a satisfied smile. Isn't this considered a cleansing of the tendons and marrow? In fact, whether it is soul power, the 8 extraordinary meridians, or even the evolution of soul bones, they are nothing. This time, the swallowing of the 2 immortal herbs gave him real strength. In fact, it was his body. The strange chrysanthemum can circulate blood through the 8 meridians and forge an indestructible body. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower can replenish pure yang, quench impurities, and be reborn in the fire. With the 2 complementing each other, Fang Yuan's body has been strengthened to an extremely terrifying degree, and this strengthening is not over at once. Because the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs is too huge, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to digest it completely at once. At least half of the medicinal power is still deposited in Fang Yuan's body. This medicinal power will be activated again as Fang Yuan's age and bones grow, and his soul power level increases, and then little by little, it will push Fang Yuan's body to the true peak. Looking at himself in the mirror, Fang Yuan stretched out his right palm again, and released the dark gold claw. But this time, the target was his own chest. The sharp blade passed, and a golden red light suddenly appeared on Fang Yuan's body, as if to intercept the invasion of the dark gold claw, but in the end it was broken through by the unstoppable sharpness of the dark gold claw. The skin was scratched, and the body was cut. The dark gold claw immediately left 5 wounds on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, endured the pain, and retracted the dark gold claw. The wound that was cut began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in just a few breaths, the wound had completely disappeared, and not even a trace of scar was left. And this is the case when he did not use the endless power of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone. Fang Yuan touched his chest, the smile on his face becoming more and more wanton. With such a self-healing ability, if it were coupled with the endless vitality of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, what would happen? Chapter 85, Longing for the Autumn Water Dew, Awakening Kaleidoscope. The increase brought by the double immortal grass is unquestionable. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body is almost equivalent to that of an immortal. But it's not enough. Fang Yuan murmured softly. Such a body is indeed very strong, but Fang Yuan still lacks a little confidence in his heart for the Hell Road. In the original work, Tang San not only has a level of more than 50, but also has a double free golden body of ice and fire, countless hidden weapon props, and a blue-silver domain. Even so, Tang San finally relied on the mutual help of Hulina to barely pass the Hell Road. I don't have a hidden weapon. If I want to pass the Hell Road, the martial spirit is the key. Then, Fang Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, and the three Magatama Sharingan slowly turned on his handsome and resolute face. It's time. Fang Yuan's hand gently brushed over the Ouroboros bracelet, and the next moment, there was an extra jade box in his hand. The jade box opened, and a seemingly inconspicuous herb appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It was the long-awaited dew. Consecutive swallowing of immortal herbs will lead to the accumulation of medicinal properties, which will make them accumulate in the body and unable to be digested. However, the medicinal properties of the autumn water dew are very mild, and the direction of its enhancement is mental power, which does not conflict with Fang Yuan's previous consumption of the wonderful chrysanthemum and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. As for why Fang Yuan chose to absorb the wonderful chrysanthemum and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower first, but not the autumn water dew, it was naturally because swallowing two immortal herbs was too unbelievable. Fang Yuan also took the opportunity when the killing knight swallowed the blood Gynoderma to practice, and then swallowed it. By swallowing the autumn water dew, Tang San not only greatly improved his mental power, but also successfully raised the purple extreme demon eye to the third level of the GZ realm, and possessed the ability to see through everything. But I don't know if my Sharingan can break that boundary. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan held the autumn water dew in front of him, tilted it slightly, and a few drops of transparent liquid in it immediately dripped into his mouth. When the few drops of liquid completely left the grass leaf, the entire plant of Wangjianqiu water dew had completely withered in Fang Yuan's hand, and in the blink of an eye it turned into dust and floated away in his hand. Feeling the feeling of Wangjianqiu water dew absorbing into his body, Fang Yuan immediately posed with his 5 hearts facing the sky and began to practice quietly. As Fang Yuan's soul power was running, the effect of Wangjianqiu water dew soon began to manifest. A layer of light red gold light enveloped Fang Yuan's head, and the golden light continued to condense towards his eyes like a thread, as if there was an inexplicable force that kept pulling Fang Yuan's Sharingan to rotate. The feeling of absorbing Wangjianqiu water dew was completely different from the feeling of absorbing the two immortal herbs before. If the previous absorption of the two immortal herbs was to completely break Fang Yuan's body and recast it, then absorbing Wangjianqiu water dew at this moment was to water a piece of thirsty land. At the moment, when the soul power was running, and the whole head and eyes were wrapped by the power of Wangjianqiu water dew, a warm, comfortable and cozy feeling made Fang Yuan even utter a little moan. This feeling was extremely comfortable, but it was completely different from the breath of life that the Blue Silver Emperor had given him. If the breath of life of the Blue Silver Emperor was like bathing in the warm sunshine in winter, full of natural vitality, then the feeling of absorbing the dew of longing for the autumn water at this moment was like drinking cool and sweet spring water in summer, refreshing. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that his mental power was constantly growing, and his eyes were constantly brewing a wonderful power. The 3 Magatama seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force, spinning faster and faster, and even had a tendency to merge into one. The 3 Magatama were even stuck together, but at the moment they were about to merge, an inexplicable force blocked the new power that was about to be born from the door. The effect of the dew of longing for the autumn water was relatively slow, and it acted on the eyes and the spirit, so it didn't take long for Fang Yuan to wake up slowly. At the moment of waking up, He noticed his skyrocketing pupil power and mental power, but just as he looked at the mirror happily, ready to welcome his Mangeki Sharingan, he was stunned. How is it possible? Fang Yuan looked at the Sharingan in the mirror, his face full of disbelief. 3 Megatama, still 3 Megatama. His Sharingan did not break the limit of ordinary Sharingan, and after completing the evolution, it was still an ordinary 3 Megatama. However, it is clear that the pupil power has been greatly improved, and the mental power has also been greatly improved. The power of dynamic observation, replication, and illusion has all been enhanced to an epic level. But, why is it still 3 Megatama? Exclamation mark. Fang Yuan frowned, his heart full of doubts. His pupil power is far beyond that of ordinary people, and his own mental power is also sufficient. In addition, with the existence of the longing for the autumn water dew, there is no reason for him to fail in the promotion. His pupil power is actually only one step away from the main Gekio, and the longing for the autumn water dew can directly improve Tang San's purple extreme demon eye to the level of the 3rd mustard seed. There is no reason that he cannot evolve his Sharingan to the main Gekio. What on earth is this? Fang Yuan's heart was full of doubts, but he did not panic, but thought about the conditions for opening the main Gekio Sharingan in his mind. In the 5 village fight, the main Geki Sharingan is the upgraded mode of the Sharingan. It can only be opened when the Uchiha clan members have experienced huge negative emotions, need to kill, or witness the death of a loved one, and have produced special chakra. Could it be that my direction is wrong? In fact, opening the main Geki does not require sufficient pupil power, but requires extremely stimulating emotions. Thinking carefully, it seems to be true. During the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara and his younger brother Uchiha Raizuna attacked their important people respectively, thus opening the main Geki Sharingan. Obito saw the death of Rin, and Itachi witnessed the death of his friend Shizu. Almost all people who opened the main Geki did so, because they witnessed the death of important people, and their own pupil power was not that strong before opening the main Geki. But how can I experience such a huge negative emotion? Fang Yuan's heart was full of fucks. After escaping from emotion's hands, Fang Yuan's journey was difficult, but generally speaking, it was smooth sailing. Especially after coming out of the Slaughter City. Because of the Slaughter Knight's protection, he encountered almost no obstacles. Whether it was taming big and small cats, or getting the fairy grass, it was almost smooth sailing. He didn't even have to make a move, and got it all done. In this case, how should he experience huge negative emotions? Chapter 86 Target, City of Slaughter. Fang Yuan frowned. He could never have imagined that his plan would go wrong here. He took the fairy grass and successfully devoured it. Everything went smoothly, but his Sharingan did not transform as expected. His smooth life became his own limitation at this moment, turning him into a bird in a cage. Witnessing the death of the closest person. Does he have the closest person? Little Nightingale, big and small cats? They have had physical contact, and have been husband and wife, but in terms of feelings, Fang Yuan feels that he has not reached that level yet. At most, he regards them as his private property and forbidden food. Even if he really reaches that level, Fang Yuan can never imagine how they will die in front of him. Because he will never allow his things and his belongings to be destroyed in front of him. Killing Night. He is both a teacher and a friend of different ages, and has a good relationship with him, even to the point where he can trust his back. However, if even the Slaughter Knight could die in front of Fang Yuan, the enemy he would face would be unimaginably strong. By then, Fang Yuan would not be able to awaken the kaleidoscope, and he might even lose his life. Then who else could he be? An old figure flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. But the next second, Fang Yuan threw it out of his mind. If I have to plot against him for power, then what is the meaning of my life? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan couldn't find a huge negative emotion that could stimulate him. Forget it. Fang Yuan shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. He has already done this, but still can't awaken the kaleidoscope, so let it go. Holy Sun, how do you feel now? The voice of the Slaughter Knight sounded from outside the door. It was obvious that he noticed that Fang Yuan had finished his training, so he spoke. Fang Yuan opened the door, and the slaughter knight in front of him looked relaxed, even humming an inexplicable little tune, leisurely and comfortable. Obviously, during the time when he absorbed the longing autumn water dew, this guy went out to relax and released all the anger brought to him by the blood Ganoderma. Seeing Fang Yuan coming out, the slaughter knight immediately restrained his playful and leisurely look. Although the smile on his face remained, Fang Yuan could feel some subtle changes from his expression. If the original attitude of the slaughter knight towards Fang Yuan was cultivating a top talent that can rival the king of slaughter, then at this moment, there is obviously more respect and gratitude in this attitude. The reason is simple. Blood Ganoderma. Because of this fairy grass, the strength of the slaughter knight has been improved, and his body has been restored. Because of this fairy grass, all the old diseases and hidden injuries in his body have been repaired, and the fishy evil spirit that has troubled him for many years has disappeared. It can be said that he has ushered in the second spring of his life. But in essence, the source of all this is actually Fang Yuan. It was Fang Yuan who gave the killing knight this magical herb, and it was Fang Yuan who made the killing knight what he is now. This is a grace of rebirth. Although the killing knight did not say it, he remembered this friendship firmly in his heart. Holy Sun, what should we say next? Next. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time, and finally raised his head. Return to the killing city. Go back. The killing knight suddenly paused, looking at Fang Yuan in astonishment. If I remember correctly, there should be about a month left before the 1-year period of the Holy Sun. Holy Sun, don't you plan to stay outside for a while? No need. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although his current strength is level 49, only one level away from level 50, this level is a promotion level, and it is obviously not possible to break through in a short period of time. The soul power is limited, and the medicine power is saturated. For now, his strength has reached a limit. If he wants to get a substantial improvement in a short period of time, the only way left is to devour the soul bone. But for Fang Yuan, those junk soul bones are undoubtedly a waste of his potential. Good soul bones are not something that can be obtained just by thinking about them, so he doesn't consider them. Therefore, instead of continuing to waste time in the outside world, it is better to go directly to the city of slaughter, walk the road to hell, and complete the first test. Okay. The slaughter knight nodded seriously. Since the Holy Sun has made preparations, I will not talk nonsense anymore. We will set off today. But Holy Sun, your maids are ready. Of course, take them back together. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. As the Holy Sun of the city of slaughter, I have been alone for so many years, and I don't even have a servant. Now I finally have the conditions, so I can enjoy it? Ha 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 ha. Holy Sun is right. Then I will go to prepare first. The slaughter knight saluted Fang Yuan and turned to leave. Fang Yuan also knocked on the door of the room where the 4 girls, big and small cats, lived next door, and explained the situation. Going back now? Nightingale looked puzzled. Son, aren't you going to the spirit hall? You are still a student of the Spirit Academy. As soon as this was said, the big and small cats, as well as the 3 girls of Huyan, immediately showed curiosity. They didn't know that Fang Yuan actually had such an identity. Let's talk about the spirit hall later. Now the key is to go back to the slaughter city. Fang Yuan shook his head. You guys get ready. The captain has already prepared the carriage. We will trigger it later. Okay. Nightingale nodded, but she was a little confused in her heart. She still had a hidden mission given to her by the King of Slaughter. Why did she go back directly? Forget it. No matter what, the matter of the sun is the most important. Sister Nightingale, what kind of place is the slaughter city? ZHU Zuking asked with some curiosity and fear. The main reason is that they have heard too many rumors about the slaughter city. It is said that it is the most evil and corrupt place in the entire continent. According to the legend, there is only killing, no morality, and if you want to survive, you must keep killing others. It is an extremely cold-blooded trial base. If they reach the city of slaughter, don't think too much. Seeing the expressions of the 3 women, the little Nightingale smiled and said, the city of slaughter is actually not as scary as the outside world says. Besides, we are all people of the Son of God, and those things basically have nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own job well. Well, The big and small cats nodded, but Huo Yun pursed her lips slightly, with a look of fear on her face. But at this point, they didn't say much. Because the three women knew that the place would be their next residence, or even their future home. Chapter 87 Tang San, they are not worthy of being my classmates. Since we have decided to go back, there is no need to waste time. Fang Yuan and his group rushed to the slaughter city. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy on the other side also started formal teaching. Perhaps because Yu Xiao Gang came very early, the so-called hell training also fell directly on the heads of the current Shrek 4. Under the condition of limiting the use of soul power, extreme physical exercise was carried out. Although this method is stupid, it can indeed improve the physical fitness of the soul master in a short period of time. As for whether there are equally, or whether it will cause any damage to the soul master's body, only God knows. After all, the Shrek 4 monsters at this moment are almost all mud-legged and have no opinions and views on things like cultivation. They can only listen to Yu Xiao Gang. What he says, the Shrek 4 will practice. Tang San naturally would not have any objections. In his opinion, everything his teacher did was for his good and would definitely not harm him. Although Xiao Wu said that the training intensity was too high and too difficult, she also followed Tang San and gritted her teeth to persist. However, the two old men, Mahanjan and Oscar, complained bitterly. I'm really speechless. Does this so-called master understand the cultivation of a soul master? What's the point of running around like this? It would be better to improve his soul power and level up. Mahanjan was running on the path with his waist swaying. Although there were not many stones in the bamboo basket behind him, they were obviously heavy. Oscar beside him wiped his face tiredly, and his handsome face was full of worry. Don't shout at me, fatty. You are a combat soul master at least. Why should I, an auxiliary soul master, run with you? You little sausage uncle still have the nerve to say that? Everyone's soul power is sealed. There is no distinction between combat soul masters and auxiliary soul masters. The stones in my bamboo basket are at least twice as much as yours, plus I'm fat. Oh, I'm so tired. No, I'm too tired. I really can't run anymore. Mahanjan sat down on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, little AO, give me a recovery sausage. I really can't stand it anymore. Don't be silly, you are still thinking about cheating. Oscar glared at Mahanjan unhappily. He is a smart man and would never do stupid things. Fatty, I just ask you one question. Are you sure that the master didn't let other teachers supervise us? If we are caught cheating, we will be finished. Besides, master, there must be a reason for this special training for us. We just need to follow it. What kind of reason is there? We didn't have such hard times in the past few years. Why is it special this year? Oh my. I'm speechless. I don't know what master is thinking. He lets a 29th level trash teach us. What can he teach us? He is not even a soul master. What can he teach us? By the way, Xiao, have you seen master these 2 days? I haven't seen him for several days. He is probably tinkering with his shop. You should take care of yourself. Run quickly. Be careful not to have no food. Tang San is probably almost at the finish line. Speaking of the devil, Oscar just mentioned Tang San when they saw Tang San carrying a bamboo basket appear in front of them. Tang San, you. Mahanjan slumped on the ground and looked at Tang San, panting. Oscar wanted to say hello, but found that Tang San just looked at them coldly and walked behind them. Oscar, who hadn't even finished greeting, stood there in embarrassment. Hahaha, Uncle Sausage, isn't it embarrassing? That guy didn't even bother to pay attention to you. This. Oscar scratched his head helplessly. He had no choice but to accept the cold shoulder. Tang San, who had already walked away, also came to Xiao Wu's side. Third brother, why are you back? Xiao Wu was panting as she moved forward. Without using soul power, it was obviously difficult for her to carry a 10-pound stone on her back. Of course I'm here to help you. Tang San smiled at Xiao Wu. Come on, Xiao Wu, give me some of the stones in your bamboo basket. Ah. Xiao Wu shook her head. No, that's cheating. Of course it's not cheating. Tang San shook his head and said, Xiao Wu, do you remember what the teacher said before we started running? The teacher just said, before we set off, that we are a whole, and he hopes that we can complete this special training perfectly. So what level is considered perfect? Carrying the stones directly to the finish line? I don't think so. In my opinion, this special training is actually a test for us by the teacher. What he wants to test is our collectiveness. We are a whole. In terms of physical strength, I can reach the finish line, but what about you? Although she was reluctant to admit it, Xiao Wu still shook her head. Tang San was right. With her spirit power restricted, she couldn't reach the finish line at all carrying 10 kilograms of stones. The teacher would never deliberately make things difficult for you and me. The reason why he did this is that he hopes that we can help each other. Come on, give me the stone, and let's go to the finish line together. This time, Xiao Wu did not refuse. Tang San's weight increased from 15 kilograms to 20 kilograms, while Xiao Wu's weight became 5 kilograms. The two of them were at a similar speed, and with mutual help, they moved towards the finish line. Not long after, they met Ma Hongjian and Oscar, who were resting on the ground on the road. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but Tang San snorted coldly and took Xiao Wu away. He was too lazy to pay too much attention to the guy who insulted his teacher like this. In his opinion, it was a blessing for these two people that his teacher was willing to teach them, but these two people didn't know how to be grateful, and they even insulted them. If these two people were not his classmates, I'm afraid that just a few words just now would have labeled Ma Hongjian and Oscar as the way to death in Tang San's heart. No, they don't deserve to be my classmates at all. Just like Damu Bei before, these two guys should be expelled. At the same time, in Xiandao City. What did you say? Huang Liang is dead. In the Kibaoliuli sect, a handsome and elegant middle-aged man frowned and looked at the attendant in front of him seriously. What about Rangrang? Next to the middle-aged man's left hand, an old man with white hair and beard stood up suddenly and stared at the attendant. How is Rangrang? Although the old man did not release his breath, the attendant felt palpitations just by the sharp eyes, as if pierced by a sharp blade. Young sect master dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, I'm back. The attendant was about to speak when a familiar voice sounded from outside the house. Ning Rangrang threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged man in the middle like a swallow returning to its nest. Seeing Ning Rangrang's return, the old men on both sides also breathed a sigh of relief, but when Ning Rangrang raised her head again, her pretty little face was already full of tears. Woo woo woo. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, Soto City is not fun at all. Uncle Huang Liang was killed. Woo woo woo. It's okay, Dad is here. Everything will be fine next. Ning Fengxi gently stroked Ning Rangrang's back, comforting her, and at the same time, used his soul power to gradually soothe Ning Rangrang's mind and relax. Not long after, Ning Rangrang fell asleep in Ning Fengxi's arms. Ning Fengxi hugged Ning Rangrang and covered her body with a layer of soul power to isolate the sound interference from the outside world. The next moment, the gentle father disappeared, replaced by the seven treasures glazed sect's stern and majestic leader. What's going on? The attendant was a little scared and said tremblingly, Master Huang Liang and I were secretly protecting the young leader, but we were attacked by an unknown soul master outside Soto City. I was stunned by the soul master's soul power. When I woke up, Master Huang Liang had already fainted. That means you don't know anything. Ning Fengxi frowned slightly, and a soul master appeared quietly in the dark, and directly stunned the attendant with soul power, and took him away. A moment later, the soul master appeared in the hall again. His face was a little pale, and his condition was very bad, but he still nodded to Ning Fengxi. Master, what that man said is true. He was indeed stunned by the extremely strong soul power, and the soul power strength of that guy is not even inferior to the two crowned ones. This is not surprising. To be able to kill a soul Douluo, the guy must be a soul Douluo, or even a titled Douluo. But the soul power is not inferior to the two titled Douluos Jian and Gu, which is a bit interesting. Ning Fengxi waved his hand, and the soul master quietly disappeared in the hall. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what do you think? Although Soto City is known as Beric's Granary, it is essentially just a small city in a kingdom. It is interesting that there is a titled Douluo in such a place. Ning Feng's, he said in a deep voice. Is it the spirit hall, or other forces? Humph. Giant Douluo snorted coldly, with a murderous aura on his body. No matter who he is, attacking and killing the guest of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is tantamount to going to war with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. That guy actually dared to do this, so he must pay the price. That's right. Douluo nodded in agreement. This matter really can't be let go. Apart from anything else, Huang Liang has fought for our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect for many years, but now he has died tragically in the hands of others. We, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, should seek justice for Huang Liang. The titled Douluo hidden in Soto City. Giant Douluo murmured twice, with murderous intent in his eyes. This time, I will go there in person. Chapter 88 Return. With the Slaughter Knight driving, and a clear destination, Fang Yuan and his group were able to move very quickly. In just 1 week, he arrived at Huangsha Town. Huangsha Town is one of the entrances to the Slaughter City. Most of the people who live here want to enter the Slaughter City, but don't have the courage to do so. There are all kinds of people here. After Fang Yuan and his group entered, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The reason is simple. An old man followed by a young man and 4 beauties. Such a combination is extremely eye-catching, no matter where they go, let alone in a place like Huangsha Town. I haven't been back for more than half a year. It seems that there are more garbage in this place. Feeling the hot eyes around him, Fang Yuan snorted lightly. The Slaughter Knight beside him had a blank expression on his face, but a deep red soul power had already burst out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the deep red soul power had turned into countless small bats, flapping their wings, and flying towards the garbage. Although those rubbish had some soul power, this was a titled Douluo attack. How could they resist? Before they could react, the bats had already pounced on them, devouring their blood and soul power completely, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into shrunken corpses. The bloody means made the pupils of the big and small cats shrink, and Huo Yun opened her mouth wide, her eyes full of fear. The little nightingale on the side was not surprised at all, but said calmly to the 3 women, "Don't panic, these trash are not human beings at all. Describing them as beasts is a compliment to them. You must remember, in the city of slaughter, life is the cheapest. Even law enforcement officers cannot guarantee the safety of their own lives. There are no friends here, everyone is an enemy. They may be your friends who entered the city of slaughter with you, your bedmates last night, or even your teammates in the last second. If you want to survive here, you must kill everyone who may pose a threat to you." The 3 women swallowed their saliva, with fear in their eyes. The next second, the little nightingale chuckled. Okay, I'm just trying to scare you. As the law enforcers and managers of the Slaughter City, we naturally have some privileges, which are different from these ordinary fallen ones. To be precise, there is actually not much difference between us and the Spirit Hall or the management of the 2 empires, except that our methods are a little more cruel. Besides, we are all the people of the Son of God now. As long as we follow the Son of God, we don't have to think about anything else. Nightingale said easily, but the 3 women did not relax at all. The opening of the Slaughter Night was too shocking. Moreover, as they stepped into the interior of the Slaughter City, the constant killing, looting, and rape around them were like a stormy wave, madly impacting their 3 views and minds. The bloody and unbearable scene made the 3 women's stomachs churn and retched continuously, until everyone came to the tallest building in the inner city of the Slaughter City. Okay. Fang Yuan turned to Nightingale and said, "Captain, come with me to report to the king. Little Nightingale will take Zuking, Zuan, and Miss Hoyan to familiarize themselves with the Slaughter City first." "Yes, Holy Son." Nightingale nodded respectfully and turned to look at the 3 women. "Sisters, follow me." Back in the Slaughter City, Nightingale's temperament obviously changed slightly. Outside, although she has a special temperament, she is not conspicuous, but in the Slaughter City, she is the slaughter messenger that countless fallen are terrified of. Nightingale left with the 3 women, and Fang Yuan also walked into the central castle of the Slaughter City with the Slaughter Knight. The surrounding environment is still the same as before, grey and gloomy, and the air is filled with the stench of blood and death. Passing through the dark corridor, stepping into the dark and wide hall, The scarlet figure sat on the huge dark red skull chair made of crystal, holding a cup of blood-colored liquid in his hand, shaking it gently. Obviously, the King of Slaughter had received the information that Fang Yuan and others were going to bring back long ago, but when he saw Fang Yuan and the Slaughter Knight, the King of Slaughter was obviously stunned. Different, very different. Whether it was the Slaughter Knight or Fang Yuan, the King of Slaughter stared at the two with his scarlet eyes. Even though they were far apart, he could smell the extremely rich breath of life emanating from them. Moreover, he noticed Fang Yuan's level. Level 49. The King of Slaughter's pupils shrank slightly. In his expectation, the soul power accumulated in Fang Yuan's body could only support him to level 30 at most, but at this moment, Fang Yuan's level had actually reached level 49. In other words, in just less than a year, Fang Yuan had risen by a full 19 levels. What happened? 19 levels in a year. This level of improvement, in the understanding of the King of Slaughter, only the gods and the legend could do it. Obviously, in less than a year, Fang Yuan must have had a great adventure, and it was an adventure comparable to the test of the gods. Moreover, that adventure even brought something to the Slaughter Knight. The eyes of the Slaughter King were full of disbelief, and then, the shock turned into endless greed, but it was all covered by the red light in his eyes. He looked at Fang Yuan, and his hoarse and low voice could not hear any emotion. My good disciple, it seems that you have gained a lot from this trip. Some gains, King. Fang Yuan bowed respectfully, but his heart was full of caution. Just now, his spiritual perception detected a strong malice and greed from the Slaughter King. Although the malice and greed only flashed, it was obvious that the moment he saw him, his master had a crooked mind. It seems that you are ready this time. The Slaughter King drank the red liquid in his hand, stood up and stared at Fang Yuan. Pass the hell road and complete your first test. Facing the Slaughter King in front of him, Fang Yuan lowered his posture very low and perfectly brought into the role of master and apprentice. The strength of the King of Slaughter is too strong. Even if he really covets him, he is not able to fight him at present. If the Knight of Slaughter can be added, there may be a slight chance of winning, but the question is, will the Knight of Slaughter stand on the opposite side of the King of Slaughter? Fang Yuan doesn't know. There is no preparation, it's just that the time has come. Fang Yuan sighed lightly and said helplessly, the time limit for the God's test is only 1 year. Now that the year is coming, I'm completely forcing the duck to take the test. I have to take the test, even if I don't want to. Hey, teacher, the difficulty of this hell road, you see. Looking at Fang Yuan who winked at him, the King of Slaughter shook his head and scolded with a smile. Don't think about being sneaky, this hell road is not something I can control. The hell road is a relic left by the gods. Every time it is opened, the test is different. Although I'm the King of Slaughter, I can't interfere with this kind of test. But I believe that, since you are back, you must have made preparations. After all, you are my disciple. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 The Sun. After several reminiscences, the relationship between Fang Yuan and the King of Slaughter heated up sharply, and the master-disciple relationship and their words almost overflowed. Anyone who saw it would give a thumbs up and praise the good relationship between the teacher and the student. Of course, the relationship between the big and small foxes is only known by themselves. In fact, you can bring a teammate to the hell road, but you are a god test after all, and the situation may be different from the usual and special. Moreover, there are no players who are about to reach 100 wins in the killing field during this period. This time, you may have to rely on yourself. However, since you are ready, I believe you will have no problem. As for the opening day of the hell road, how about setting it tomorrow? Everything is up to the king. Fang Yuan said softly. Such an attitude made the smile on the face of the King of Slaughter even bigger. He liked Fang Yuan who was so sensible. Then I won't say any more nonsense. You go back and prepare well. Come to the killing field early tomorrow morning to open the hell road. Yes. Fang Yuan retreated respectfully. In the huge dark room, only the King of Slaughter and the Slaughter Knight were left. The King of Slaughter did not speak. He sat on the throne inlaid with blue and purple crystals, quietly looking at the slaughter knight. With a wave of his hand, a wine glass filled with crimson liquid was dragged in front of the slaughter knight by the soul power. It's been a long time since we talked like this, CID. The strange yet familiar name made the slaughter knight pause slightly. What a strange name, King. You haven't called me like this for decades. The slaughter knight looked at the special yellow spring dew that was dragged by the bloody soul power and floated in front of him. The drink that should have intoxicated him and was his favorite was so tasteless at this moment, but the slaughter knight still took it and drank it all in one gulp. Bloody and rancid. The slaughter knight not only did not feel the soothing feeling brought by drinking the yellow spring dew before, but instead felt that the taste of this cup of yellow spring dew was so disgusting. Yellow spring dew is human blood, and the fishy and evil air contained in it can be said to be extremely cold. This power can only be described as a defense for the slaughter knight who had taken the blood Ganoderma and whose yang fire was strong. The strange emotion obviously attracted the attention of the slaughter king, but he did not get angry and his tone remained calm. The past memories are always nostalgic. I remember that you had just entered the slaughter city. You were brave and cruel and killed nearly 100 times, which frightened countless fallen people. Later, you joined my army and became a law enforcer of the slaughter city. You also swore allegiance to me and became my knight. King, these are all old stories. It's really embarrassing to talk about them now. The slaughter knight laughed. Yes, they are all old stories. The slaughter king shook his head and filled his wine glass with a full cup of yellow spring dew. But he didn't drink it. Instead, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the killing knight. CID, do you still remember your knight's oath? Knight's oath. A trace of nostalgia flashed in the killing knight's eyes. Even if that memory was not beautiful and not worth reminiscing, the past was always like this, wasn't it? However, in his heart, he also vaguely guessed the meaning of the words that the killing king said. I have never forgotten the original oath, King. Really? The killing king took a sip of the yellow spring dew. I want to hear it again. Without the slightest hesitation, the killing knight knelt on his left knee and clenched his right fist on his chest. As you wish, King. I swear in the name of my heart loyalty will become the character I respect throughout my life. I will abide by my heart and serve the king with no regrets. Honor will become an existence that surpasses my life. I will defend the honor of killing all my life and have no regrets. Sacrifice. The hoarse and low voice echoed in the din hall. As the slaughter knight spoke his firm words, the smile on the face of the slaughter king grew stronger, but the slaughter knight's expression became a little dazed. Fang Yuan's face emerged in his mind, a slightly immature, but extremely resolute face. CID, tell me, who is everything about you, what you are loyal to, what you believe in, and what you are willing to give everything for. The voice of the slaughter king rang in his ears, and the picture in the slaughter knight's mind gradually became clearer. The figure belonging to Fang Yuan was deeply imprinted in his mind. At the same time, he raised his head, looked at the slaughter king, and told him the answer. It's the king. It's the slaughter king. Ha 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 ha. Good. The bloody king stood up from the throne, and his wanton laughter echoed in the din hall. The agitated emotions even affected the soul power, rendering the entire hall a deep red. The slaughter knight lowered his head, and his eyes became more determined in the laughter. He is the real king of the slaughter city. Have you heard that the former slaughter Shiro was actually made the holy son by the king of slaughter? Aren't you talking nonsense? This news has spread throughout the slaughter city as early as last night. It is said that the ceremony will be held at the Hell Killing Ground. Fuck, then we have to go and see it. It's so funny. Do you think it's your turn to see it? When the news came out last night, the entire Hell Killing Ground was already crowded and full. Such a grand event was absent, and countless fallen people in the slaughter city side. The fallen people in the Hell Killing Ground were immersed in the carnival, enjoying this grand event that belonged to the slaughter city. Aren't we going down? On the high platform of the Hell Killing Ground, ZHU Zuking looked at the cheering people below and asked in a low voice. Today is the day for Fang Yuan to be officially canonized as the Holy Son. Shouldn't they, the mates, go down to cheer and celebrate together? Isn't it a bit too rude to stand on such a high place? Go down. Nightingale showed a strange smile, looking at the fallen ones who were leveling below. Sister Zuking, although we are deeply favored by the Holy Sun, we can't mess up the etiquette. How can we, as maids, compete with these sacrifices for positions? Sacrifice? The three women were all stunned, their faces full of confusion, and they didn't understand the meaning of what Nightingale said. Just when Nightingale wanted to explain, a blood-red figure suddenly fell from the sky. The next second, the atmosphere of the entire hell-killing field suddenly rose to the extreme. King of Killing. King of Killing. King of Killing. Countless fallen looked at the King of Killing in the air and raised their arms and cheered. The cheers resounded throughout the hell-killing field until the King of Killing pressed his hand, and their voices gradually became smaller. I'm very happy, very happy. You should have all received the news. Yes, today, our slaughter city will welcome its first holy son. The Slaughter King looked at the entrance of the Hell Slaughter Field, and his deep but sharp voice echoed in the sky. Let us invite the Slaughter Shura. Chapter 90 Road to Hell. With the call of the King of Slaughter, countless fallen's eyes were cast. Under their gaze, the entrance to that section of the hell-killing ground slowly opened, and Fang Yuan's figure came into view. At this moment, Fang Yuan was not wearing the casual robe he wore in the outside world, but the scarlet armor he wore when he fought in the hell-killing ground. With long black hair draped behind him, and black rubber gloves on his hands, he looked as if he was not going to attend a ceremony, but to fight. But everyone was not confused, because for them, Fang Yuan's outfit was the one they were most familiar with. The appearance of the Killing Shura who had won 100 victories in the hell-killing ground. Killing Shura. Killing Shura. Killing Shura. The shouts made the fallen hoarse, but they had no intention of stopping. Whether it was Killing Shura or the King of Slaughter, for them, there was an almost crazy worship of him. Slaughter Shura. The King of Slaughter looked at Fang Yuan, and he raised his hands, as if he was hugging Fang Yuan from the horizon, or as if he was a bloody angel descending from the sky, blessing Fang Yuan with supreme power. From now on, you will bathe in the bloody glory of the Slaughter City, and become the holy son of my Slaughter City. Are you willing? I'm willing. Fang Yuan held his head high, and looked up at the King of Slaughter, with a resolute look on his handsome face. Slaughter Shura. Slaughter Shura. Slaughter Shura. The cheers of the fallen people around him became louder and louder, and as Fang Yuan said the words of willingness, the King of Slaughter above the sky suddenly burst out with endless blood-red light. The vast aura made countless people tremble. On the high platform in the distance, the four women were frightened by this momentum and their faces turned pale. Even Fang Yuan frowned slightly, feeling the huge pressure. He could feel that what the King of Slaughter released was not murderous aura, but an extremely evil aura, a coldness that would make one's bones stiff. He had felt this murderous aura before. That was the day when he won 100 victories in the killing field and the two gods' divine tests came together. Yes, the aura released by the King of Slaughter at this moment was exactly the same as the aura when the two gods' divine tests came that day, but it was weakened countless times. Bloody, evil, and cold. It was like two completely different, but very similar forces were forcibly kneaded together. Fortunately, the aura of the King of Slaughter was not aimed at Fang Yuan, but at the surrounding stands. The fallen who were originally cheering wildly gradually became quiet as the red light landed on the viewing platform, and even their eyes gradually became dull, and then slowly became red with blood. In just a few breaths, the blood-red light released by the King of Slaughter formed a huge barrier on the entire hell-killing field, and those fallen who were touched by the blood-red barrier and enveloped in it let out a shrill scream. Affected by the red light, those fallen seemed to be crazy, desperately grabbing their faces, their bodies, flesh, and blood, and even their internal organs. A disgusting scene appeared in front of them. The cats on the high platform widened their eyes. Their eyes were full of fear, and Huo Yun's face was pale, and she leaned aside and retched. Fang Yuan had a blank expression. He had seen countless bloody scenes in the killing city, and such a scene could no longer shake his heart. As the fallen killed each other, blood scattered on the ground, gathered into a stream, and along the countless grooves in the hell-killing field, it merged into the small holes under each arena, and finally gathered on the ground into a huge bat pattern. The next second, a red light flashed from the eyes of the bat, and soared into the sky. The red light shone brightly, and a deep dark passage gradually condensed and formed in the red light, appearing in front of Fang Yuan. Holy sun. The king of killing looked at Fang Yuan. Come on. Okay. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and under the gaze of everyone, he stepped into the dark passage. ZHU Zuking, ZHU Zuan and others on the high platform clasped their jade hands lightly, with tension and worry in their eyes. Their attitude towards this guy who forcibly occupied their bodies and minds was extremely complicated. Angry? That's for sure. No one can accept the strong contrast of being a rich lady and becoming someone else's slave overnight. But it can't be called hatred, because Fang Yuan did change their fate and saved them from the water and fire. But no matter what, they all understood one thing in their hearts. That is, in this world full of killing and depravity, the only one they can rely on is Fang Yuan. Holy sun, you will definitely be able to return safely. The little cat murmured softly. Nightingale beside him nodded heavily. Of course, he is our holy sun. The moment he stepped into the dark passage, Fang Yuan felt that everything around him became illusory, and all his perceptions were completely blocked at this moment. This feeling is definitely not pleasant. Endless darkness bound him, and there was even an extreme tingling sensation coming from his skin. It was the blood-colored aura that was corroding his body. Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. These blood-colored auras are the special power of the king of killing. Ordinary people will almost die if they are touched by them, just like those fallen people who turned into sacrifices. Only the god of killing who has completed 100 victories and accumulated countless murderous auras can be free from harm. But Fang Yuan's murderous aura has been absorbed into the pupil power space by his Sharingan. The tingling sensation continued to come from the skin. After just a few breaths, Fang Yuan's skin began to be damaged, but the next second, the red gold color flashed under his damaged skin, and the damaged wound was repaired in an instant. The power of the immortal grass in his body was resisting the invasion of the blood-colored aura. Although his body was intact, the pain of being corroded was real. What the hell are you doing hiding in there? Can you come out and resist? Fang Yuan was full of shit in his heart. He wanted to release the murderous aura in his pupil power space to resist the erosion of the bloody aura. But the murderous aura was like a frightened house cat, shrinking in the pupil power space and completely ignoring Fang Yuan. In desperation, Fang Yuan could only bite the bullet and force his body to resist the erosion of the blood-colored aura. In the dim space, only blood light and red gold light flashed alternately, competing against each other, until the surrounding space trembled violently. The blood-colored aura around him gradually faded. Is it finally over? Fang Yuan stood up with some trembling. His skin had been completely corroded, so that at this moment he looked like a bloody man. But within a few breaths, the fair skin that even women would be extremely envious of had grown back. His eyes fell on the narrow and long hell road. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, stepped on the ghost trail, and quickly rushed in the direction where the narrow hell road extended. Chapter 91, Suppressing with Pupil Power, Taming the Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat King. The entire hell road is very narrow, and below the hell road is hot and boiling blood lava. There is no doubt that once Fang Yuan falls into it, even if he has a pure Yang Vajra body forged with Kirang Tang Xianju and Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, it will be useless. Of course, Fang Yuan is not a fool. With his Sharingan, he can clearly see the environment here. Coupled with his agile skills, it is almost impossible to make him fall. Fang Yuan stepped on the ghost shadow and shuttled on the hell road. After about 10 minutes of crossing, Fang Yuan suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears, followed by a large blood-red black shadow attacking him. Through the Sharingan, Fang Yuan could clearly see the appearance of the black and red shadows. They were blood-red bats, each about half a foot long, with wings spread more than 1 meter, blood-red eyes, and sharp fangs, just like a miniature version of the blood-colored lines on the ground of the hell-killing field when the hell road was opened. At a glance, the blood-colored bats gathered together, a black mass, at least thousands of them. Facing Fang Yuan, the blood-colored bats flapped their wings and stirred up a gust of blood-colored wind, intending to blow Fang Yuan down. However, when the blood-colored wind came, the blue-silver emperor wrapped around the Ouroboros bracelet had already stretched out countless branches and leaves, taking root in the ground. While stabilizing Fang Yuan's body, it also condensed a green barrier woven from blue-silver grass, blocking Fang Yuan in front of him. So sensible. Fang Yuan chuckled and rubbed the branches of the blue-silver emperor. The green leaves of the blue-silver emperor swayed conveying a joyful mood to Fang Yuan. The blood-colored bats were not in a hurry. They perched on Fang Yuan's head, making a cackle sound in their mouths, and revealing sharp fangs, as if sending some kind of signal. It seemed that after confirming that Fang Yuan was tied up by the blue-silver emperor, and could not move at this moment, these blood-colored bats immediately made a harsh cry. Then, thousands of bats flew towards Fang Yuan at the same time, and launched an attack. Stupid. Fang Yuan sneered, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. These bats are not easy to deal with. Bats are not like other birds. They have a special ability to easily grasp the enemy's attack, which is a special ability that even mental power cannot affect. In addition, the rule that soul skills cannot be used in the killing city, and the characteristics of bats flying. If these bats have been using their own flying advantage to pull Fang Yuan will really be in trouble. But at this moment, these bats took the initiative to attack, which gave Fang Yuan an opportunity. Thousands of bats folded their wings at the same time, like arrows, and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised his right hand, clenched his 5 fingers, and 5 red gold lights burst out from his fingertips. 5 claw blades flashing with red gold light appeared in the air, and the overflowing light even turned Fang Yuan's entire right arm into red gold. After the exchange of thoughts, the emerald green barrier of the blue-silver emperor disappeared instantly. The next moment, a strong red gold light burst out instantly. The extremely shining brilliance even submerged Fang Yuan's entire body. After absorbing the Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum and coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Fang Yuan's dark gold terra claw barite palm bone also evolved. Tough and sharp. Even the color, from the original dark gold color, turned into red gold under the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs. Fang Yuan waved his right hand and fiercely tore at the midair where the bats were attacking. A phantom of a red gold fear claw that rushed straight into the sky appeared directly in the midair. The 5 red gold claw marks seemed to tear the space together, making a sharp sound of breaking the wind, and the red gold light swallowed all the bats. In a moment, all the bats had already died in the red gold light and turned into dust. The surrounding space was suddenly empty, and even the air became much fresher. But Fang Yuan did not relax his vigilance. In his eyes, a huge guy appeared in front of him at some point, hanging upside down on the rock wall, emitting dark golden light, staring at him in the dark. The dark golden claws were extremely powerful, and so was its momentum. At the moment, when Fang Yuan released the dark golden claws to destroy the bats, the big boss of this level was also awakened. This guy was about 4 meters long, and his 2 huge claws were clasped on the narrow road. Each claw had a diameter of more than 1 meter, and it was sharp and grabbed into the stone. A pair of huge wings slowly opened on the dark golden body, with a terrifying wingspan of 10 meters wide, and the claws suddenly loosened. Under the flapping of the huge wings, its huge body flew up, and it turned out to be an extremely huge bat. The most terrifying thing was that it had 3 heads. In the original work, the dark golden 3-headed Bat King that Tangsen and the little fox encountered was also encountered by him. The strength of the dark golden 3-headed Bat King was at least more than 10,000 years, but at this moment Fang Yuan did not show any fear. On the contrary, a look of relief even appeared on his face. It seems that the level in my Hell Road is similar to that of Tangsen's time. Then, as long as the dark gold 3-headed Bat King is dealt with, the remaining one should be the 10-headed scorching sun snake. In this way, it is a lot easier. Squeak. Fang Yuan's distraction was obviously noticed by the dark gold 3-headed Bat King. The head in the middle of his head let out a humming cry, spread its terrifying wings, and suddenly pounced on Fang Yuan. Before its huge body pounced, an incomparable and tyrannical momentum was already rushing towards him. The terrifying wind was more terrifying than all the blood-red bats before. But Fang Yuan did not show any fear, and did not even activate the dark gold claw on his right palm. He just stood there quietly, staring at the dark gold 3-headed Bat King with his Sharingan in his eyes, and began to rotate. The dark gold 3-headed Bat King, which was rushing towards Fang Yuan in the air, trembled violently, and its blood-red eyes suddenly became confused. His speed slowed down, and he even stopped flapping his wings. His huge body fell from midair and hit the ground, splashing thick smoke and dust. Fang Yuan walked towards the thick smoke calmly, as if he was not worried at all whether he would be attacked by the dark gold three-headed Bat King. He was calm and unhurried. When the smoke and dust around him gradually dissipated, he had already arrived in front of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. At this moment, the huge dark gold three-headed Bat King lay quietly on the ground, without the violent look just now, and was as quiet and well behaved as a domestic animal. And those scarlet bat eyes had turned into the shape of Sharingan at some point. The 3 Megatama turned slightly in its size. Pupil power suppression. It will be available on the shelves soon. Brothers are requested to subscribe and support. Dragon Cub would like to thank you here. Chapter 92, the first divine test, the field of killing God. Fang Yuan's pupil power has long reached the point where it can suppress the 10,000-year soul beast. When he faced the 10,000-year Kaienjin ant, he relied on the 3 Megatama Sharingan to suppress it perfectly. Although he could not perfectly control its body and mind due to the existence of murderous aura, he had no problem suppressing it. After absorbing the longing for the autumn water dew, although his eyes did not evolve into the kaleidoscope he desired, his pupil power and mental power were greatly improved. This degree of improvement is enough for him to suppress more powerful creatures. For example, the dark gold three-headed Bat King at this moment. Under the suppression of pupil power, the dark gold three-headed Bat King, which was originally violent and ferocious, has already quietly lying on the ground, as if it was asleep. What a pity. If it weren't for the invasion of murderous aura, I could even directly control this dark gold three-headed Bat King to fight for me. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head. A flying pet is still very good, especially in a fantasy sewer world like Douluo. Facing the dark gold three-headed Bat King who was suppressed by the pupil power, Fang Yuan's dark gold claw appeared on his right palm, ready to end the dark gold three-headed Bat King's life. But at this moment, the dark gold three-headed Bat King, who should have been completely silent due to the pupil power suppression, suddenly trembled, began to wave his bat wings, and flew into the air. The sudden change made Fang Yuan stunned. He thought that his pupil power suppression had failed. But the pupil power is still there. What on earth is? Fang Yuan was full of doubts, but just as Fang Yuan was about to make a move, he found that the dark gold three-headed Bat King just flew into the air and then hovered there without attacking him or running away. The strange situation made Fang Yuan confused. Suddenly, Fang Yuan seemed to remember something, and his consciousness was immersed, and he came directly to his pupil power space. In the grey pupil power space, the scarlet blood moon covered the earth. Endless murderous aura permeated this space, and in this endless murderous aura, a dark gold three-headed Bat King actually stayed quietly in it. His eyes have turned into scarlet 3 Megatama Sharingan, which is a sign of being completely controlled by the Sharingan. How is this possible? Fang Yuan had tried it before, and the murderous aura in the pupil power space would stimulate the soul beast's mind and make it escape the control of the Sharingan. The emergence of this situation made Fang Yuan only able to suppress it, but not control it, making Fang Yuan's idea of controlling the soul beast to sacrifice fall through. But now, wait, could it be because of this guy himself? As if thinking of something, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the dark gold three-headed Bat King. The dark gold three-headed Bat King is a creature born from the Hell Road, and the Hell Road is the real core of the killing city. This is the place where endless murderous aura and the evil blood of countless fallen people meet. It is the core of the power of Shura God and Rakshasa God. How can a creature born in such a place be afraid of murderous aura? Compared with the Hell Road, his own murderous aura is probably nothing. Not to mention deterrence, maybe for the dark gold three-headed Bat King, it is like returning to his own home. It's really a bit outrageous. Fang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. However, this way, there is an extra help. Lie down. Fang Yuan said calmly, and the dark gold three-headed Bat King actually folded his bat wings and lay down on the ground obediently. Fang Yuan jumped up and landed on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. The dark gold three-headed Bat King did not resist at all and still let Fang Yuan step on his head. He obeyed Fang Yuan's orders, waved his bat wings, and flew towards the depths of the Hell Road. Perhaps because of controlling the dark gold three-headed Bat King, Fang Yuan almost did not encounter any trouble on the road ahead. Even though there were countless small bats in the darkness around him, at this moment even their king had been controlled by Fang Yuan. How could they attack Fang Yuan? It's a lot less of a worry. Fang Yuan chuckled, sat cross-legged on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King, and continued to move forward. However, not long after, the dark gold three-headed Bat King stopped and subconsciously made a shrill cry. Then, a rustling sound came from the front. Fang Yuan stood up, and his eyes fell on the narrow road in front. Under Fang Yuan's Sharingan, any trace of the enemy could not be concealed. In the dark and deep cave, a dark red body was crawling there. It was a dark red long snake. There were a total of 9 bulges on the head and back of the snake. Each bulge was like a bright red mushroom, and it seemed as if there was blood flowing inside. The abdomen of the snake was particularly huge, bulging on the narrow road, and its length was at least more than 10 meters. It seemed that it felt Fang Yuan's gaze, or the breath of the dark gold three-headed Bat King, which made this guy feel that his territory was invaded. The long snake immediately raised its snake head, and a pair of golden red eyes were as bright as lanterns. This is exactly the prehistoric beast that Tang Sun encountered in the original novel, the 10-headed fiery sun snake. The 10-headed fiery sun snake saw Fang Yuan on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King at first sight, but he didn't care. Although Fang Yuan's aura was good, it was not top-notch in the slaughter city. Therefore, in the eyes of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, Fang Yuan should be the prey of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. Hiss, hiss. The 10-headed fiery sun snake hissed at the dark gold three-headed Bat King, as if saying something. If it were the dark gold three-headed Bat King in normal days, it would definitely respond. But at this moment, it was controlled by Fang Yuan, and the look in its eyes was comparable to that of a college student, clear and stupid. In this case, the dark gold three-headed Bat King was destined not to give it any response. Obviously, the 10-headed fiery sun snake was not in a good mood. After waiting for a while, it was impatient and regarded this silent behavior as a provocation. It made a quacking sound from its mouth, like a baby crying, and at the same time, the 9 tumors on its back began to emit a golden red glow. How can I let you attack my newly subdued pet as soon as you come? Hey, stinky snake. A cold voice sounded, and the 10-headed fiery sun snake suddenly raised its head and looked at Fang Yuan on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. But what it saw was a pair of scarlet 3 Megatama Sharingan. The next second, the 10-headed fiery sun snake, which was originally bearing its fangs and claws and ready to fight, suddenly froze in place, and its erect snake pupils quietly turned into Sharingan. There was no resistance at all. Although the 10-headed fiery sun snake was a prehistoric beast, it was also a species that grew in the Hell Road and had long been accustomed to this place full of murderous and evil spirits. Therefore, like the dark gold three-headed Bat King, the 10-headed fiery sun snake was not stimulated by the murderous aura and was completely controlled by the pupil power of the Sharingan. Be obedient. Looking at the 10-headed fiery sun snake crawling up from the ground, Fang Yuan's mouth corners rose. He did not kill the snake to get the elixir. The inner elixir of the 10-headed scorching sun snake is indeed valuable. It has the effect of being immune to all poisons, and can even transform the fire attribute martial spirit. But for Fang Yuan, it is actually not of much value. Besides, how can we fight and kill? I, Fang Yuan, am the holy son of the slaughter city. Whether it is the dark gold three-headed Bat King, or the 10-headed scorching sun snake, they are all soul beasts born in my slaughter city. Since they are soul beasts born in my slaughter city, they are the people of my slaughter city. How can I slaughter my own people? Open the way in front, little fire snake. Fang Yuan snorted lightly, and the 10-headed scorching sun snake obediently lay on the ground and crawled towards the depths of the slaughter city, while Fang Yuan continued to look down on everything on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. After controlling 2 top soul beasts in succession, Fang Yuan only felt that his eyes were a little dry, and there was not much discomfort. This shows how powerful Fang Yuan's pupil power is. How come I can't break through the kaleidoscope, even though my pupil power is so strong? Fang Yuan, who was sitting on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King, muttered in dissatisfaction, and couldn't help but punch the dark gold three-headed Bat King under him. But then again, my road to hell is not too easy. If it follows the process of Tang Sun in the original book, I only need to cross the lava sea of blood to obtain the killing god domain and obtain the god test. Because of the existence of the Sharingan, the two soul beasts that caused Tangson a lot of trouble in the original book, not only did not become his trouble, but also became his pets. Who could have imagined this kind of development process? At this moment, Fang Yuan has relaxed his mentality. No matter whether there will be more tests next, he will just deal with them as they come. Fang Yuan sat leisurely on the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King and continued to walk deeper into the road to hell. Perhaps because he felt the presence of the two soul beasts, Fang Yuan was calm on the way and did not encounter any troubles. As Fang Yuan went deeper, the temperature and murderous aura in the air around him began to gradually rise. About an hour later, Fang Yuan finally came to the end of the hell road. What came into view was a blood-red ocean. Fang Yuan knew that this was formed by the blood of countless fallen people in the hell-killing field for thousands of years, and it was also the core of the power of the killing city. In the sky above this sea of blood, there was an elliptical light curtain condensed by white light. Obviously, that was the end exit of this hell road. As long as you can cross this sea of blood, the assessment of this hell road will be over. The blood sea is boiling. The scorching heat and the murderous aura that comes to your face are enough to engulf every fallen person who comes here. If you fall into it, even if Fang Yuan has a pure Yang Vajra immortal body melted by two immortal herbs, I'm afraid he will die. Even if some people have a way to cross this sea of blood, once the time used is too long, the extreme fishy and evil aura contained in the sea of blood will corrode the mind of the visitor bit by bit. The fishy and evil aura here made even Fang Yuan feel palpitations. If he stayed here for a long time, he would inevitably become a puppet of the fishy and evil aura. But, Zhao Hei, take me there. Fang Yuan patted the head of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. The dark gold three-headed Bat King waved its bat wings sensibly, carrying Fang Yuan and easily crossing the entire blood sea. The power of flying is so special for this low-level world. For ordinary people, the blood sea is as difficult as a natural moat, but for Fang Yuan, it only took a moment of effort, without even a drop of sweat, or a bit of effort. The entrance is right in front of him. The pure white light curtain is quietly located in front of Fang Yuan, and the light is turning. Fang Yuan suddenly found that the murderous aura deposited in his pupil space seemed to be attracted by something at this moment, and began to become restless. That is a sign of murderous aura condensation. Is it finally coming? Fang Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into it. Everything around him seemed to be changing. When Fang Yuan rushed into the white light curtain, he suddenly felt as if his body had entered a special world. The surroundings were a snow-white void, and the pale world was extremely cold. That was not the real temperature change, but the chill brought by the murderous aura. Countless cold murderous auras were constantly condensing towards Fang Yuan at this moment, and countless cold murderous auras were released from Fang Yuan's body and spread to the surrounding space. The murderous auras originally stored in Fang Yuan's pupil power space were completely boiling at this moment. They were like boiling water, scurrying wildly in the pupil power space. More and more murderous auras poured into it and left it. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that as time went by, the murderous auras in his pupil power space became more and more condensed, and even turned into pure white, exuding a cold breath, and complemented the Sharingan above the sky. This is the prototype of the domain. Fang Yuan can be sure that as time goes by, his killing god domain will be completely formed. By then, it will be the time for his first test to be completed. The murderous aura became colder and colder, and the severe cold that seemed to freeze the soul gradually made Fang Yuan's body and mind begin to calm down. As the murderous aura condensed, the double god imprints on his forehead, which symbolized the god of Shura and the god of Rakshasa, began to flash. At the same time, two voices sounded in Fang Yuan's mind at the same time. A voice was low and majestic. The first test of the top 7 tests, the field of the god of killing, passed. The soul power increased by 1 level. The power of the soul ring skills increased by 500 years. The soul power broke through the bottleneck, and an additional god-given soul ring was awarded. A voice was cold and charming. The first test of the top 7 tests, the field of the god of killing, passed. The power of the soul ring skills increased by 500 years. The affinity of the candidates for the god test increased by 10%. 1 red gold, 1 purple gold. 2 golden lights spread down from Fang Yuan's forehead like silk threads. flowing to his whole body, turning into an invisible force, and merging into Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan lay quietly in the pure white space, completing his own transformation. And his will seemed to have entered a certain unknown space. At the same time, in the Spirit Hall, in the majestic Pope's Hall, Your Holiness, a few days ago, Chen Xin left Xiandao City and went to Soto City. After that, a massive battle broke out in Soto City, which was even more intense than the battle between Dugubo and the Sunset Forest. In the main hall, a guy with skin as delicate as a baby, a charming face, and neither male nor female, was respectfully reporting the situation. According to intelligence, on that day, the two auras competed against each other, and were evenly matched. The sound of golden collisions resounded through the sky, like thunder. The 7 killing sword is known to be the best in killing, and the swordsman Chen Xin is the best attacking title Douluo in the world. Ordinary weapon spirits cannot compete with the 7 killing sword, let alone compete with the 7 killing sword. Your Holiness, I suspect that the title Douluo hidden in Soto City might be the guy we've been looking for. The absolutely explosive news came out of Zhu Douluo's mouth. Ghost Douluo on the side trembled violently, looking at Zhu Douluo in disbelief. Zhu Huoguan, are you talking about that guy? Zhu Douluo nodded seriously. There are very few weapon spirits that can compete with the 7 kill swords, and weapon spirit masters who can compete with Jiandao Chengxin are even rarer. Soto City is just a small city on the edge. Those guys from the Haoshan sect have long been sealed off and there is no possibility for them to appear in Soto City. Then it can only be that guy. Your Holiness, in my opinion, Tang Heo's old injury has not healed, and this battle with Chengxin must have caused some damage. We should take this opportunity to give that guy. Zhu Douluo said excitedly, but as he spoke, he suddenly found that His Holiness was leaning on the Pope's chair, a little absent-minded. Your Holiness? Huh? Bibi Dong suddenly woke up from her trance. Under the astonished eyes of Zhu and Gui, Bibi Dong waved her hand and said, I'm a little tired today. Let's talk about these things next time. But, that's... Zhu Douluo wanted to say something, but Gui Mei pulled him, shook his head at him, and led him out of the Pope's palace quietly. Without the two titled Douluos, the huge Pope's palace suddenly seemed deserted. But the lofty figure didn't seem to care about these. She leaned back on the throne, holding her cheek with her jade hand, with a confused look in her eyes. In a trance, she came to a vast space. Chapter 93 First Meeting Bibi Dong. Damn it, I knew the god's test wouldn't be that simple. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, and a look of confusion flashed across his face. Looking at everything around him, he suddenly understood something. In the original novel, after Tang Xin stepped into the light curtain and obtained the domain of the god of killing, he left the city of slaughter directly. But now he came here inexplicably. Obviously, the two gods are not stupid. Looking at the situation along the way of the road to hell, it is as easy as shopping, without any pressure. How can it be called a test? If this is considered a god's test, then Fang Yuan will look down on the two gods. The 3 Magatama Sharingan kept turning, and Fang Yuan looked around carefully. The world around him was vast. There seemed to be no day and night, no sun, moon, and stars. The whole world seemed to be grey. Even though Fang Yuan's pupil power and vision were very good, no matter how he looked, he could not see the end. Fang Yuan's steps fell, and the invisible force supported him. He stepped hard, but could not shake it at all. What about the test? Does it mean that I have to escape from the cage? It's no wonder that Fang Yuan had such an idea. This world is too similar to a cage. Fang Yuan frowned, and he even released the dark gold claws, swiping towards the surrounding space and under his feet. But when the indestructible dark gold claws touched the unknown power, sparks burst out, making a slightly harsh and sharp noise. Before Fang Yuan could continue to think, the space in front of Fang Yuan suddenly changed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The slender jade legs frightened Fang Yuan, and he took 2 steps back. When he stared at the person in front of him, he was stunned. The person who appeared in front of him was a woman. She was wearing a luxurious purple gold dress, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and her slender white jade fingers held a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gems. Under the jade-like delicate forehead, the skin is as white as snow, and a pair of purple light flowing beautiful pupils are located under the willow eyebrows like spring mountains. The straight nose, rosy red lips, and the purple red shoulder length hair give Fang Yuan a special feeling. Noble, elegant, graceful, and perfect. Like a beauty in the world. Fang Yuan has seen many beauties, such as big and small cats, such as the nightingale, Ningrangrong, etc. They are obviously top women. But compared with the woman in front of him at this moment, they seem a little pale in comparison. It's like the difference between a green, budding flower bud and a distant mountain hibiscus. You are Bibi Dung? Just a glance, while Fang Yuan's heart was moved, he also recognized the identity of the person in front of him. Yes, the woman who appeared in front of Fang Yuan at this moment, with legs longer than Fang Yuan's life, was Bibi Dung, who was just in the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall, listening to the two titled Douluo Jubi reporting the situation. You actually know me? Bibi Dung looked at Fang Yuan with some curiosity. She immediately noticed Fang Yuan's soul power and root bone, as well as Fang Yuan's right hand that was flashing with red gold light. A 13-year-old level 50 Soul King? Exclamation mark. This unstoppable feeling, could it be the soul bone of the dark gold fear claw bear that symbolizes the ultimate gold? Exclamation mark. And this extremely familiar murderous aura. Such potential and qualifications, even Bibi Dung was amazed. However, when she saw Fang Yuan's scarlet eyes, Bibi Dung suddenly felt a little familiar. These eyes. She seemed to remember where she had seen them. Who in the entire Douluo Continent would not know the name of His Holiness the Pope? Feeling Bibi Dung's gaze, Fang Yuan secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and calmly took back the right palm bone of the dark gold fear claw bear. He has a lot of secrets. Apart from other things, just the right palm bone of the dark gold fear claw bear is of great value. Even a titled Douluo cannot resist his temptation. Fang Yuan didn't know whether Bibi Dung, who appeared out of nowhere, was a friend or foe. Putting aside her identity and charm, Bibi Dung was at least level 95, which was almost fatal to Fang Yuan. Therefore, no matter whether Bibi Dung was a friend or foe, Fang Yuan didn't want to attract her attention at this time. Don't be nervous. Bibi Dung obviously saw through Fang Yuan's thoughts and small movements, holding the scepter, and said calmly, "This is the Rakshasa space. Since you can get here, it means that you have accepted the Rakshasa God's test. From the strength, it seems that the level is not low. It's the top 7 tests." Fang Yuan said honestly. He just tried it, and the space here is extremely strong. Even the dark gold claws can't destroy it at all. In addition to Bibi Dung's existence, he didn't know how to leave at all. Being honest was undoubtedly the best way to deal with it. Top 7 tests? Bibi Dung's eyes were full of surprise, and she looked Fang Yuan up and down with her beautiful eyes. With such talent, it is normal for Luo God to value him and give him the top 7 tests. After all, from the current situation, Fang Yuan's qualifications are indeed one of the most outstanding people she has ever seen. If you don't count his innate qualifications, Fang Yuan's qualifications can even be considered the strongest in the world. After all, only her foolish daughter can be a level 50 Soul King at the age of 13. Fang Yuan glanced at the beautiful Bibi Dung in front of him and whispered tentatively, "The Pope asked me to come here this time for. It's not me who asked you to come here, but he asked you to come." Bibi Dung raised her jade hand and pointed at the mark on Fang Yuan's forehead. "I was also brought here by him. As for the purpose, maybe he wants to improve the relationship between the two of us." Bibi Dung also knows a thing or two about the God test. According to her understanding, the top 7 tests are the top tests second only to the 9 tests of the God level. From this point of view, Fang Yuan's talent and qualifications are beyond doubt. As long as he can complete the top 7 tests, his final achievement will definitely not be lower than that of a super Douluo, and there is even a great possibility that he can become a peerless Douluo. After all, that old man had also completed the top 7 tests. The most important thing was, the top 7 tests were the tests for the great worshippers, which meant that, as long as Fang Yuan could complete the tests, he would become the great worshipper of the Rakshasa God. The test she accepted was the 9 tests for the Rakshasa God, and after completing them, she would be able to inherit the Rakshasa God position. The gods and the great worshippers. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan, and she seemed to understand why she was here and would meet Fang Yuan. You are talented and young, and now the gods have arranged for you to meet me. Obviously, we have a special fate. Bibi Dong looked at Fang Yuan straight. How about you join my spirit hall? This. Fang Yuan was embarrassed and smiled bitterly. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to be invited by the Pope. But due to some special reasons, I'm afraid I can't join the spirit hall. Oh. Bibi Dong was not angry. She was always polite to geniuses, not to mention a genius who was chosen by the Rakshasa god like her, and would live with him for a long time in the future, and might even become his chief worshipper. In fact, I was originally a member of the spirit hall. When my spirit awakened, I was invited to join the spirit hall. Fang Yuan sighed and explained helplessly, but later, when I was getting the spirit ring, something unexpected happened. I was captured by an evil spirit master and taken to the slaughter city. So, as for the slaughter city, you should have come out. Bibi Dong pointedly said, the aura of the domain on you. Yes, I have indeed passed the hell road and obtained the domain of the god of killing. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and said, but it is not as simple as just obtaining the domain of the god of killing and becoming the god of killing. Now I'm still the son of the slaughter city and the heir of the slaughter city in the future. For me, the slaughter city has become a bond and home that I cannot get rid of. So, for your invitation, the Pope, I can only say sorry. However, if the Pope wants to cooperate with our slaughter city, I will definitely not refuse. The son of the slaughter city? Exclamation mark. Bibi Dong was obviously stagnant. She understood every word of this term, but when they were put together, it was so strange. The city of slaughter. Is there a holy sun? Bibi Dong knew the city of slaughter very well, not only because she was the owner of the killing god domain, and had completed 100 killing fields, and passed the killing god of the city of slaughter on the road to hell, but also because she herself was a candidate for the Rakshasa god. Others might not know, but as a candidate for the god who had the Rakshasa 9 trials, and was qualified to inherit the Rakshasa god's throne, Bibi Dong knew the city of slaughter very well. The city of slaughter was not only a paradise for the fallen, but it was actually the place where the power of the Rakshasa god was concentrated. Because she had obtained the Rakshasa 9 trials from it. No one knew the Rakshasa god better than Bibi Dong, but it was precisely because of this understanding that she understood how terrifying the power of the Rakshasa god was. As the place where the power of the Rakshasa god was concentrated, all creatures in the city of slaughter would be affected by the power of the Rakshasa god and become extremely violent, degenerate, and crazy. In this situation, let alone the component forces, even maintaining the order under normal conditions is already a miracle. It can be said that, if the king of slaughter was not strong enough, and if there was no other force in the slaughter city that was no weaker than the Rakshasa god, and it was not a check and balance with the Rakshasa god's power, the entire slaughter city would have been completely swallowed up by evil and corruption. And now, Fang Yuan actually told him that he was the son of the fallen, chaotic and disordered land. How could this be possible? However, Fang Yuan's eyes told her that Fang Yuan was not talking nonsense. I remember that the king of slaughter's greed for power was far beyond imagination. He was a complete dictator. Bibi Dong said in surprise, I didn't expect that he would even establish a holy son. Are you really not his child? Well, of course not. Fang Yuan shook his head repeatedly. Although I'm an orphan, I grew up in the Emperor Soul Village since I was a child. If it weren't for that evil soul master, I should still be a student in the Spirit Academy now. Emperor Soul Village. Bibi Dong chewed on this term, looking at Fang Yuan's scholar eyes. She seemed to recall something. Is your name Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was stunned. Your Excellency the Pope, how do you know my name? Fang Yuan's head was full of question marks. After his spirit awakened, he had been staying in the slaughter city. After leaving the slaughter city, he had been keeping a low profile and basically had not revealed his identity information. How did Bibi Dong know him? Could it be that there are also people from the spirit hall in the slaughter city? It shouldn't be. The slaughter city is a place where people can only enter but not leave. Even if there are people from the spirit hall, they cannot exchange intelligence information. It is impossible for people from the spirit hall to know his information. While Fang Yuan was thinking about it, Bibi Dong looked at him with emotion. Red-eyed spirit, a genius with full innate spirit power. I didn't expect that you are really not dead. Let's just say, isn't it a bit rude to talk like this? Looking at Fang Yuan who was blinking at her, Bibi Dong smiled. There is someone in the spirit hall who always talks about you to me. Over time, I remember it. Bishop Zia? Fang Yuan blurted out. It's her. Bibi Dong smiled faintly. However, she is no longer the bishop of the branch hall. I just transferred her to my side not long ago. It is undoubtedly an honor to serve the Pope. The killing city should be a killing field. How can you be so good at speaking? Bibi Dong smiled brightly. By the way, at your age, you can participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. How about it? Are you interested in participating? The Wuhan Academy will always keep a place for you. Fang Yuan is undoubtedly a genius. At the age of 13, he is at level 50. Even the golden generation of the current Wuhan Academy, including her disciple Hulina, is not as good as Fang Yuan. To be honest, Bibi Dong really doesn't want to let Fang Yuan go. It would be best to bring such a talent under her command. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan still shook his head and refused. Sorry, Pope, the king will not allow me to have a second identity. Fang Yuan looked helpless, but soon adjusted himself and showed Bibi Dong a playful smile. But the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition is indeed a grand event. We in the Slaughter City have never participated in such a thing for so many years, so we can give it a try. What name should we give it then? Slaughter Academy. This name seems good. You kid. Bibi Dong was a little helpless. I asked you to join the Wuhan Hall Academy, not to create an academy by yourself. Slaughter Academy. The whole continent avoids Slaughter City. If you really create a Slaughter Academy, others will be scared to death. However, a chaotic place like Slaughter City can actually cultivate a guy like Fang Yuan, which makes Bibi Dong curious. It seems that it's time to go to Slaughter City to take a look. Bibi Dong thought in her heart, and when she raised her head to look at Fang Yuan again, Fang Yuan, who was looking at Bibi Dong, immediately retracted his eyes and looked at his nose. Handsome and a little childish, coupled with those funny movements, it is both cute and funny. Well, today's meeting makes me very happy. I don't know if it is because everyone has the Rakshasa God test. The first time Bibi Dong saw Fang Yuan, she felt that this young man was very comfortable and gave her an extremely comfortable feeling. This feeling may not be a big deal for ordinary people because they have complex emotions in their hearts, love and hate, and rich ups and downs. But for Bibi Dong, it is extremely special. Every time you complete a God test in the future, we will meet here once, but I'm more looking forward to meeting you in person. It's Milner, Your Holiness. Looking at the reserved Fang Yuan, Bibi Dong's face showed a faint smile, and the scepter in her hand was slightly raised, and the surrounding space began to fade gradually. I will say hello to Zia for you. In addition, she has always felt guilty about what happened back then. If possible, I hope you can come to the Spirit Hall in person to help her resolve this knot. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, looking at the gradually disappearing Bibi Dong. Before he could agree, the space around him suddenly turned white. The next moment, Fang Yuan slowly woke up and looked around in confusion. He was now in an open space with no one around, but Fang Yuan recognized this place. This was the area outside the killing city. Obviously, after coming out of the Hell Road, he was directly teleported here. Fang Yuan got up from the ground, and the suppression effect of the soul skill disappeared at this moment. The familiar soul power fluctuations and the feeling of the soul skill permeated his body again. Not only that, Fang Yuan also found that the murderous aura in his pupil power space had completely disappeared, and instead, a white pattern mark was engraved on the ground. Those patterns looked like the blood pattern on the ground of the Hell killing field when the Hell Road was activated, except that it was much smaller and white. When Fang Yuan tried to feel the white lines, a surge of white light quietly spread. The white light suddenly released from Fang Yuan's pupils and spread out. The creatures around him suddenly felt their brains dizzy from the impact of an invisible force, and they fainted one by one with their eyes rolled up. Is this the killing god domain that belongs to me? Before Fang Yuan could figure it out, he suddenly felt his killing god domain hit a high wall. The aura of the high wall was very similar to his killing god domain, just as cold and suffocating, and it was bigger and stronger than his killing god domain. There was also a fishy smell. Fang Yuan's body shook, and he turned around and looked in that direction. Nearly 100 meters away, an invisible area appeared in front of Fang Yuan, and his killing god domain touched that invisible wall and was bounced back. The city of killing. Fang Yuan murmured, but he didn't feel horrified. The city of slaughter was formed by the domain of Ashura god after he ascended to the god realm. It can be said that the city of slaughter itself is a natural domain of the god of slaughter. No, because of the existence of the power of the god of Rakshasa, it should be called the domain of slaughter. And it is precisely because of the existence of this domain that the soul skills of all people in it cannot be released. Only those who have the domain of the god of slaughter are not so restricted. It is also true that the domain of the god of slaughter is like the sun of the domain of the god of slaughter. Naturally, there will be no restrictions on its own family. Fang Yuan exhaled lightly and took back the domain of the god of slaughter. But he did not rush back to the city of slaughter, but sat down on the spot. With his eyes open and closed, the 3 scarlet megatoma emerged. At the same time, 4 incredible soul rings of purple, and black hovered around Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not care too much about his soul rings. He closed his eyes, and with his mind moving, a red and golden bead appeared in his palm. The red and gold beads seemed to be carved from the most precious amber crystal. They were simple but not dry, with a faint warm and flexible luster, shining light and shadow, and seemed to be there and not there. After a closer look, there was a red gold mist in the bead. Just like when Fang Yuan accepted the divine test, he felt the red gold light. God-given soul ring. After it is launched, it will be updated with a minimum of 10,000 words per day, about 5,000 words per page, to chapters per day, and will be updated from time to time. Chapter 94 God-granted soul ring, controlling the 5 senses. In the Douluo world, gods are supreme beings. They possess power far beyond that of ordinary people, and have even transcended the limitations of mortals. They can reverse the world and turn the mountains and rivers upside down with a wave of their hands. Of course, this is only the gap between the gods and mortals in the Douluo world. If we compare the gods in the Douluo world with the gods in other worlds, cough cough, we can't expect a world where we can practice to the level of God King with Zhuanshan Gong. How powerful is it? In any case, for the mortals in the Douluo world, gods have power beyond imagination, and the God-given soul ring is one of the ways they express their power. In this world, if you want to obtain soul rings, you need to hunt soul beasts, and absorb the power of soul beasts to turn them into soul rings. This is a common attempt by all creatures in the Douluo Continent. But gods are not among them. As noble gods, they can use their divine power to directly condense soul rings, and this God-given soul ring can not only directly allow soul masters to obtain the most needed soul skills, but also directly reach the maximum degree that soul masters can bear. In other words, if Fang Yuan's body at this moment is strong enough to withstand a 100,000-year soul ring, then this God-given soul ring will turn into a 100,000-year soul ring. It seems that the reward from the god's test of Luosha god is not good enough compared to that of Shura god. Shura god not only increased his soul power by 1 level, bringing his level to level 50, but also increased his soul rings by 500 years, and then gave him a god-given soul ring. Luosha god only increased his soul rings by 500 years, and then there was an inexplicable affinity for the god's test candidate. With such a comparison, the difference is obvious. However, if you think about it carefully, Luosha god is only the main god in the god realm, a first level god, but Shura god is one of the 5 great gods of the god realm committee, the head of the 3 law enforcement gods, and even the 2 great gods respect him 1/3. It is normal for the rewards to be different. Looking at the god-given soul ring in front of him, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and began to absorb it. With his mind moving, the red gold divine soul ring shattered, and a thick red gold mist poured down and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. The red gold light mist was like a blurred color, gradually submerging Fang Yuan's body, and circles of halos began to appear around his body, completely covering him. The next second, Fang Yuan suddenly felt an unparalleled soul power surging out and pouring into his meridians. A large amount of soul power continued to wash Fang Yuan's meridians and temper his body. The soul power was extremely vast and powerful. The fierce soul power even made Fang Yuan, who was in the state of an immortal, feel severe pain. But, the Blue Silver Emperor, who was entrenched in the Ouroboros bracelet, seemed to have sensed Fang Yuan's pain and stretched out her tender leaves to wrap Fang Yuan's palm, wanting to emit the light of life to help Fang Yuan. But before she could make a move, she was stopped by Fang Yuan. "Don't release the energy, I'm fine." Blue Silver Emperor looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. She could clearly feel that Fang Yuan's whole body began to tremble due to the severe pain, and even the surface of his skin was flushed with an unhealthy red. In such a painful situation, Fang Yuan actually didn't want her to help. Master, pain. A yin wants to help the master. The intermittent thoughts were transmitted to Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt warm in his heart and forced a smile. "Be good. The God-given soul ring will provide me with the maximum soul ring according to the strength of my physical body. If I rely on external help, it will be bad for me. So you don't have to do anything, just protect me." Blue Silver Emperor nodded, seemingly understanding, and the blue-gold soul power condensed, using branches and leaves to weave a blue silver barrier around Fang Yuan. He even used his breath to make the blue-silver grass around Fang Yuan grow luxuriantly, covering his figure. Feeling what the Blue Silver Emperor did, Fang Yuan smiled, but then he was grimacing in pain because of the soul power surging in his body. Even the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets began to spin wildly. In Fang Yuan's perception, the soul power in the God-given soul ring seemed to be endless. No matter how much his body absorbed, there was still enough soul power in the soul ring, which was released from it for Fang Yuan to absorb. Fang Yuan was also unceremonious, showing a whale swallowing and snake biting momentum, madly absorbing the power of the God-given soul ring. A circle of light black soul rings began to gradually condense behind Fang Yuan's purple, and black soul rings. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, or 1,000 years, 12,000 years. As the soul power was absorbed, the color of the soul ring became deeper and deeper. In just a few breaths, it reached the level of 12,000 years. According to Yu Xiao Gang's theory of the 10 great spirit masters, the limit of the 5th spirit ring of an ordinary spirit master should be 12,000 years. For ordinary spirit masters, the 5th spirit ring is also the first 10,000 year spirit ring they can absorb. Although Fang Yuan didn't know how Yu Xiao Gang, who was not even a spirit master, knew the limit of the spirit ring of a spirit king, maybe he copied and pasted the information of the spirit hall. But no matter whether the data was true or not, Fang Yuan's 5th spirit ring had already exceeded this limit at this moment, and it was still constantly improving. 13,000 years, 15,000 years, 18,000 years. The severe pain made Fang Yuan's forehead covered with sweat, his veins jumped, and even his muscles began to spasm. But Fang Yuan still didn't stop. He knew he hadn't reached the limit yet. How could the immortal body strengthened by the 2 immortal herbs be only this level? 19,000 years, 20,000 years. The soul power was still surging. I don't know if it was because of the severe pain, or because the soul power of the God-given spirit ring was too huge. Fang Yuan's body surface was actually glowing with red and gold light at this moment. It was not only the brilliance of the God-given soul ring, but also the residual medicinal power of the Kirang Tang Xianju and Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower hidden in Fang Yuan's body, which was taking effect. Perhaps it was the effect of the burst of the power of the 2 immortal herbs. The God-given soul ring detected the limit that Fang Yuan's body could bear, and it was increased again. The vast soul power was actually increased again. 23,000 years. 25,000 years. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his face twisted, and bloodshot eyes. The speed of the rotating Sharingan was so fast that even the Magatama in it seemed to be connected to it. The vast soul power was constantly penetrating the protection of the Blue Silver Emperor, forcing the Blue Silver Emperor to continuously release the blue gold aura, urging more and more blue silver grass to wrap it. But even so, the Blue Silver Emperor still trembled under the collision and penetration of the soul power. The blue silver barrier protecting Fang Yuan also became tattered, as if it was broken, and could not hold up at any time. But even so, even if the Blue Silver Emperor's body trembled and swayed, she still gritted her teeth and persisted, bearing the impact of Fang Yuan's soul power. 28,000 years. 30,000 years. The condensed soul power seemed to have reached its limit at this moment. The red and gold hazy light on Fang Yuan's body had changed at this time, turning into a circle of black halo surrounding his body. The pain on Fang Yuan's face had disappeared, and his calm expression formed a sharp contrast with the sweat beads flowing on his cheeks. Finally, the circles of black light condensed together, making Fang Yuan's huge black halo deeper and deeper, and Fang Yuan's original 4 soul rings also bloomed with bright light at this time, as if welcoming something. Fang Yuan shouted lightly, red light bursting in his eyes, and the 5th soul ring behind him finally condensed. Purple, 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 black, black. 5 soul rings entrenched around him, and the soul power of each soul ring was extremely powerful and terrifying. Especially the 5th dark 10,000 year soul ring. Its soul power has even reached a limit. 30,000 years. Finally, finished. Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his 5th soul ring, and finally a smile appeared on his face. According to the theory of the 10 great soul masters, the limit of a soul master's 5th soul ring is 12,000 years, and the limit of the 6th soul ring is 20,000 years. After reaching the soul saint, because of the appearance of the martial soul's true body, the soul master's physical fitness will be greatly improved. So the age limit of the 7th soul ring has also been improved, reaching the level of 30,000 to 50,000 years. In other words, Fang Yuan's physical body at this moment is even comparable to that of an ordinary soul saint. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Yuan did not check his soul skills, but immediately comforted the trembling blue silver emperor. In order to protect himself and conceal his breath, the blue silver emperor wasted a lot of effort, and the whole person was hit by his own soul power and became powerless. Feeling Fang Yuan's light touch, the blue silver emperor stretched out its branches and leaves somewhat limply, responded, and then wrapped around the Ouroboros bracelet, and fell asleep quietly. She was too tired. Fang Yuan stroked the blue silver emperor for a while, then turned his attention to his soul ring, and sensed his soul skills. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes with a hint of joy. His 5th soul skill is called Nightmare, which is an amplification type soul skill, and also a group illusion type soul skill. Permanently increase the mental power by 50%. After activating the soul skill, leave a nightmare seed in the target's mind. After activating the nightmare seed, you can control the target's 5 senses, form a nightmare illusion, and torture the mind. Usage restrictions. You must look into each other's eyes. Fang Yuan murmured, his face full of joy. The God-given soul ring is worthy of being a God-given soul ring. It really gave Fang Yuan the most suitable soul skill. As the owner of the Sharingan martial spirit, Fang Yuan, or the Sharingan's best power, is actually a mental trick, or an illusion. At this moment, the God-given soul ring gave it a soul skill about illusion. Permanently increase the mental power by 50%, and there is a soul skill that controls the 5 senses. Such strength is worthy of the name of God-given. As a time traveler, Fang Yuan really knows how powerful the power of controlling the 5 senses is. For example, the Kurama clan in the 5 village fights, and Aizen and Sasuke in the world of Bleach. In Bleach, the condition for Aizen's Kajika Shuaihu is to see the moment when Kajika Shuaihu is released, and my soul skill requires eye contact. Is this a weakened version of Kajika Shuaihu? Fang Yuan's mouth curled up. The strength of the 5th soul skill exceeded his imagination. With his current mental strength, if he used the 5th soul skill, ordinary soul saints, even soul Douluos, might not be able to break free from his illusion. Fang Yuan stood up and looked at the killing city covered with a light curtain in the distance. Now, it's time to go back. He did not take the opportunity to leave, but chose to return to the killing city. After possessing the killing god domain, the killing city no longer had any influence on Fang Yuan, and he was the son of the killing city, so he should go back there. Moreover, his second divine test was also related to the city of slaughter. The second of the 7 top tests for Azura god. Tempering, blood sea body refining. Persist in soaking in the blood sea until 12 hours. Restrictions, soul rings, soul bone skills. Time limit, 1 year. The second of the 7 top tests for Rakshasa god. Absorbing, bloodthirsty smelting. Kill a 50,000-year-old soul beast, and devour the soul residue of the soul beast. Time limit, 1 year. These 2 divine tests are not easy. As Fang Yuan, who had just crossed the Hell Road, he knew the horror of the Blood Sea and the Hell Road very well. That place was not a place where living things could stay for a long time. The blazing high temperature like magma, the endless stench and murderous aura, no matter which point, was fatal to a living individual. Especially the endless stench and murderous aura. Once you stay in the blood sea for a long time, you will inevitably be eroded by the two auras, and he has to stay there for 12 hours. This difficulty is simply incredible. As for the second test of Luoxia, it was even more outrageous. Killing a 50,000-year-old soul beast was not difficult. After all, he could cheat, such as letting the killing knight beat the soul beast half to death first, and then he would come to finish it off. But this additional condition was outrageous. Devour the soul remnant of the soul beast. Oh my god, I was just shocked. As we all know, soul beasts over 10,000 years old will have resentment left after death. If you absorb his soul ring, you will be impacted by that power, which is what we often call soul shock. And the meaning of this divine test is also very simple. That is, let Fang Yuan devour the soul remnant of the soul beast. Damn, it is already a headache for ordinary people to fight against the remnant of the soul, but he is so good that he not only lets Fang Yuan fight, but also devour it. But here comes the problem. I don't absorb the soul ring. How can I devour the remnant of the soul? Does it mean that I have to break through to level 60 in this short year? Fang Yuan was a little confused, but the next second, he received the information from the divine test. The content of the information was exactly how to devour the soul. Within 10 minutes of the soul beast's death, use mental power to wrap the soul ring, and then destroy it. Fang Yuan's face darkened. You can think of such a method. You are worthy of being the Rakshasa god. Perhaps the two big guys found that Fang Yuan passed the first test too easily, so they directly raised the difficulty of the second test. Considering the difficulty of these two divine tests, it must take a lot of effort to complete them. Next, there is something to do. Fang Yuan sighed lightly, took a step, and walked towards the killing city. Not long after, Fang Yuan returned to the killing city, but when he just entered the killing city, his face changed slightly. The whole killing city was in a mess, with a large number of corpses lying on the ground, and blood all over the ground. The most important thing is that this is still the outer city. You must know that the fallen in the outer city have always survived in a miserable way, let alone fighting. They basically shrink in their own residences on weekdays and dare not come out. But at this moment, a battle actually happened, and the scale is not small. Most of the bodies on the ground were fallen, and there were a few people wearing law enforcement uniforms. There were also noisy noises coming from some places. The entire killing city looked like a battlefield. What on earth is this? Looking at the tragic situation in front of him, Fang Yuan frowned slightly, jumped lightly, and came to a place of battle. It was a battle of many people bullying the few. Dozens of fallen surrounded a law enforcement officer and used the weapons in their hands to attack and kill the law enforcement officer. The law enforcement officer's soul power was surging, and 8 soul rings were circling around his body. Even though he was beaten by the crowd, his momentum was not weakened at all. The use of soul skills is restricted in the killing city. Only law enforcement officers who have reached the 8th ring or above will be blessed by the King of Killing and have the qualifications to use soul skills. Obviously, the law enforcement officer in front of him is one of those senior law enforcement officers. But obviously, the group of fallen people who besiege the Soul Douluo are also strong. In addition, with the large number of people relying on the human seed tactics, although many people died, it also brought a lot of trouble to the Soul Douluo. Go to hell, you damned law enforcers. The fallen ones attacked the law enforcer in groups. Although the law enforcer remained silent and his spirit rings were shining, his movements were obviously slow. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Seeing this, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and his 3 Megatama Sharingan moved slightly. The air in the surrounding area suddenly became extremely heavy at this moment. Before the fallen ones could attack the law enforcer, they felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. The next moment, their legs softened, their eyes turned white, and they all fainted. The sudden change made the law enforcer full of surprise. He raised his head and happened to see Fang Yuan, who walked in. Holy son. Their eyes met. Even though he was at the Soul Douluo level, he felt an extreme coldness, and even his body began to tremble. Hey, long time no see, Uncle Scar. Fang Yuan waved at the law enforcement officer. Did something happen? How did the slaughter city become like this in just one day? It's a rebellion. Scar said as he took out a cup of scarlet yellow spring dew from the storage soul guide he carried with him, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he let out a long sigh, looked at Fang Yuan, and said with a complicated expression, after the Holy Sun entered the Hell Road yesterday, perhaps because the number of sacrifices that day was too large, these guys noticed something. Starting last night, these guys caused a riot and began to attack the slaughter city on a large scale. However, under the power of the captain and the king, the situation in the inner city has basically been settled now. The situation in the outer city is a bit bad, but when our people are transferred here, it shouldn't take long to deal with it. Rebellion? Fang Yuan frowned slightly, and his mental power spread out, confirming that what Scar said was true, and even a little serious. Perhaps because the outer city's law enforcement officers were short of manpower, the Fallen, who had the advantage in numbers, almost overwhelmed the law enforcement officers. This won't work. God knows when the law enforcement officers in the inner city will come. As the holy son of the city of slaughter, Fang Yuan has already regarded these law enforcement officers as his personal wealth. Now every second he waits is his loss. However, since it is a rebellion, there must be a leader. Fang Yuan's eyes were dim, and he used his mental power to search, but the current situation was too chaotic. It would be difficult to find a leader. Forget it. Fang Yuan shook his head and retracted his mental power. In the distance, many fallen ones spotted them and began to rush towards them. Holy Sun, be careful. Scare took a deep breath and stood in front of Fang Yuan. He had a special stick in his hand, which was obviously his martial spirit. Holy Sun, please go back to the inner city first. After we clean up these garbage, we will. Don't be ridiculous, Uncle Scare. Fang Yuan chuckled and used his soul power to suck up a chain blade from the ground and held it in his hand. His soul power fluctuated, and his eyes opened and closed, and they were already blood red. I'm the holy son of the city of slaughter. Fang Yuan held the chain blade and narrowed his eyes slightly. The air around him seemed to become extremely cold and heavy at this moment. Since we can't find a leader, let's get rid of these monsters first. Chapter 95. Two Foxes, Playing a Game. Fang Yuan was wearing a scarlet battle armor, with black hair hanging down his shoulders. His right hand, which was wearing a black leather glove, held a chain blade. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the air in the surrounding area seemed to become extremely heavy at this moment. Scare, who was standing by, saw a fallen person standing close to him and fainted directly. In the distance, one or two soul beasts that were kept by someone unknown howled and fled in fear. This is. Scare's eyes widened. The trembling breath in the air around him became more and more intense. Even he felt the suppression and his body trembled. He looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes full of incredible colors. If he was not mistaken, what was released from Fang Yuan's body at this moment should be a domain. It was a domain condensed by murderous aura. Having the courage to start a rebellion, this leader must have great ambitions. Fang Yuan sneered and took a step forward. But at this moment, the invisible pressure suddenly spread out from Fang Yuan's pupils. In the direction of the site, the area covered by the god of death, all the fallen who were participating in the rebellion, and the guys watching the situation on the edge, all had white eyes, and collapsed one by one. Even the law enforcement officers also felt this breath, and their legs trembled and they fainted. And those law enforcement officers who were able to use soul skills and were powerful, after feeling this breath, all showed incredible expressions. This is such a murderous field, such a suffocating momentum, can only be found in the legendary Killing God field. No, it's not like we haven't seen the Killing God field before. It shouldn't only have skills such as reducing soul power and stimulating soul skills. How can there be such an exciting mental attack? Wait, in this world, besides those killing gods, who else has this Killing God field? Could it be that those killing gods have returned? Hiss. Could it be that the rebellion of the fallen was caused by those killing gods? The law enforcement officers who were not unconscious were shocked and speculated in their hearts, but the next second, the random thoughts in their minds disappeared. They saw a figure wearing scarlet armor, with several law enforcement officers, walking step by step towards the fallen. It's the Son of God. The Son of God is back. The Son of God is back. At the same time, on the other side of the outer city of the killing city, nearly 100 fallen gathered here, with some blood stains on their hands or clothes, obviously just finished a battle. There were many bodies of law enforcement officers on the ground, and some fallen ones even grabbed the heads and necks of law enforcement officers, drinking blood to relieve their inner violence and thirst for blood. What a ridiculous law enforcement officer. So what if he can use soul skills? He still died in my hands. In a room, a powerful fallen one laughed loudly and drank the yellow spring dew. You are worthy of being Lord Yuzoyan from the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. You are a man who wants to do great things. After this riot, the order of the entire killing city will inevitably be in turmoil. The king of killing treats us as beasts and tramples on our lives wantonly. The law enforcement officers do not regard us as human beings at all. Let's make trouble. The guy named Yuzoyan raised a cup of Huan Kundu and laughed. What kind of saint does the king of killing still want? I want to see how he, the king of killing, can be the king of killing without us fallen ones. That's right. Lord Yuzoyan is the real king of killing. Cheers to Lord Zoyan. Cheers. A fallen one just raised his glass and suddenly felt a chill all over his body. His eyes bulged, cold sweat ran down his body, and his body trembled involuntarily. Not only him, but other fallen ones in the room also experienced this situation. Some guys with weak soul power rolled their eyes and fell directly to the ground. This is. The body of Yuzoyan began to tremble. He tried his best to stand up, but as soon as he left the stool, his eyes rolled up. A strong fear and a feeling of suffocation surged in his heart. Before he could catch his breath, the wine glass he had just picked up fell to the ground with his body. Bang! The door was kicked open. Fang Yuan held the chain blade expressionlessly and stepped into the house. In his red eyes, there was an invisible killing god domain. A dozen law enforcement officers followed him carefully. Looking back, there were fallen people who were unconscious and completely lost their fighting ability. The fallen people who were originally noisy and messing around, causing great trouble to the law enforcement officers, were now lying on the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Is this the guy who started the riot? Fang Yuan glanced at Yuzoyan, who was lying on the ground and unconscious, with disappointment in his eyes that was difficult to hide. How could such a guy cause such a riot? This is too ridiculous. Fang Yuan shook his head. Take them to refine the yellow spring dew. Yes, holy sun. Scarlet behind him was full of respect. With a signal from his eyes, the law enforcement officers on the side hurried forward, swiftly wiped the necks of the fallen ones, and then dragged them away. Refining the dead into yellow spring dew is the tradition of the killing city. There is no waste in the killing city. All the resources that these fallen ones enjoy on a daily basis will be transformed into resources after their death and replenished to the killing city. The chief criminal was executed, but Fang Yuan felt uninterested. He thought he could do a great job, but he didn't expect that they were all a bunch of rubbish little karami. I'll leave this place to you. Remember to clean it up. I'll go back to the inner city and report the situation to the king. Please rest assured, holy son, leave it to us. Scarlet said respectfully. Looking at the sturdy scar beside him, Fang Yuan smiled and said, I remember you have a younger brother, uncle. How are you doing recently? Thank you for your concern, Saint Son. Scott just broke through level 40 the day before yesterday. He is in good shape. Very good. Fang Yuan chatted with several law enforcement officers and then set off and returned to the inner city. Compared with the hustle and bustle of the outer city, the inner city seemed very peaceful, but the number of fallen people on the streets was obviously much less, and the smell of blood in the air was also a bit stronger. Fang Yuan returned to his residence all the way. Fortunately, the four girls were fine, but the big and small cats and Huo Yun were a little frightened, but they were very happy to see Fang Yuan return. Especially Nightingale, whose face was almost pressed against Fang Yuan's face, and her curious big eyes kept blinking at Fang Yuan, which made Fang Yuan speechless for a while, and he slapped Nightingale's little butt directly. If you have something to say, say it. Oh. Little Nightingale covered her butt, but the curiosity on her face did not diminish at all. Son of God, what does the Hell Road look like? What do you feel differently after passing through it? Are you the same as the previous gods of death? Legend has it that, if you pass through the Hell Road, you can obtain the God of Death domain. Why are you so curious? Fang Yuan glanced at Nightingale unhappily, but he also understood that this little girl was just curious and didn't want to explore any of his secrets. For ordinary people, the Hell Road may be just a mysterious and special place, but for the people of the Killing City, it is extremely special. Perhaps because of the influence of murderous and evil spirits, and the promotion of the Hell Road by the Killing City since ancient times, all the people of the Killing City, including the law enforcers, have an inexplicable enthusiasm for the Hell Road. It is an existence that excites them more than the 100 victories in the killing field, because in the nearly 1,000 years of history of the Killing City, there are many people who have completed the 100 victories in the killing field, but only 8 people have passed the Hell Road and obtained the God of Death domain and become the God of Death. For various reasons, the people of the Killing City have a deformed enthusiasm and obsession with the Hell Road. At this moment, Fang Yuan, a person who walked out of the road of hell, appeared in front of Nightingale. How could Nightingale not be excited? The road of hell. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Under the expectation of Nightingale and the curious eyes of the big and small cats, Fang Yuan snorted. I'll tell you later, when I come back. I'm going to the king first. You stay well, and don't run around. Huh. The little Nightingale was a little dazed, looking at Fang Yuan, who was leaving with a smile. How could this little girl who was teased by Fang Yuan bear it? Well, the Holy Sun is going to report important things to the king, and I have to distinguish the primary from the secondary. No, the Holy Sun will bully me. If this goes on, I, a great messenger of killing, will be turned into a little girl who only knows how to eat lollipops by the Holy Sun. Well, it's decided. When the Holy Sun comes back tonight, I must take the initiative back. I don't seem to be the opponent of the Holy Sun alone. Then, together with ZHU King and ZHU Yun, take the initiative back. If it still doesn't work. Nightingale looked at HUO Yun on the side, sized her up and down, and then showed a satisfied look. With this young lady, I don't believe I can't take the initiative. Fang Yuan, who didn't know Nightingale's dirty thoughts, had already arrived at the Killing Castle and met the King of Killing. The king of the Killing Castle still sat on his throne, greedily tasting the fresh yellow spring dew. Seeing Fang Yuan coming, the King of Killing's eyes lit up and laughed. You are worthy of being my disciple. I knew you could succeed. The King of Killing looked Fang Yuan up and down, with an unconcealable surprise in his eyes. 50 level. It seems that the reward brought to you by the God test is quite good. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Fang Yuan bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, the road to hell is difficult, and Fang Yuan also spent a lot of money, but fortunately he did not fail in his mission and barely passed. There is no such thing as reluctantly or not. If you pass, you pass. Humility is a good thing, but blindly being humble is a bit hypocritical. Fang Yuan paused slightly, looking at the King of Killing, who was looking at him with a smile, and immediately scratched his head, revealing a little honest smile. Hehe, it's actually not bad. Such a look immediately caused the King of Killing to laugh and call you kid. From your breath, the Killing God domain you obtained seems to be a little special. Release it for me to see. Although it was a curious word, its tone was unquestionable. Fang Yuan nodded slightly and released his Killing God domain without hesitation. In the huge palace, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bats hidden in the dark of the palace fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back under this wind. The King of Slaughter was also obviously stunned, and even when he came into contact with the Killing God domain, his pupils obviously shrank, and the whole person stood up from the throne in astonishment, mental shock. As the King of the Killing City, the King of Slaughter naturally also has the Killing God domain, and his Killing God domain is even more special. It not only contains the power of murderous aura, but also the power of evil spirit, so it evolved into the Killing domain. At this moment, the King of Slaughter also felt a special power from Fang Yuan's Killing God domain, the power of the spirit. Under normal circumstances, the effect of the Killing God domain should only suppress the opponent's strength and enhance one's own strength, but Fang Yuan's Killing God domain not only has the effect of suppressing, enhancing strength, but also comes with a mental shock effect. Yes. Fang Yuan nodded, without any intention of covering up, mainly in front of the King of Slaughter. He couldn't cover up. For some reason, after acquiring the Killing God domain, my martial soul seems to blend with the Killing God domain, causing the Killing God domain to undergo some special changes. When the domain spreads, it will form a large-scale mental shock. So I guess that the Killing God domain will show some wonderful changes according to the martial soul of the Soul Master. Fang Yuan, who was talking nonsense, paused and looked at the King of Slaughter curiously. What is the King's Killing God domain like? You want to know? A strange expression suddenly appeared on the face of the King of Slaughter. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he secretly said that it was not good. Of course, he knew about the Killing God domain of the King of Slaughter. As the blood-red nine-headed Bat King who occupied Tang Chen's body, the Killing God domain of the King of Slaughter had mutated into the Killing domain. The Killing domain is one of the most domineering domains in the world. It not only has the effect of weakening, amplifying, soul power of the Killing God domain, but also has the power of forbidden magic, just like a smaller version of the power of the Killing City. I just said a few words. How did this happen? Looking at the King of Slaughter who looked at me with a smile, Fang Yuan felt a little fucked up and said in his heart, "Don't miss me," but his face was full of curiosity. "Since you want to see it, then let me show you." The King of Slaughter laughed and stood up, and the red soul power suddenly bloomed. The King of Slaughter stood on the throne. His blood-colored robe fluttered without wind, and strange blood-colored lines were all over his body. Behind him, a pair of huge blood-red wings spread out, and at the moment when the wings spread out, a group of deep red blood light spread from the feet of the King of Slaughter, and instantly enveloped the entire palace hall. The strong smell of killing came to his face, and the heavy bloody smell was as if the person standing in front of Fang Yuan at this moment was not the King of Slaughter, but a sea of blood and corpses. This feeling was exactly the same as Fang Yuan was facing the sea of blood in the road to hell yesterday. The feeling of soul power suppression surged into his heart, but what was stronger was the negative emotions of chaos and violence. Fang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. Under the killing field, his Sharingan was passively activated, but with the opening of the Sharingan, the violent killing impulse that burst out from the bottom of his heart was also suppressed. He's okay. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was standing there, just a little dazed, the King of Killing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "How do you feel?" Fang Yuan felt his own situation and whispered, "It's worthy of being the domain of the king. I feel that my strength has been suppressed by more than half in this domain, while the king's aura has been doubled. With this increase and decrease, if the enemy fights with the king in this domain, he must not be the king's opponent." Ha 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 ha, you are right. My killing domain is unparalleled in momentum, and no one in the world will be my opponent in my domain. The King of Killing laughed and said, but a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. Without making a sound, the King of Slaughter took back the domain, smiled and sat back on the throne, took out a crystal wine glass, and filled it with scarlet yellow spring dew. "The second test is out?" "Yeah." Seeing the King of Slaughter's momentum gather, Fang Yuan's heart gradually calmed down, and he nodded honestly. "The second test is to stay in the Blood Sea for 12 hours, for a period of 1 year. Blood Sea body refining. This is a good test." The King of Slaughter nodded, but shook his head. "This test seems to be just a body refining test, but you have to pay attention. I don't know what you ate when you left the Slaughter City, but I can feel that there is a very yang and very strong power in your body. The Blood Sea is very yin and very cold, and the power contained in it is exactly the opposite of the very yang and very strong power in your body. If you want to enter the Blood Sea for body refining, you have to pay attention." "Thank you for your reminder, King." Fang Yuan nodded respectfully, and then showed a curious look. "King, I just came back from outside the city of Slaughter, and passed by the outer city. I heard that, just after I entered the Hell Road, there was a Rio." Fang Yuan looked up at the King of Slaughter in surprise, and saw that the King of Slaughter did not show any strange expression. Instead, he took a sip of yellow spring dew calmly and said calmly, "And the leader who caused the riot this time has been killed by you." Fang Yuan was puzzled. "King, how could a fallen person of that level cause a riot? I see that many people died in our inner city. What exactly is?" "Fang Yuan, do you remember the Hell Road you just walked through, and the sea of blood you will face next?" The King of Slaughter did not answer Fang Yuan's question immediately, but mentioned the Hell Road. He shook the crystal cup in his hand, and the yellow spring dew in the cup emitted a crimson light under the light. In fact, the yellow spring dew is the so-called sea of blood. The difference between them is just the difference in quantity. I know you have been avoiding drinking the yellow spring dew because you have sensed the power in it. But this time on the road to hell, you should also understand that, in fact, the sea of blood is the core of power of our city of slaughter. King, Fang Yuan's face showed a panicked look. No need to explain. Everyone has their own way of cultivation. You are the holy son of the slaughter city. You just need to understand some things yourself. Besides, there are some things that I should let you know. The king of slaughter said calmly, the reason why our slaughter city has these strange powers is because of the sea of blood. Whether it is the power of forbidden magic or the power given to the god of killing, tracing back to the source, it is all because of the sea of blood. However, no matter what it is not infinite, just like a person. If you consume something today, you will have to eat enough food tomorrow to fill the gap, and the same goes for the sea of blood. You entered the Hell Road and obtained the killing god domain. This is obviously a good thing, but it is not so good for the Blood Sea, because it consumed energy and condensed the killing god domain for you. The King of Slaughter talked to Fang Yuan. Although the topic was quite terrifying, putting aside the topic, the scene of the master and apprentice teaching and answering questions at this moment was still quite warm. Facing the explanation of the King of Slaughter, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and revealed a look of sudden realization. In other words, those who died are actually, the Blood Sea needs energy to make up for the part of the vacancy consumed by you. The King of Slaughter said calmly, I know these things need a certain amount of time to adapt, just like you never touch the yellow spring dew, but you are the holy son of the city of slaughter, you should know these things. This is a responsibility and an obligation. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and finally nodded. I understand, King. Go back and think about it carefully. Some things need time to adapt. Yes. Fang Yuan turned around and left respectfully. After sensing Fang Yuan had left the killing castle, the relieved smile on the face of the killing king disappeared in an instant. His pale face was full of gloom, and the fishy smell even made the temperature of the entire hall drop suddenly. How could it be useless? Could it be because of the spiritual martial spirit? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Blood Sea Body Refining. Fang Yuan returned to the room. After a night of indescribable fierce fighting, he almost stayed awake all night. The next day, Fang Yuan got up from the big bed with his arms spread out, put on his clothes, and looked back at the sleeping women. Recalling the madness of last night, Fang Yuan couldn't help but snorted. I'm still better. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan would really feel a little weak, but it must be said that the two immortal herbs, Kirin Tang Xianju and Jiguan Fing Huanqi, are definitely holy products for body refining. Fang Yuan in the state of immortal body can be said to kill people and Buddhas. Not to mention 4 people, even if there are 4 more. Fang Yuan is not afraid. The most young and strong body is so willful. After leaving the room, Fang Yuan strolled on the streets of the killing city. The number of fallen people on the street is obviously much less, but the rest of the fallen people don't seem to have much idea about this, and they are still doing their own things. Fighting, sneak attacks, looting, and obtaining Huan Quan. Alas, I didn't expect the rebellion to be quelled in one day. I heard that it was the Holy Sun who took action. Could it be that the Holy Sun has returned from the road to hell? Doesn't that mean that he has become a true god of killing? Hiss. It's so terrifying. This should be the 8th god of killing in our killing city in the past 1000 years. It's none of our business whether he kills a god or not. Let's think about what to do in the next killing field of hell. By the way, how much yellow spring dew did you get in yesterday's incident? 5 cups. Originally, I had 8 cups, but 3 bodies were robbed. Doesn't that mean you don't have to go to the killing field of hell for the next few years? Damn, I originally had 2 cups, but they were all robbed. The discussions that came from time to time in his ears made Fang Yuan understand. The killing city is different from other forces. The least valuable thing here is life. For the fallen, they don't really care who is in power in the City of Slaughter, nor do they care about the high pressure rule of the King of Slaughter. For them, as long as they can continue to taste the yellow spring dew, and continue to live in this fallen and dark world, that's enough. Maybe many people did die yesterday, and they all understand why those people died. However, death is the most normal thing here. As long as they don't die, what does it have to do with them? What a ridiculous and real world. Fang Yuan sneered, and shook his head, and came to the Slaughter Castle again. Unexpectedly, the figure of the King of Slaughter was not sitting on his throne. What caught Fang Yuan's eyes was a beautiful and hot messenger of hell. The original messenger of the King of Slaughter was Little Nightingale, but since Nightingale followed Fang Yuan, her identity as a messenger of hell naturally disappeared, and the one in front of him was obviously the new messenger of hell appointed by the King of Slaughter. Holy Sun. The Hell Messenger bowed respectfully to Fang Yuan, and took out a blood-red crystal from the waves on his chest. The Great King has already known your intention. He said that this crystal can meet your requirements. You can use it by activating your soul power. Fang Yuan took the blood-red crystal with some surprise. There was still residual heat on the crystal, and it felt warm. Where is the king? The king has some things to deal with. The killing messenger on the side flirted with Fang Yuan, and even directly pulled Fang Yuan's hand holding the blood-red crystal, and put it on his waves. You. In that case, I won't bother you. Fang Yuan silently withdrew his hand, along with the blood-red crystal. After a night of fierce fighting, Fang Yuan was like a sage at this moment, with only the idea of quickly improving his strength in his heart. Beautiful woman. Humph, just a red-faced skeleton. But, as if he thought of something, Fang Yuan steps forward, paused slightly, and turned his head to look at the killing messenger. The killing messenger was delighted. Did he feel my charm, and change his mind? He immediately put on his most charming look and flirted. However, Fang Yuan did not come back, but just stared at him. The killing messenger was confused. The moment she raised her head, she saw Fang Yuan's blood-red Sharingan and the fifth soul ring that was flickering around her body. The killing messenger was in a trance. When she reacted, Fang Yuan's figure had disappeared. The killing messenger was left in the huge hall, stamping her feet and cursing Fang Yuan for not understanding romance. When he returned to his residence, the four women were still sleeping soundly. They were obviously exhausted last night. Fang Yuan did not wake them up. He went to the next room and covered the surroundings with soul power to ensure that they would not be affected by external forces. Then he activated the blood-colored crystal. Under the urging of Fang Yuan's soul power, the blood-colored crystal bloomed with a bright red light. The next second, a blood-red channel burst out from it and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This passage looked similar to the one that the King of Slaughter had opened in the hell-killing ground with the blood of many fallen people, but it was smaller and more unstable. However, it was no problem for Fang Yuan to pass through. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan went straight into it, and the next moment, his figure had already appeared in the Hell Road. The road was narrow, and the sea of blood was surging below him. The Hell Road around him was still the same, full of the smell of blood and killing, but Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the sea of blood below the Hell Road had become much shallower. On the rock walls around the sea of blood, a steady stream of red and smelly blood was flowing out, merging into the sea of blood bit by bit. Feeling the breath of the sea of blood, Fang Yuan's killing god domain involuntarily expanded. Fang Yuan, who was in the killing god domain, not only did not feel the slightest discomfort this time, but instead felt like he was back home, extremely comfortable. Squeak. When Fang Yuan revealed the power of the god of killing domain, a dark golden figure seemed to have sensed something, and it fluttered out of the darkness and flew towards Fang Yuan. The dark golden figure, with 3 heads, was the dark golden 3-headed Bat King. At this moment, the dark golden 3-headed Bat King had bloodshot eyes, full of hatred and anger. It waved its bat wings, and in a few breaths it had come to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned and chuckled. The dark golden 3-headed Bat King stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes, and the hatred in them almost overflowed, suffocating him. Squeak. Countless bats emerged from the darkness all around. The dark golden 3-headed Bat King waved his bat wings, and endless strong winds whistled towards Fang Yuan. The bats around him also made harsh cries, surrounding Fang Yuan, ready to go. Really? We haven't seen each other for just one day. There's no need to be so enthusiastic, Ziohei. Fang Yuan looked calm, with 3 megatomus in his eyes. The angry dark gold 3-headed Bat King suddenly froze in place, his eyes confused. Why bother? Fang Yuan sighed lightly, jumped on the head of the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, and waved his hand calmly. The bats that were staring at him with eager eyes immediately returned to the dark and stopped chirping. It would have been better for everyone to sit down and talk properly, but they had to do this. Although it would waste some pupil power, it didn't matter. Anyway, the main purpose of the Blood Sea body training was to temper his physical body, which had nothing to do with the Sharingan. Moreover, he had plenty of pupil power. After obtaining the 5th soul ring, his mental power was permanently increased by 50%. The original Fang Yuan could effortlessly control the dark gold 3-headed Bat King and the 10-headed scorching sun snake at the same time. Now that his mental power has increased, his pupil power has also been improved to a certain extent. For these guys, the control is naturally getting higher and higher. Let's go down and take a look. Fang Yuan controlled the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, flew down the Hell Road, and came to the Sea of Blood. It was a blood-red world. The smelly blood-red blood was like magma, flowing quietly in the ground. Occasionally, huge bubbles emerged from the Sea of Blood. But a moment later, with a slight sound, it burst with a bang. The hot Sea of Blood burst and splashed out, as gorgeous as a fiery red firework. Even though he was just approaching the Sea of Blood, and had not touched it yet, Fang Yuan had already felt the burning sensation coming towards him, as well as the extremely rich and smelly bloody aura. Damn. Fang Yuan swallowed his saliva subconsciously, feeling a little scared. Is this really a pool of blood and sea of blood where blood gathered together, not volcanic magma? Exclamation mark. What's going on with this almost suffocating high temperature? Fang Yuan carefully rode on the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, hovering over the blood sea and approaching, while releasing his mental power, to scan the situation here. Not only was the temperature here a bit terrifying, but there was also the corrosion of the fishy evil gas. The faint blood-colored mist exhaled by the bubbles in the blood sea was not only hot, but also contained a special fishy evil poison. Facing this poisonous gas, even if Fang Yuan had the killing god domain, he did not dare to breathe the surrounding air carelessly. Fortunately, with the help of the Blue Silver Emperor, Fang Yuan dared to inhale the gas into his body by filtering it with the blue gold power of the Blue Silver Emperor. But even so, Fang Yuan did not dare to be too arrogant. Because he was connected with the Blue Silver Emperor's mind, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the power of the Blue Silver Emperor was compressed to the extreme in this area, and even helping him purify the air would cost an extremely huge price. Fang Yuan carefully hovered in the air, and the closer he got to the blood sea, the more Fang Yuan felt the vastness and hugeness of this place. The blood flowing around has almost formed a huge plasma lake, which looks like an ocean at first glance. The name of the blood sea is well deserved. Get closer, and occasionally with a hot wave of air, a red blood column will suddenly rush out of the blood sea in the next second. And every time this happens, Fang Yuan, who is hovering in the sky, will be a little frightened, fearing that he will be swallowed up by the blood sea, if he is not careful. After taking a general look at the situation of the blood sea, Fang Yuan controlled the dark gold 3-headed Bat King, and landed on the rock wall at the edge of the blood sea. In fact, he wanted to land directly on the ground at the bottom of the blood sea, but it may be that the pressure at the bottom of the blood sea is too great. Even the dark gold 3-headed Bat King has resisted from the biological instinct. Fang Yuan certainly would not ignore Ziohen's life and death, so he stopped on the rock wall beside the blood sea and stared at the blood sea in front of him. This kind of place, even if approaching, Fang Yuan felt suffocated, and the second test of Shura God actually required him to go deep into it and stay in it for 12 hours before he could pass it. This is simply inhuman. But Fang Yuan had no choice. Since he had come here and accepted the test, he had to face it. I'll go all out. With my immortal body, can't I withstand the erosion of this mere sea of blood? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, lifted his clothes quickly, and then carefully stretched out his feet, approaching the sea of blood little by little. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound of a venomous snake behind Fang Yuan, which frightened Fang Yuan so much that his whole leg sank directly into the sea of blood. Turning his head, he saw the huge snake head of the 10-headed scorching sun snake staring straight at him, with a pair of golden red eyes as bright as lanterns. The fangs were exposed, and the 9 blood sacs behind him flashed red. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Fang Yuan angrily gave the 10-headed fiery sun snake a big dagger. Didn't you see that I was resisting the sea of blood? You're still trying to scare me. Do you really think I have no temper? Fang Yuan was quite strong. The 10-headed fiery sun snake obviously didn't expect that Fang Yuan would dare to suddenly hit him like this. It was stunned. The next second, the 10-headed fiery sun snake was furious. It opened its bloody mouth and roared wildly at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned his head, and his scarlet Sharingan stared at the bright golden snake pupils of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. This time, Fang Yuan did not cast an illusion, but the 10-headed fiery sun snake's heart was shocked, and a sense of fear could not help but rise to its heart. But the next second, the pride of being the king of snakes immediately aroused the violence and anger in the 10-headed fiery sun snake's heart. It roared and actually pounced directly at Fang Yuan. Its ferocious huge mouth opened, and its scarlet 3-pronged tongue stabbed out like a sharp sword. Fuck you. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. Facing the attacking 10-headed fiery sun snake, he raised his right hand and was about to strike with a dark gold claw. The red gold light burst out from his right palm, but the next second, the red gold color disappeared out of thin air, as if it had suddenly turned off. God's test limit? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that he was just here to test the water temperature, but he actually triggered the God's test limit directly. Could it be that, as long as he was in this sea of blood, he would trigger the God's test limit, and his spirit rings, spirit skills, and spirit bone skills would not be able to be used? Fang Yuan thought in his heart, but it was obvious that the 10-headed fiery sun snake would not give Fang Yuan a chance to think. The emperor's fangs in this snake opened, and the snake's tongue in its mouth shot towards Fang Yuan like a sharp sword. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan clearly imprinted the direction of the snake's tongue in his mind. He slightly tilted his body, and the whole person dodged the attack of the 10-headed fiery sun snake at an extremely strange angle. At the same time, when the 10-headed fiery sun snake's attack missed, Fang Yuan used his palm as a knife and fiercely landed on the 10-headed fiery sun snake's 7-inch position. A huge force burst out from Fang Yuan's palm. This seemingly slender and not strong boy actually burst out with unimaginable strength and directly slapped the 10-headed fiery sun snake away with one palm, and it hit the opposite rock wall heavily, breaking many rocks. The attack missed and was counterattacked by Fang Yuan, and the 10-headed fiery sun snake immediately let out an angry hiss. He swung his tail fiercely and slapped it hard on the broken rock pillars around him. All the gravel touched by his tail was like a cannonball, shooting towards the direction where Fang Yuan was. You are endless, right? Believe it or not, I will give you a lot of stewed snake soup. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed a red light, and he stood there without moving at all. He just moved his head slightly to avoid all the gravel attacks. The 3 Megatama in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and the 10-headed scorching sun snake, which was preparing to launch an attack on Fang Yuan, suddenly let out a wail and scream. The next second, the pupil power dissipated, but the 10-headed scorching sun snake looked at Fang Yuan as if it had seen something terrible. It did not dare to attack Fang Yuan at all, and did not even dare to approach Fang Yuan. It could only curl up in the rubble and look at Fang Yuan from afar. Go back, Fang Yuan said indifferently, and the 10-headed scorching sun snake fled along the rock wall, as if it had been pardoned, leaving Fang Yuan alone in the sea of blood. Fang Yuan snorted lightly. The 10-headed scorching sun snake was obviously human, but beasts were beasts. No matter how human they were, it still could not change the fact that they were beasts. And beasts always deserved a beating, but not a lesson. Without the 10-headed scorching sun snake making trouble, Fang Yuan could finally focus his mind on the sea of blood. Previously, because of the 10-headed scorching sun snake, he was completely standing in the sea of blood at this moment, and the area below his knees was soaked in the sea of blood. Because of the high temperature, even with the soul power covering, his legs were still soaked red, and the thick fishy evil spirit in the sea of blood was also constantly drilling into his body through his legs, impacting Fang Yuan's mind. But the intensity was actually okay. Fang Yuan had the killing god domain, so the murderer Sora in the Sea of Blood could not actually cause any trouble to Fang Yuan. On the contrary, those murderer Soras would increase the strength of Fang Yuan's killing god domain. The only thing to pay attention to should be the fishy evil aura. Fang Yuan understood in his heart and began to sit down in the Sea of Blood little by little, soaking his upper body in it. But just when Fang Yuan completely immersed his entire body in the Sea of Blood, the fishy evil aura around him suddenly became extremely thick, and waves of fishy evil aura hit his body. In addition, Fang Yuan's whole body was almost immersed in the Sea of Blood at this moment. Every corner of his body felt the erosion of the fishy evil aura. Skin, tendons, flesh, blood, bones. Every inch of the body felt a tingling sensation at this moment. Fang Yuan frowned, activated his soul power, and began to resist the erosion of the fishy evil spirit in his body. But obviously, Fang Yuan, who was naked at the moment, did not have the help of the Blue Silver Emperor. Without this power bank that could continuously provide Fang Yuan with soul power, no matter how strong Fang Yuan's own soul power was, it would still be useless in the face of the vast and almost endless Sea of Blood with fishy evil spirits. However, after an hour, Fang Yuan's soul power had reached the bottom and could no longer protect his body. Then, he could only rely on his body to resist. Chapter 97 Sacrifice. Because of the limitation of soul skill and soul bone, the endless power of Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone could not be used at this moment. But even so, Fang Yuan still persisted. His body was extremely powerful. Even if he could not use the endless power of Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, it was still extremely condensed. The daily training, the strengthening of the soul power of the external soul bone and the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, plus the fusion of the two immortal herbs, Fang Yuan's body at this moment can be regarded as indestructible, pure yang and strong. But if Fang Yuan's body is a piece of extremely yang and strong iron, then the bloody sea that constantly erodes Fang Yuan's body is like a swinging hammer, hitting Fang Yuan's body crazily. Once or twice, for a while, it may not be able to shake Fang Yuan's body, but as time goes by, water drips through the stone, and even the hardest steel will soften one day. After about 4 hours, Fang Yuan felt that he had reached his limit. Every muscle in his body became extremely hard, numb, and unconscious. He even lost the strength to stand up. He could only control the dark gold three-headed Bat King to grab his body out of the Sea of Blood. Soul power recovered, and the body relaxed. When the numbness faded, the pain was like 1,000 needles piercing the heart, torturing Fang Yuan to death. Even with the endless power of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone to relieve his body, this pain still lasted for an hour before gradually subsiding. It's really glorious. Fang Yuan stood up with emotion. He could clearly feel that in just 4 hours, his body had undergone a very huge change, and the most obvious one was the fishy and evil aura that hovered in his body and did not fade for a long time. However, this fishy and evil aura did not run around in Fang Yuan's body, but seemed to blend with Fang Yuan's body and merge into it. However, this fishy evil spirit is still very weak at the moment, and compared with the King of Slaughter, it is simply a small witch meeting a big witch. But Fang Yuan believes that, as long as he persists in tempering and reaches the level of being able to complete the divine test, his physical body will be qualitatively sublimated, and even his own killing god domain will probably be slightly changed. But today, let's stop here. Fang Yuan glanced at the blood sea, and was still frightened by the taste just now. After shaking his head, he carried the dark gold three-headed Bat King, and left the blood sea, ready to leave the Hell Road. And not long after Fang Yuan left, a blood-red figure carrying 10-headed scorching sun snakes appeared in the blood sea. Blood-colored robes, stand-up collar cloaks, pale faces. If Fang Yuan was here, he would definitely find that this person was his chief master, the king of the killing city, the Killing King. Unexpectedly, when Fang Yuan was in the blood sea forging his body in the mouth of the killing messenger, the Killing King who was supposed to deal with things was actually in this Hell Road, looking at Fang Yuan. Really a perfect body, really a perfect body. At this moment, the state of the King of Slaughter was obviously a little wrong. His pale skin was covered with mysterious blood patterns, and there was a sword-shaped demon pattern on his forehead. The blood wings behind him were spread out, and with the bloody breath, the whole person looked completely different from usual. If the King of Slaughter on weekdays is a king full of blood and killing, Then at this moment, he is a monster full of blood, depravity, and evil. The King of Slaughter looked at Fang Yuan's figure, his eyes full of greed. He looked at the sea of blood below, and his sharp fingertips cut his arm. The deep red and smelly blood dripped from his wrist, and merged into the sea of blood below. After doing all this, the already pale face of the King of Slaughter became even paler, but the evil smile on his face did not weaken at all. It won't be long. Soon, you will be mine. This body, this almost perfect body, will soon be mine. The King of Slaughter laughed crazily. His sharp voice made the bats in the Hell Road agitated and fluttered around. Fang Yuan returned to his room to rest. When he opened the door, he saw that the 4 women had already stood up. Nightingale and the ZHU sisters were practicing cross-legged, while Huo Yun was reading a book about the city of slaughter. Seeing Fang Yuan's return, the 4 women all came out of their own state, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't worry about me. You continue to practice. To be honest, you should practice well. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 3 women all changed. Don't be nervous. I don't mean to dislike you. I just hope that you can improve yourself to the maximum extent. Looking at the faces of the 3 women, Fang Yuan immediately realized that they were wrong. Fang Yuan smiled and embraced the 3 women in his arms, explaining, after all, there are less than 2 years left before the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition. All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition? When this was said, not only the 3 women were stunned, but even Huo Yun cast a surprised look. Holy son, do you mean that we should participate in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition? ZHU Zuan couldn't help but say, but it's the Slaughter City. Can we also participate in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition? Who said no? Fang Yuan snorted. Since its name is the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition, it means that it is open to the entire continent. My Slaughter City has stood on the Douluo Continent since ancient times, and is an indispensable part of the entire continent. Why can't I participate in such a competition? Although the words were said, both the ZHU sisters and Huo Yun beside them had strange expressions. The Slaughter City participated in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Competition? This is too strange. After all, the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is held every 5 years. So far, no one knows how many sessions have been held, but they have never heard that the Slaughter City has participated. Holy son. Huo Yun on the side whispered, although our Slaughter City is indeed part of the continent, according to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, all forces participating in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition must have a formal academy. Our Slaughter City. Who told you that we don't have an academy? Fang Yuan snorted. The faces of the women were stunned, and Huo Yun was about to say something, but everyone understood what she meant. A place like Slaughter City has no academy at all. Even if there is an academy, how can they sign up for the competition? You can't let a group of fallen people participate. Most of the fallen people in Slaughter City are evil soul masters wanted by the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall. If they were really allowed to participate in the competition, they might be captured by the law enforcement teams of major forces before they even get on the field. This is easy. We just need to find some guys who are not wanted. Fang Yuan smiled and patted the big and small cat's buttocks. For example, you, and for example, me. Looking at the women who were hesitant to speak, Fang Yuan smiled and shook his head, explaining, I know what you are thinking. It's nothing more than a problem of identity. These are actually nothing, and you don't have to worry about them. Don't forget, I'm the Holy Son of the City of Slaughter. I said that there is a Slaughter Academy in the City of Slaughter. Who dares to say no? I said that the Slaughter Academy wants to participate in the competition. Who dares to say no? What? You said no? The Pope of the Spirit Hall asked me to come here. If you don't agree, go find her. You just need to practice well, and leave the rest to me. Fang Yuan hummed and said, I don't want to go to the competition and fight a few minions by myself. As soon as these words came out, the 3 women's faces changed immediately, and the little nightingale beside them jumped up and said loudly, please rest assured, Saint, I will definitely help you solve all the powerful enemies in front of you, and win the championship for you. The big and small cats looked at each other and nodded. We will also work hard. Yeah, that's more like it. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. If you don't know anything, you can ask Huo Yun more. Huo Yun was a little at a loss. She originally thought that Fang Yuan said that he was interested in her ability just as an excuse to capture her to the slaughter city, but she didn't expect that he really wanted her to come here as a teacher. Don't be nervous, teach well. We have nothing in the killing city, but we have enough resources. Whether it is the mimic training field or various resources, if you need them, let Nightingale get them. You should also study hard and ask if you don't understand. After all, Fang Yuan smiled and lifted Huo Yun's chin, looking at her shy appearance and laughing. After all, our teacher Huo is the most outstanding teacher in Blazing Fire Academy. Yes, Holy Sun. The three women nodded, full of seriousness. In the following time, Fang Yuan would come to the Sea of Blood every day to start practicing and improve his adaptability to the fishy evil spirit little by little. From the first 4 hours, it increased little by little until 3 months later, Fang Yuan was able to stay in it for 6 hours. But it was not enough. His God test required him to stay in it for 12 hours, that is, a full day, and the time limit before the end of the God test was less than 9 months. Time was tight. Fang Yuan had no choice but to bury his head in hard training and squeeze his body to the maximum. It was an indescribable torment. When it was the most painful, Fang Yuan didn't even pamper the big and small cats for 7 consecutive days. However, the results of the tempering in the past few months were also gratifying. As Fang Yuan tempered himself in the Sea of Blood for a long time, his body's toughness and strength were greatly improved. Even the medicinal power of the Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower accumulated in his body was gradually stimulated and integrated into his body. His soul power was also increased from level 51 to level 53. Not only that, Fang Yuan also found that his killing god domain was greatly strengthened. But perhaps because of the fishy evil spirit entering his body, Fang Yuan felt that his killing god domain became a little similar to the killing domain of the King of Killing. However, just when Fang Yuan thought everything was moving in a good direction, in the 8th month, he suddenly found that his body seemed to have reached a limit. No, still no. In the road to hell, Fang Yuan broke free from the Sea of Blood, feeling the condition of his body, and frowned. He had just stayed in the Sea of Blood for 10 hours. 10 hours sounded like a long time, and it was not much different from the 12 hours required by the divine test. But Fang Yuan knew that he had been able to stay in it for 10 hours a month ago, and a month had passed, and his limit was still the same, without any improvement. If this goes on, I will never be able to complete 12 hours of tempering in the next few months. 10 hours is the limit that his body can reach at present. If he wants to continue to improve, he must find another way. Fang Yuan stood up from the Sea of Blood, looked at his reflection in the Scarlet Sea, and fell into deep thought. For now, Fang Yuan thought of several ways. First, improve his physical strength. No matter how heavy the bloody aura is, no matter how high the murderous aura and heat are, as long as Fang Yuan's body is strong enough, he can resist it. But the problem is that Fang Yuan's body cannot be improved at this stage. After the 2 immortal herbs entered his body, Fang Yuan's body was already saturated with the medicinal properties of the immortal herbs. Even though Fang Yuan had absorbed almost all of the medicinal power in his body after several months of tempering in the Sea of Blood, he could no longer take the immortal herbs before his bones grew up. If he could not take the immortal herbs and still wanted to improve his physical strength, there was only one way. Soul bones. Soul bones are the soul cores of soul beasts and the condensation of soul beast power. By absorbing soul bones, one can absorb the most powerful and special power of the soul beast during its lifetime, thereby allowing one's own body to evolve to a certain extent. For example, Fang Yuan's right palm bone of the dark gold terror claw bear and the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor are all like this. These 2 soul bones have greatly improved Fang Yuan's physical strength. If Fang Yuan can continue to obtain soul bones, then Fang Yuan will definitely have the confidence to continue staying in the Sea of Blood. But the question is, where can one find such high quality soul bones? In Fang Yuan's mind, a blood red figure sitting high on the throne flashed. The inventory of the King of Slaughter may have. But soon, this idea was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The value of soul bones is needless to say. Based on the relationship between him and the King of Slaughter, the probability of that guy giving him high quality soul bones is extremely low. In addition to soul bones, is there any other way to improve physical strength? Yes. Fang Yuan touched his forehead, the red and purple mark of the gods. Here, there is a second way. The second test of the Rakshasa god. You mean, you have reached a bottleneck at present, and you want to go out for a walk, relax, and improve yourself? In the Slaughter Castle, the King of Slaughter looked down at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded and said respectfully, yes, King, and my second test of Rakshasa requires a 50,000-year-old soul beast, so I hope to go to the Stardow Great Forest to complete the test. 50,000-year-old soul beast. The King of Slaughter fell silent, and after a moment, he waved to Fang Yuan. Don't worry about that. I'll help you. Blood Sea bodybuilding is indispensable every day. You should stay in the Blood Sea during this period of time. This, I understand, King. Although Fang Yuan was confused, the King of Slaughter said so he naturally couldn't refuse. Fang Yuan respectfully withdrew, and the King of Slaughter's eyes flashed red, and he remained silent. He knew Fang Yuan's current situation very well, because during this period, Fang Yuan's Blood Sea bodybuilding every day, he saw it all. Moreover, under his layout, the fishy and evil aura that had accumulated for several months had already condensed into a shape in Fang Yuan's body. If he left the Slaughter City at this moment, who knows whether the fishy and evil aura would fail. Fang Yuan had left the Slaughter City before, saying that he was going to get a few soul rings, but when he came back, it was a complete change. This time, the King of Slaughter didn't dare to let Fang Yuan go out again. If something went wrong, everything he had done during this period would be in vain. We must not let him leave the Slaughter City. But a 50,000-year-old soul beast. The sharp hooked toes of the Slaughter King gently tapped the crystal throne, making a low sound. After a moment, the Slaughter King opened his eyes and said to the Slaughter Messenger who was standing respectfully beside him, "Let the Slaughter Knight come over." "Yes, great King." Not long after, the figure of the Slaughter Knight appeared in the hall. "King, are you looking for me?" The Slaughter King looked at the figure of the Slaughter Knight for a long time without saying anything. Just when the Slaughter Knight was puzzled and wanted to raise his head, the Slaughter King stood up. "Follow me." The Slaughter Knight was curious, but he didn't say much. He thought that the Slaughter King had a special task for him, so he followed the Slaughter King silently. It was pitch black all around, but the Slaughter Knight could feel that the terrain around him was always going down, so the Slaughter Knight guessed that they were walking towards the underground of the Slaughter Castle. Not long after, the Slaughter King stopped in front of a heavy door. "Where is this?" The Slaughter Knight was full of curiosity. He had been in the Slaughter City for decades. As a Slaughter Knight, he was considered to have a high status in the Slaughter City, and his strength was second only to the King of Slaughter. But he had never been to the basement of the Slaughter Castle. "Come in." The King of Slaughter opened the door and walked in, followed by the Slaughter Knight. There was no candlelight in the whole room, but there were blood-red soul fires burning on the candlesticks around, giving light to the room. When he walked into the door, he saw an empty hall. The hall was extremely spacious, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with crystals containing soul power, which looked quite luxurious, but there was nothing else. There was not even a servant to serve. The Slaughter Knight walked into the palace, and just as he was confused, he suddenly saw a figure in the corner of the palace, in the area not yet illuminated by the candlelight. It was a shriveled figure. The guy's whole body was blood red, his skin was also red, and there was no hair on his body. It had sharp claws on its hands and feet. Although it looked like a human, it had 9 heads and a pair of wings on its back. It looked a little broken, like a broken flag hanging behind it. Although it looked scary, the Killing Knight did not feel any breath of life on it, so it looked like a deformed and ugly ornament. "Are you ready, Sit?" What? The Killing Knight was full of doubts, and did not understand why the Killing King brought him here. But just as he raised his head again, a ball of scarlet power suddenly burst out from the palm of the Killing King, and poured into the Killing Knight's body. The sudden attack was extremely swift, and the soul power was so strong that the 96th level Killing Knight had no time to dodge, and was directly hit. "King, you." The Slaughter Knight suddenly stagnated, and under that power, the whole person froze in place. The scarlet power instantly filled every corner of his body. He wanted to struggle, but at this moment, the whole person seemed to be trapped in a swamp and could not move at all. The power suppressed his flesh and blood. The Slaughter Knight wanted to use his soul skills, but a fishy breath suddenly erupted. Killing field. This is the power of forbidden magic. King, what on earth is this? The Slaughter Knight looked at the Slaughter King with difficulty, his heart full of confusion. I remember I mentioned to you before, what is the thing I hate the most? The Slaughter King looked at the Slaughter Knight, and a creepy smile appeared on his pale face. Betrayal. Puff. The sound of flesh being torn apart sounded, and in the Slaughter Knight's horrified eyes, a hot beating heart was dug out by the Slaughter King. The heart was red, and it was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance, the smell of blood Ganoderma. It tastes really delicious. It seems that Fang Yuan took you out, and got a lot of good stuff. The King of Slaughter grabbed the hair of the Slaughter Knight, lifted up his pale face, and showed the bottom to the Slaughter Knight. It was a black bat brand, located at the bottom of the heart. Seeing this brand, the Slaughter Knight's face became even paler. He wanted to say something, but the feeling of life passing away had made him weak all over, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Do you think your restrained thoughts can escape my eyes? Don't forget, you can get to this point today because of me. Without me, you are just a piece of trash living in the killing field of hell. The King of Slaughter gently patted the Slaughter Knight's face, and then ate the broken heart in 2 or 3 bites. To be honest, you are really good and very motivated. Moreover, you have fought for me for so many years. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. So I'm not going to kill you directly. The weak Killing Knight fell on the shoulder of the Killing King. The Killing King gently patted the Killing Knight on the back. I know your heart, Sit. I know. I have always known that you are a person who is willing to sacrifice your life for your ideals and for the people you are loyal to. So, I'm willing to give you a chance to sacrifice your life for your ideals. What? The Killing Knight felt a pain in his neck and tried to turn his head, but found that the shriveled monster-like guy had attached to his neck at some point, madly devouring his blood and soul power. The Killing Knight wanted to stop it, but he couldn't do it at all. Even his head was straightened back by the Killing King. The 4 looked at each other, and the Killing King had a creepy and gloomy smile on his face. For your highness Fang Yuan, dedicate yourself. Chapter 98 Extreme Emotions. Cursed Eyes. Although Fang Yuan is the god of killing, and has the qualifications and ability to freely enter and exit the city of killing, he is also the son of the saint of the city of killing. Because of the constraints of his identity, he has no way to leave the city of killing without the nod of the king of killing. In desperation, Fang Yuan can only trust the king of killing, and he himself continues to immerse himself in the sea of blood, hoping to get some breakthroughs. But obviously, the limit is the limit. If it can be broken casually, it is not a limit. No matter how hard Fang Yuan tries, no matter how determined his will is, he can only stay in the sea of blood for 10 hours, and he can't do it anymore. The fishy and evil aura and high temperature in the sea of blood will reach an extreme after 10 hours, forcing him to leave the sea of blood. Otherwise, that power will leave permanent trauma to his body, and even his will be affected by the fishy and evil aura. No. Still no. A month passed slowly. Fang Yuan hammered the hard rock wall beside him in a somewhat irritable manner, but he still could not break through the limit of 10 hours. At this moment, there were only 2 months left before the test. No, I can't wait any longer. Counting the journey to and from the killing city, it will take more than a month. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, stood up, and prepared to walk towards the killing castle. This time, he must leave the killing city, otherwise, he may not have enough time to complete the 2 divine tests. Fang Yuan came to the killing castle without stopping, and the first thing he did was to set his eyes on the killing king on the throne. Before Su Liang could speak, the killing king had already smiled at Su Liang, holding up the scarlet yellow spring dew. I was just about to ask Bev to call you, but I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Call me? Bev was the slaughter messenger that Fang Yuan had seen before, and had a backup plan. Generally speaking, the Slaughter King's will and ideas were conveyed through the slaughter messenger. Fang Yuan paused slightly, swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips, and bowed his head slightly to the Slaughter King. King, I don't know what it is. What else could it be? Isn't it the 50,000-year-old soul beast you asked me for before? The Slaughter King smiled and drank the yellow spring dew in the cup. I have found it and was just about to ask Bev to call you over, but I didn't expect you to come. By the way, you came to see me. Is there something? No, nothing. Fang Yuan was a little unbelievable. The Slaughter King actually found him a 50,000-year-old soul beast, and it was in the Slaughter City. In this way, he saved the effort of searching for soul beasts in the outside world. Tell me if you have something to say. What secrets are there between us that we should hide? The King of Slaughter pretended to be displeased. Seeing Fang Yuan's somewhat reserved and embarrassed look, he suddenly laughed out loud. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Since you are already here, it will save trouble. You can deal with this soul beast first. Pa. The King of Slaughter clapped his hands. Under Fang Yuan's surprised eyes, a black iron cage holding an ugly monster was pushed out of the darkness by the messenger of slaughter. Fang Yuan showed curiosity and subconsciously opened his Sharingan to look at the soul beast in the cage. It was a blood-red monster, in human form, but with blood-red skin like a monster, as well as sharp teeth and claws. The broken wings were stuck to its back, and the most important thing was that it actually had 9 heads. Wait, 9 heads? The voice of the King of Slaughter sounded beside him. It is a soul beast that I captured in the Hell Road. It is called the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Is it really this thing? Exclamation mark. Fang Yuan's heart trembled, and he looked at the calm King of Slaughter, and his mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was very excited, the King of Slaughter smiled and said, "This blood-red 9-headed Bat King is the Emperor of Bats and the top soul beast. Moreover, this is a 90,000-year-old blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Under normal conditions, this blood-red 9-headed Bat King is extremely powerful, and you are definitely not his opponent. However, it has been imprisoned by me for so many years, and its cultivation strength is only 1/10 of what it is now, and its age has also dropped drastically, but it is still at the level of 50,000 years. I see that your current level is only 52, so you should not absorb it as a soul ring. The divine test should be something you ask for, right?" "Yes, King." Fang Yuan nodded. Perhaps the natives of the Douluo world did not know, but as Fang Yuan, who had seen the Douluo Continent, he knew this guy, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, too well. The original Tang Chen was parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, and became the current King of Slaughter. In other words, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King in front of him is the predecessor of the King of Slaughter. Take your predecessor and let me pass the divine test. So willing to spend so much money? Fang Yuan was full of curiosity and doubts. He didn't understand the King of Slaughter's plan, but since the King of Slaughter had taken out all the things, there was no reason for him not to accept them. According to his insight, the age of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King in front of him was about 60,000 years old, which was perfect for completing the divine test. "Thank you for your gift, King." Fang Yuan smiled and said loudly, "With the help of such a soul beast, my Rakshasa god's divine test will definitely be no problem." Ha, good. The King of Slaughter nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, it's up to you." Fang Yuan nodded, without hesitation, and directly crushed a blood-colored crystal, opened the door to the Hell Road, and walked into it with the cage. In order to be able to temper himself more conveniently in the sea of blood, the King of Slaughter gave him a lot of blood crystals, the purpose of which was to facilitate his travel between the Hell Road and the Slaughter City. For some unknown reason, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King fell into a deep sleep, and his mental power was extremely weak. Fang Yuan was not suspicious, and just thought that after he possessed Tang Chen, the soul body had been abandoned. Looking at the blood-red 9-headed Bat King in front of him, Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he raised his knife and chopped off the 9 heads of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The soul power was surging, and a dark black soul ring was looming, about to float out of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's body. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and directly condensed the soul power to wrap the body of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, and at the same time, grabbed the dark black soul ring with his right hand. The red gold light shone, and the dark gold claws were released. The soul ring of the soul beast is extremely tough. After all, it is the condensation of the cultivation of a soul beast, and the soul ring of a 10,000-year soul beast is even more indestructible, and ordinary means cannot destroy it at all. Fortunately, Fang Yuan has the dark gold claws that symbolize the ultimate attack. The red gold dark gold claws grabbed the dark black soul ring. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and the second and third soul rings on his body lit up at the same time. Golden crocodile transformation. The golden crocodile enveloped the Beast King, and it was strengthened. Attack power, defense power, and movement speed were temporarily increased by 100%. Dark gold light. The ultimate gold, the strongest spear. Attacks with dark gold light will cause an additional 100% damage, and all attacks carry a 100% armor breaking effect. The double amplification was activated at the same time, and Fang Yuan's momentum was instantly raised to the extreme. But it was not enough. Fang Yuan shouted in a low voice, and the fourth dark soul ring on his body shone. The dark gold claws that originally flashed with red gold brilliance were actually covered with a layer of black energy at this moment, like a battle pattern. Triple amplification. Under the extreme power, Fang Yuan's right hand exerted force in vain, and the power of his whole body burst out at this moment. The indestructible dark gold claws grabbed the soul ring, and huge power surged out. The dark soul ring was actually like glass at this moment, and cracks began to appear on its surface, until it broke. Bang. Just like glass breaking, the dark soul ring finally couldn't withstand the huge force of the dark gold claws, and with a bang, it broke. But Fang Yuan's face was not happy at all, because the real test had just begun. The fierce soul power surged out, and the soul power of the soul ring for 60,000 years poured out at this moment, suddenly hitting Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan groaned, gritted his teeth, and endured the impact of the soul power. How can a mere 60,000 years of soul power shake me? Fang Yuan stared with his blood-red eyes, staring at the thick black soul mist. In a trance, a figure began to condense and emerge from it. It's coming. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his eyes kept turning. The mental strength and state of his whole body were improved to the best at this moment. But the next second, Fang Yuan was stunned. With the help of the hazy soul power, Fang Yuan could see the figure in front of him slightly. That was not the bloody 9-headed Bat King, but a figure that Fang Yuan was very familiar with. A hoarse and low voice sounded in Fang Yuan's ears, and the shadow looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. Holy Sun. Fang Yuan was stunned, his eyes full of incredible expressions. Even the movements of his hands stopped. He stared blankly at the figure in front of him, who was in the soul mist. Under the reflection of the red light of the sea of blood, he saw the face clearly. Captain. Yes, what appeared in front of Fang Yuan at this moment was the Killing Knight. Or, it was the soul of the Killing Knight. Captain, how could it be you? Me. What did I do? I killed you. Fang Yuan's body trembled a little. He looked at the Killing Knight in front of him, a little at a loss. He wanted to gather the soul power that was scattered around, but the black soul mist was rapidly dissipating and drifting from his fingertips. No. Fang Yuan's eyes turned jade, looking at the Slaughter Knight in front of him. A huge amount of mental power and pupil power burst out. The next second, the two figures came to a grey world. The blood-colored light poured down from the moon in the sky, illuminating the entire land. On the ground, Fang Yuan stood there in a daze. In front of him was the Slaughter Knight. Captain. Fang Yuan looked at the Slaughter Knight and whispered that he wanted to go forward, but the Slaughter Knight shook his head. Don't come over, Holy Sun. Under the shining bloodlight, Fang Yuan saw the current state of the Slaughter Knight. At this moment, the Slaughter Knight looked extremely miserable. He was covered with wounds and bite marks all over his body. Even his heart had disappeared. Except for the familiar face, the Slaughter Knight's entire body was almost tattered, like the remains of a body bitten by a wild beast, full of mincemeat. Fang Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists, and the Sharingan in his eyes turned wildly, releasing a huge amount of pupil power, covering the broken body of the Killing Knight. The broken body was repaired bit by bit, but the next moment, a fishy breath emerged, and Fang Yuan's pupil power stopped abruptly. What on earth is this? Give up. Holy Sun, that is the spiritual remnant of the bloody 9-headed Bat King. It has absorbed my flesh and blood, soul power, and soul. I know what you think, Holy Sun, but give up. Your spiritual power is restoring me, while also restoring that guy's. Fang Yuan was stunned. He saw it. The damaged parts of the Killing Knight were actually attached with a faint black and red breath. and in the empty space except for his heart, there was an extremely rich black and red breath. This dark breath was extremely weak, like a seed, deeply rooted in the body of the killing knight, corroding bones and corroding the heart. Just as the killing knight said, although Fang Yuan's mental power can repair his broken spiritual body, it will also promote these black and red powers to grow. At that time, the speed at which this power devours the killing knight's soul will only increase, not decrease. I'm sorry, Holy Son, I actually appeared in front of you in this state, but I'm satisfied to still be able to see you. The killing knight spoke softly. His condition was very bad, including his mental power. Everything on him had been devoured by the bloody nine-headed Bat King, even his soul. It was just that it had not been completely digested. Captain, you don't talk, I don't have much time. The killing knight interrupted Fang Yuan and whispered, next I will tell you a secret. Our king is not actually human. He should have been swallowed by the bloody nine-headed Bat King. I know this news is shocking to you, but you must believe me. My appearance at this moment is the most valuable token. You have to be careful. The nine-headed Bat King is the Bat Emperor, but the bloody nine-headed Bat King is an outlier among them. They like to devour and parasitize the most. Holy Son, your qualifications are unparalleled. That guy will never let you go. He will do everything he can to find the right time to devour you. You must be careful and don't show weakness in front of him. If possible, you better leave the city of slaughter immediately. Only in this way will you be at peace. Don't talk, hold on for a while. I will find a way to remove that power from your body. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and thought quickly. Use mental power to cleanse directly? No, the captain's soul is very weak at present. Once it is forcibly cleansed by my mental power, although it can clear the power, the captain's soul will inevitably suffer a major blow. Then what should I do? Use pupil power to split? No, this is the same as mental power cleansing. No. What should I do? Fang Yuan kept muttering, clenching his fists and shaking his body, but the killing knight called Fang Yuan softly. Don't be angry, don't worry, Holy Son, I should have died a long time ago. If it weren't for you, my body and mind would have been corroded by the fishy evil spirit. If it weren't for you, I might have died a long time ago. It's you who gave me a second life, and it's also you who made me feel the taste of being truly alive. The light of his soul was very dim, but in those dim eyes, there seemed to be a different light, bursting and shining. He looked around, looked up and down, and whispered, this is your spiritual space, right? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded silently. The remaining power in my body is the soul seed of the bloody nine-headed Bat King. He is like a parasite, constantly absorbing everything from me. When he has absorbed everything from me, I will be completely dead. But it won't. When I become nutrients, it may become even stronger, and it may even turn its gun against you. The killing knight said softly, but you don't have to worry, I will deal with it. After I melt, I will leave a soul power crystal, which contains information about my resistance to the bloody nine-headed Bat King. You can learn from it. In Fang Yuan's sight, the killing knight's body began to gradually flash a red light, like a burning flame, rising on his body bit by bit. Fang Yuan trembled a little. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, he couldn't make any sound. He felt his throat sore, as if something was stuck, suppressing all his sounds. In front of him, the red light on the killing knight became more and more vigorous, and a ball of blazing blood flames burned out from his body. In the blink of an eye, his broken body was completely covered. Fang Yuan could even hear a black and red bat figure wailing and screaming in the blood smoke. I'm sorry, Holy Son. The only regret may be that I can't see you reach that position. The raging fire rose, and in the wailing and screaming of the bat, it completely engulfed the killing knight's slightly smiling face. The raging fire burned out, leaving only a blood-red angular crystal, which fell quietly to the ground. Fang Yuan carefully picked up the blood crystal, and a message suddenly flooded into his mind. That was the process of an ignorant boy growing up, intermittently, awakening the martial spirit, growing up as a teenager, fighting for interests, and finally joining the city of slaughter. The memory was very vague, and even a lot of things were missing. It might not be possible to connect the beginning and the end. It became clear only when the slaughter knight was swallowed by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. He opened his mouth and spoke clearly. The power of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King is extremely cold and evil. It has an extremely strong suppressive force on all life individuals with the yellow spring dew in their bodies. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King likes blood and is afraid of the most yang and the most rigid, but he is extremely greedy for the most yang and the most rigid things. The killing god domain controlled by the King of Slaughter contains the power of forbidden magic. The Slaughter Knight said one sentence at a time, very carefully, and told Fang Yuan all the information about the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and the King of Slaughter bit by bit. Fang Yuan's body trembled, and he slowly regained his calm until the entire information stopped dissipating for a long time. The world around him gradually dissipated, and Fang Yuan returned to the road to hell. The boiling red light of the sea of blood illuminated Fang Yuan's face. It was a calm face, a face with traces of tears, extremely calm. He silently held the somewhat dim blood crystal in his palm, used his wood escape power to weave it into a necklace, and wore it around his neck. In his ears, the sound symbolizing the completion of the divine test sounded. The second test of the top 7 tests, absorption, bloodthirsty smelting, pass. The power of the spirit ring skills is increased by 500 years. The affinity of candidates for the divine examination increases by 10%. But he seemed not to have heard it, nor did he stay in the sea of blood to temper his body, but walked towards the outside of the hell road on his own. His steps were not fast, but very firm. Quietly, his martial spirit had already possessed his body. Those scarlet eyes were extremely dazzling in this dim world, especially the 3 megatoma that kept spinning. The 3 megatoma were spinning very fast, and in the end they were even connected together, forming a special pattern. Chapter 99 Breakup, Pupil Technique of the Right Eye. It was getting dark. The fallen in the killing city began to return to their homes, and even the battles in the hell killing field gradually died down. The night was dangerous, especially in a place like the killing city. There were many evil people who could not survive in the killing city, and were thirsty for the yellow spring dew, and would use the darkness to make trouble. Therefore, most of the fallen at night would return to their homes and have a good sleep. But for some reason, the fallen today were a little panicked, and many of them looked up with surprise. Above their heads, the moon rising from the east was actually blood red. Killing Castle. The King of Killing tasted the fresh yellow spring dew, and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan in his mind. He could feel that the fishy evil spirit in Fang Yuan's body was getting stronger and stronger, and it had already taken shape. Next, he just had to wait for the power to reach a limit, and then he could make a move. Spiritual martial spirits are indeed difficult to deal with, but if there is a fishy evil spirit in it that resonates with me, then there should be no problem. The eyes of the King of Slaughter were full of greed. When he thought of Fang Yuan's almost perfect body, he trembled with excitement. Although that body was far different from his current one in terms of soul strength and strength level, the infinite potential and future made him intoxicated. Soon that body will be mine. The King of Slaughter drank the yellow spring dew intoxicatedly, his mind full of desire and fantasy for Fang Yuan's body. At this moment, he was stunned. With the help of the window of the Slaughter Castle, he suddenly noticed that there was an extremely special breath in the air today. That power was extremely strange, not evil, nor was it corrupted. It was a strange power that was completely different from his power. The King of Slaughter felt the source of this power, but as soon as he looked out of the window, he was attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky. In the dark night, the full moon was hanging in the sky. But today's full moon is blood colored, as scarlet and deep as blood. The strange moon made the King of Slaughter frown. At the same time, Bev hurriedly walked in from outside the palace. King, it's not good. Something seems to be wrong in the city. Huh? The King of Slaughter frowned slightly. What happened? I don't know why. A large number of fallen people fighting each other appeared on the street. Even if they were seriously injured, they couldn't stop. Bev said with some horror. And what? And the situation of the Holy Sun is also wrong. Holy Sun? The King of Slaughter stood up from the throne suddenly. What's going on? The King of Slaughter didn't care how many fallen people died. In his opinion, the more fallen people died, the better. It happened that during this period of time, the resources of the Blood Sea were consumed and needed to be replenished. But Fang Yuan was different. For the King of Slaughter, Fang Yuan was very important and absolutely could not have any problems. After all, that was his future. The state of the Holy Sun is also not right, but he is different from those fallen ones who are fighting each other. Although he also killed everyone he saw on the way back from the outer city, he had a purpose. The Holy Sun has now entered the inner city and is heading towards the Killing Castle. What? The King of Killing frowned slightly. Before he could do anything, a figure had already appeared outside the Killing Castle. Under the flash of blood, Bev had a bloodline on her body. The next second, the newly recruited killing messenger of the King of Killing fell to the ground powerlessly, his head torn apart. The King of Killing suddenly stood up from the throne and stared at the boy who stepped into the palace. Fang Yuan, do you know what you are doing? The Killing City is destined not to be peaceful tonight. The blood moon that suddenly appeared in the sky added a touch of strange color to this bloody city. A large number of fallen people looked at the sky curiously. Although in their opinion, this might be just a strange vision, they couldn't help but start to get irritated in their hearts. This irritability can be mild or severe. The mildly fallen only felt a little dizzy and then fell asleep in their own residence. Those with severe symptoms began to cover their heads frantically, as if there was a roaring monster in their bodies, roaring in their brains, and collapsing in their bodies. The irritability that was enough to drive people crazy forced them to take to the streets and start fighting. The sharp knife entered the body, and the flesh and blood were separated. It seemed that only blood and pain could soothe the violent breath in their hearts. They fought each other, even though their bodies were covered with scars and their flesh and skin were all torn apart. They did not stop. The corpses were already scattered on both sides of the streets of the Killing City. If it were normal days, these corpses would definitely become the object of everyone's competition. After all, in the Killing City, corpses are Huan Quandu, and Huan Quandu is the hard currency of the Killing City. But today is different. Everyone seemed to be immersed in killing, and no longer cared about anything else, including those law enforcement officers. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on? A law enforcement officer's eyes flashed with confusion. Before he could react, his former teammate beside him had already killed him. At the critical moment, another law enforcement officer pulled him out. It's the moon. It's the blood moon in the sky. The law enforcement officer whispered, everyone who sees the blood moon will enter an inexplicable state of madness. Everything is because of the blood moon in the sky. Blood moon? The previous law enforcement officer's face was full of confusion. But I also saw the moon in the sky. Why am I not hurt at all? When Fang Yuan returned to the Killing City from the outside world, the killing had already begun. Countless fallen people and law enforcement officers began to fight each other. Even when they saw Fang Yuan, they did not stop their actions. Some fallen people even attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a blank expression on his face. He grabbed a long knife that was stabbing at him and then killed the comer. He walked towards the inside of the Killing City with an indifferent expression. His speed was not fast, so many crazy fallen ones on both sides regarded him as prey and rushed towards him. But obviously, no one was a match for Fang Yuan. They couldn't even disrupt Fang Yuan's pace. The moment they approached Fang Yuan, they were already streaked with blood and their heads fell to the ground. Fang Yuan crossed the outer city all the way and came to the inner city. This situation did not weaken. In fact, because most of the fallen ones in the inner city were extremely powerful, the battle in the inner city became more tragic. Death was everywhere, but Fang Yuan ignored it. He walked towards his residence. Lord Saint. At the door of his house, Zhu Zuan was the first to see Fang Yuan. At this moment, Zhu Zuan was wearing a black tight combat suit and holding two short blades with blood on the blades. There were many corpses on the ground around him. Obviously, Zhu Zuan had spent a lot of effort to resist these rampaging fallen ones. Sir, Sister Nightingale is not in a good condition. She just glanced at the moon and suddenly became extremely violent. She almost stabbed Zhu King and Huan. I have no choice but to suppress her and tie her up. Zhu Zuan quickly described the current situation and took Fang Yuan into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Fang Yuan saw Nightingale tied up. She was even hung in the air to prevent her from struggling. If I remember correctly, these things seemed to be used to increase interest on weekdays. Seeing Fang Yuan coming, Zhu King and Huan were very happy, but the tied Nightingale grinned at Fang Yuan. But because of the bull in her mouth, Nightingale could only make some humming sounds and saliva dripped, which seemed to have a different taste. Of course. At this moment, Fang Yuan's mind was not on these things at all. He moved his left eye slightly, and the extremely violent nightingale suddenly calmed down. The strange change made the other three women full of astonishment. Zhu Zuan looked at Fang Yuan's eyes and remembered the blood moon she saw in the sky before. She immediately understood something. Untie her. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. His voice was very hoarse. Coupled with the blood-stained clothes and long sword, the special state, even a fool could feel it. The women looked at Fang Yuan with some worry, but Fang Yuan's eyes were looking at the window. Bring my armor. Zhu Zuan said nothing more, took the vermilion armor hanging on the wall, and carefully helped Fang Yuan put it on. Of course, she also looked in the direction of Fang Yuan's sight, but what came into view was the towering castle. In the entire Killing City, there is only one castle, that is the residence of the Killing King, the King's Palace. With the vermilion armor on his body, Fang Yuan's blood-red pupils turned slightly, and then opened the door. Stay in the room, they won't attack you anymore. Holy Sun. Zhu Zuan, who was holding Zhu Zuking and Huo Yun's hands behind him, suddenly shouted, come back safely. Fang Yuan didn't say much, waved his soul power, and closed the door. Fang Yuan's pace was not fast, but his goal was very clear. That was the only castle in the city. As soon as he went out, there were fallen people attacking Fang Yuan from all directions. But Fang Yuan just drew his sword and slashed 3 or 2 times, and none of those crazy fallen people could get up. However, the strong smell of blood was like fragrant bait. Those crazy fallen people smelled this smell, and they became more and more crazy, roaring and rushing towards Fang Yuan. There were more than hundreds of them, but Fang Yuan was still indifferent. He dragged his bloody long sword and walked indifferently on the road, completely ignoring the crazy fallen people around him. There was a bloodthirsty light in those guys' eyes, and they rushed towards Fang Yuan like wild beasts. However, before their attack landed on Fang Yuan, they themselves were attacked first. It was the equally crazy companions around them. The mutual killing began again, and those who still maintained their sanity and were still in a normal state closed their eyes one by one, curled up in their own residences, and prayed that they would be safe tonight. The wailing, excitement, and crazy screams resounded through the world, adding a bit of blood color to the blood moon in the sky, until Fang Yuan walked to the towering castle. Are you crazy, Fang Yuan? The King of Slaughter stood on the throne, staring at Fang Yuan in front of him wearing scarlet armor. I'm the King of Slaughter, your teacher. You are holding a knife. Do you want to kill your teacher? Kill your teacher? Fang Yuan raised his head, and the strange eyes made the King of Slaughter suddenly feel a little palpitation in his heart. I did kill my master. I crushed the soul ring with my own hands, ended his life with my own hands, and watched him dissipate in front of me. But I'm not crazy. Fang Yuan's words made the King of Slaughter pause slightly, and with those special eyes that made his heart palpitate, the King of Slaughter immediately understood something. But just when he was in a trance, there was the wind. The King of Slaughter came back to his senses, only to find that Fang Yuan was already close at hand. The blood-stained long knife attacked his neck. The long knife covered with soul power was unstoppable. If it were an ordinary person, he might have died directly under this knife. Fortunately, the King of Slaughter reacted in time, and a vast soul power suddenly burst out, directly blowing Fang Yuan away. It seems that you already know it. The King of Slaughter sneered, looking at Fang Yuan, who climbed up from the corner of the wall, with a vast soul power on his body. Remnant of spirit? Soul? Sid has practiced for so many years, it seems that he is not useless, but I can't feel the clone attached to Sid. Have you killed his soul? Shut up. Fang Yuan in the corner suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the King of Slaughter again with a long knife. The King of Slaughter sneered, his pale face full of sarcasm. He did not move, still standing in front of his throne, but his aura was constantly rising. The blood-red wings that looked like a bat stretched out and bent forward, easily blocking Fang Yuan's fierce attack. The long knife forged with fine steel collided with the bat wings of the King of Slaughter, and it actually made a golden sound. The bat wings waved, carrying an irresistible force, and directly lifted Fang Yuan up again. You can't beat me. It's true that you are gifted and valued by the 2 gods, who have given you a divine test. But now you are just a little soul king of over 50 levels. The King of Slaughter looked down at Fang Yuan and slowly walked down from the throne. With every step he took, the vast soul power would bring a strong pressure that made it difficult to breathe. The pressure of that momentum was even more terrifying than the pressure of a level 96 titled Douluo of the Slaughter Knight. It was not about the strength of the soul power, but the bloody murderous aura contained in the soul power, which was enough to make any life scalp numb. The blood moon in the sky today, and the movement of the fallen outside are all caused by you. The King of Slaughter said indifferently, I don't really care about these, Fang Yuan. Everyone has a little temper, and you can have one too. As the holy son of the city of Slaughter and my beloved disciple, you should also have some privileges. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me, I can pretend that what happened today never happened. Fang Yuan had no expression on his face, just holding the long sword and standing up. Although he was speechless, his attitude was already revealed. Do you still want to resist? I always thought you were a smart person who knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. The King of Slaughter sighed. In that case, as your master, I can only arrest you and let you reflect on yourself. Master, master, master. This word is like a sharp knife, piercing Fang Yuan's body and mind crazily. He stood up silently, and 5 shocking soul rings of purple, black, and black entangled his body, and the second, third, and fourth soul rings were shining. Fang Yuan's aura increased several times in an instant, and the long sword was covered with a layer of black armor. At the same time, a cold domain expanded from his body and enveloped the entire hall in an instant. Killing God domain. It's meaningless. The King of Killing sighed lightly, and a domineering bloodlight burst out from his body. Fang Yuan's so-called Killing God domain was immediately suppressed and could only curl up, barely covering Fang Yuan's body. Oh, you weren't defeated by my Killing domain? The face of the King of Slaughter showed a hint of joy. It seems that the bloody evil spirit in your body has reached a limit, and its concentration has even begun to evolve towards the Killing domain. But, great. It seems that it won't be long before the bloody evil spirit in your body will be completely formed. Fang Yuan had a blank expression. How could he not understand the meaning of the words of the King of Slaughter? But this is unavoidable. If he wants to complete the second test of Sure God, he must practice in the Sea of Blood, and practicing in the Sea of Blood will inevitably be eroded by the bloody evil spirit. Once the bloody evil spirit accumulates to a certain extent, the King of Slaughter will probably attack him. This is a dead cycle, but there is a way to break it. For example, killing this guy in front of you is the best way to break the situation. The triple amplified Fang Yuan jumped high, holding the knife with both hands and slashing down. The King of Slaughter didn't care, and still waved his bat wings, trying to blow Fang Yuan away. But this time, the metal-like bat wings were as brittle as paper under Fang Yuan's knife. The 100% armor-breaking power brought by the dark gold light destroyed the indestructible defense of the King of Slaughter, and Fang Yuan directly cut off half of the huge bat wings. The stinging sensation shook the King of Slaughter, but he was not angry. Instead, the smile on his pale face became more vigorous. Good. Such an unstoppable momentum. This is the soul skill given to you by the dark gold fear claw bear, a good soul skill. The King of Slaughter laughed loudly, his folded bat wings, blood on his body, and the blood-red long claw-like hands rushed straight to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held the long sword in his hand horizontally, trying to block the King of Slaughter's offensive, while giving a counter-attack. The collision between the two sides lasted only a moment, and with a loud bang, the long sword covered with armor in Fang Yuan's hand made a buzzing sound and broke directly, and his body flew backwards, as if he was electrocuted. The bloodshot eyes of the King of Slaughter were full of surprise. His blood-red long armor had been cut off, and the strong shock force made his right hand tremble slightly. What a powerful force this is. You have to know that Fang Yuan is only 13 or 14 years old at this moment. The greed in the eyes of the King of Slaughter became more and more vigorous. He was determined to get this body. Are you still going to fight back? You don't even have a weapon. The King of Slaughter looked at Fang Yuan and continued his verbal offensive. He didn't want to devour Fang Yuan now. Even though Fang Yuan was already very good at the moment, he was still a little bit away from the perfection in his mind. As long as he continued to soak in the Sea of Blood for a while, as long as the fishy and evil spirit in his body condensed a little more, at that time, Fang Yuan would be his most outstanding and perfect body. I don't want to kill you, Fang Yuan. You are the most outstanding child I have ever seen. You are fully capable of inheriting my mantle. The future city of slaughter still needs you. You. Fang Yuan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head. The kaleidoscope in his right eye spun wildly, and a line of blood and tears flowed down. The King of Slaughter's passionate words suddenly stagnated, and a trace of fear appeared in his blood-red pupils. Chapter 100. The Power of Taboo. The Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, is the core of the anime Little Black Zetsu looking for his mother. Its power is absolute. The insight of a single Megathema, the copy of a double Megathema, and the illusion of a triple Megathema, even the primary stage of the Sharingan, has a unique power in the entire ninja world. When the owner of the Sharingan is stimulated by strong emotions, a special power will form in their body. After being stimulated by this power, their Sharingan will be specially evolved. This evolved eye is called the advanced form of the Sharingan. Because of its strange appearance and ability, it is named the Mangekyou Sharingan. That is Fang Yuan's current eye. The Mangekyou Sharingan is extremely powerful. Whether it is pupil power or other aspects, it is far beyond the ordinary primary Sharingan. It will even give birth to two techniques that are extremely suitable for the user's field of expertise. At this moment, Fang Yuan is performing the pupil technique hidden in his right eye. Its name, Shenzabi. Blood and tears fell from Fang Yuan's eyes, and the big windmill, that looked like a prism, turned wildly. An invisible force spread out and enveloped the King of Slaughter. The breath of the King of Slaughter was obviously stagnant, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and even a trace of fear emerged. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yuan's figure instantly appeared above the head of the King of Slaughter, and his right hand shone with red gold. 5 red gold lights cut through the space, like a sharp blade, and fell on the neck of the King of Slaughter. It was the ultimate attack, the Dark Gold Claw. Fang Yuan knew that every minute and every second in the battle was extremely critical, especially in the battle with a top-level strongman like the King of Slaughter. Although his fighting skills were superb, they did not play much role in the face of the King of Slaughter. This guy was far superior to Fang Yuan in terms of soul power and physical strength. With such a huge gap, no matter how superb Fang Yuan's skills were, he was definitely not the opponent of the King of Slaughter. One force breaks all methods, that's it. Therefore, Fang Yuan must seize every opportunity. The sharp dark gold claws whistled over, and even the space wailed wherever they passed. The red gold light flashed, and Fang Yuan's dark gold claws penetrated the blood-red soul power, and landed directly on the neck of the King of Slaughter. Puff! Blood splattered. The neck of the King of Slaughter suddenly cracked open, and the smelly blood splashed out, even corroding the ground. But at the same time, the intense pain also dispelled the fear in the eyes of the King of Slaughter. He covered his neck, and the vast soul power on his body burst out, suddenly blowing Fang Yuan away. You guy. What did you do? What did you do? The King of Slaughter covered his neck, and the bright red blood flowed from his fingertips, but he didn't care too much. This kind of injury, which is almost fatal to ordinary people, is actually nothing to him. What really frightened the King of Slaughter was the strange power just now. Under that power, he seemed to feel that he was no longer himself for a moment. The King of Slaughter looked at Fang Yuan with fear, and a blood-colored bat shadow flashed in his red pupils, as if it was about to break away from his mind, but the next second it merged back into his body. You're not dead yet? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The attack of the Dark Gold Terror Claw almost cut off the neck of the King of Slaughter, but this injury could not take the life of the King of Slaughter. Looking at his lively appearance, this attack might not even be a fatal injury. It seems that I have to continue to look for opportunities from the spiritual and soul level. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed red, and his mind suddenly remembered the way Tang Sun fought against the King of Slaughter in the original book. In the original book, even if Tang Sun had accepted several divine tests and reached the level of more than 80, holding the artifact Sigurd Trident, he was still no match for the King of Slaughter in a head-on confrontation. Finally, it was by relying on the light of the Sea God that the evil spirit in the body of the King of Slaughter was cleared, and the King of Slaughter was restored to the state of Tang Chen, and then it was solved. The pupil technique that Fang Yuan just performed is actually similar to the light of the Sea God. Shenzabi, the ability of Fang Yuan's right eye kaleidoscope. This technique can clear all negative states in the target's body, including evil thoughts, depravity, fear and other states, so as to achieve the effect of purification. In contrast, it is the ability of Fang Yuan's left eye. 80 disasters, multiply the evil greed of the target's body and mind, making it deeply trapped in its endless evil thoughts and unable to extricate itself. The blood moon in the sky was created by Fang Yuan's 80 disasters, pupil power. The result is that the evil thoughts in the hearts of all the sinners in the entire killing city are multiplied by several times, and they fall into the endless abyss of madness. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that his move, Shenzabi, could directly purify the evil thoughts of the King of Slaughter, which was why he dared to come here and fight the King of Slaughter. Although he was angry, he was not brainless. If he was not sure of winning, how could he do it? But obviously, Fang Yuan underestimated the corruption of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King on Tang Chen. What did you just do? The King of Slaughter let out a very low roar with terrifying sound waves. The surging soul power even condensed countless blood-red bat-like figures, rushing towards Fang Yuan. 1,000-pound armor. Fang Yuan looked cold, crossed his hands in front of him, and the 1,000-pound armament was activated again. The bright black-armed soul power covered his body, but even so, Fang Yuan's body was still blown away by the vast soul power, and the armament was broken. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. The blood-red light shone, and the King of Slaughter instantly appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Blood light burst out, and a huge force attacked from the chest and abdomen. Fang Yuan spat out blood, but also wanted to use the force to pull away. But the King of Slaughter did not give Fang Yuan a chance. In the blink of an eye, he teleported in front of Fang Yuan and grabbed Fang Yuan's head. Tell me, what did you do? The King of Slaughter's soul power was surging, and blood was all over his body. The strong bloody smell was nauseating, and the soul power oppression was suffocating. But Fang Yuan realized that his state was very wrong, crazy, twisted, and the constantly trembling mental power. He is waking up. Although he was restrained by the King of Slaughter, Fang Yuan's blood-stained face showed a creepy smile. You can feel it, right? The King of Slaughter's pupils shrank, and his expression became more and more gloomy. What do you know? Fang Yuan laughed. The control of the body, and the gradually revived soul. Everything that belongs to the original owner of this body, is waking up little by little. Still want to cover it up, you dead bat. You damn stinky boy. The face of the King of Slaughter was distorted, and the sharp blood armor was about to end Fang Yuan's life directly, but his brain suddenly became dazed, and a murderous breath flashed by. The King of Slaughter threw Fang Yuan in his hand, covered his head with both hands and screamed. Fang Yuan got up from the ground, looked at the crazy King of Slaughter, and understood in his heart. Shenzabi is not useless, but the King of Slaughter's soul power, mental power and other powers are too strong. So Fang Yuan's move cannot be completely effective. However, the purifying power still brought great trouble to the King of Slaughter. With such a strong mental fluctuation, Tang Chen will most likely wake up directly if he uses another Shenzabi. But the pupil technique is cooling down. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, and the King of Slaughter suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, and his whole body suddenly shone with blood. The next second, his figure had already rushed in front of Fang Yuan. His eyes were full of madness, and two hands with blood-red long nails-like claws rushed straight to Fang Yuan's neck. Kill you. Kill you. If I kill you, he won't come out. No, I will devour you directly. I will devour you directly. Tang Chen's mental power rioted, causing the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's control over this body to drop sharply. Even if he could suppress Tang Chen again, this body was no longer suitable for him. Therefore, the best way for the blood-red nine-headed Bat King at present is to find a new body. The thick blood light suddenly surged towards Fang Yuan, even though the King of Slaughter at this moment had greatly reduced his control over himself because of the confusion of the two forces in his body. But this is the City of Slaughter after all. As the King of Slaughter, he has a strong control over the City of Slaughter. He can even use the power of the City of Slaughter to bless himself. The vast and boiling sea of blood in the Hell Road is not only the source of power for the City of Slaughter, but also the source of power for the King of Slaughter. The bloodlight impact was like a sword blade, and it was about to pierce Fang Yuan's body directly. But the next second, the eyes of the King of Slaughter were full of disbelief. His attack was actually blocked. In the eyes of the King of Slaughter, who was in disbelief, a blue-purple giant hand blocked his blood blade attack. A circle of energy bodies full of bones wrapped around Fang Yuan, and the blue-purple giant hand that blocked the attack of the King of Slaughter was derived from the bones. An inexplicable gust of wind whistled past, blowing up Fang Yuan's shoulder-length black hair. He stared at the King of Slaughter, and the scarlet kaleidoscope in his eyes began to spin wildly. The soul power in his body seemed to be free at this moment, and it was released crazily. In an instant, the rib bones that originally only wrapped Fang Yuan's body began to grow gradually under the dual output of soul power and pupil power. The skeleton extended and took the form of a skeleton. The meridians grew. The flesh and blood condensed. The soul power coat was attached. A few seconds later, a huge blue-purple shadow, like the legendary god of war, floated on Fang Yuan's body. The shadow already had a human form, and the soul power was surging and vast. With both hands clenched, the soul power was released, and two energy long swords shot out and clenched in the hands. Martial soul true body? The pupils of the King of Killing were full of incredible expressions. His perception could never be wrong. Fang Yuan's soul power should only be level 52, and he only had 5 soul rings on his body. How could he open the martial soul true body? But if this power is not the martial soul true body, what else could it be? Without waiting for the King of Slaughter to think, Fang Yuan, who had activated the second form of Susanoo, roared and directly controlled Susanoo to chop at the King of Slaughter. After activating Susanoo, Fang Yuan's aura increased again. Susanoo swung out, and the King of Slaughter wanted to dodge at the first time, but the pain in his mind made him only able to resist Fang Yuan's attack. A huge force fell on him, directly shattering the ground under the feet of the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter shouted angrily, trying to mobilize the power to lift Fang Yuan away, but before he could exert his strength, another knife of Susanoo had already fallen. Under the terrifying power, the figure of the King of Slaughter was directly blasted into the ground. The Slaughter Castle screamed under this power, and the rooms on the ground were directly blasted into pieces. Fang Yuan controlled Susanoo to jump up and break away from the collapsed castle. The huge Susanoo was so dazzling even in the dark, and immediately attracted countless eyes. What is that thing? Martial soul body? No, it seems to be pure soul power condensation, not martial soul body. Wait, look, the person at the bottom of the huge phantom, is it the Holy Sun? Because of the mobilization of pupil power, the blood moon in the sky gradually dissipated, and the fallen in the city of Slaughter gradually recovered from the state of madness. There were countless dead bodies around, but their attention was completely attracted by Fang Yuan and the huge Susanoo. It's really the Holy Sun. Fuck, has the Holy Sun been able to open the martial soul body? I remember that the Holy Sun is only at the Soul King level. Did you get the focus wrong? Did the Holy Sun just chop the King's castle to pieces? Fuck. Countless fallen people were extremely shocked, but this involved Fang Yuan, the King of Slaughter, and sensitive identities. In addition, they didn't know what was happening in front of them. So many fallen people only dared to look from a distance, and didn't dare to get close at all. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Fang Yuan didn't pay any attention. His eyes were fixed on the ruins of the castle in front of him, without any slack. He didn't think that the King of Slaughter was killed by his 2 swords. If it was so easy to kill the King of Slaughter, then he didn't deserve to be the king of the city of Slaughter. Sure enough, before Fang Yuan had to wait for long, a roar came from the ruins of the castle, and a blood-red figure tore through the ruins and soared into the sky. The blood light was surging, and Fang Yuan subconsciously raised the long sword in Susanoo's hand and slashed at the blood light, but at the moment of the collision, Susanoo's long sword, along with the entire arm, melted directly. The blood light was rippling, and the figure of the King of Slaughter emerged from the blood light. He stared at Fang Yuan, and 2 blood-red lights spewed out of his eyes, and the air around him became obviously sticky. When the King of Slaughter appeared, everyone was stunned. The person who fought with the Son of God was actually the King of Slaughter? The 2 even collapsed the entire castle of Slaughter? How is this possible? Fang Yuan stared at the King of Slaughter. He could feel that the state of the King of Slaughter was extremely wrong at the moment. It seemed that, in order to suppress the resurrected Tang Chen in his body, the aura of the King of Slaughter was extremely chaotic, and even the soul power on his body was greatly weakened. However, just when Fang Yuan thought this was an opportunity, and was ready to take the opportunity to attack, the King of Slaughter suddenly shouted angrily, and strands of blood spread from his body, turning into a bloodlight and bursting out. In an instant, the entire Slaughter Castle was shrouded in a terrifying blood mist. Those fallen people who were curious about the show were shrouded in this blood mist. Before they understood what was happening, a severe pain surged into their hearts. The next second, the whole person melted into the blood and gathered towards the King of Slaughter. The blood merged into the body of the King of Slaughter, and his frown finally eased slightly, but the original fallen people who saw this scene all showed a look of fear. King, what are you doing? King, you broke the rules. King, you broke the rules of the killing city. The king is crazy. The king is crazy. The behavior of the King of Slaughter, who slaughtered the fallen in public, immediately caused a collective boycott by the fallen. Although they also knew that their lives were nothing to the King of Slaughter, countless people died in the killing city every day, and even every once in a while, a large number of fallen people disappeared and died in the killing city for various reasons. Although everyone knew it, everything was done behind the scenes and was not put on the table. In addition, the King of Slaughter had supreme authority and powerful strength. They needed the King of Slaughter to maintain the stability and integrity of the killing city, so they had been holding it in. But at this moment, the King of Slaughter actually devoured the lives of countless fallen people in public. What do you mean by this? We are pigs, but you can't point out our identity as pigs. Murder, madness. Fang Yuan glanced at the fallen ones around him and shouted, there was a mistake in the king's cultivation. Now he has been parasitized by the evil blood-red nine-headed Bat King. He is no longer our king. What? Blood-red nine-headed Bat King? The king? No wonder. Countless fallen ones' pupils shrank, looking at the killing king who looked like a blood demon, and suddenly realized. And at the horizon, the killing king who had absorbed countless blood finally stabilized. He opened his eyes and looked at Fang Yuan in front of him and sneered, sharp-tongued. What, are you going to use the so-called public opinion to make me alienated from my friends and relatives? I've told you many times, Fang Yuan, this is the killing city, and as the son of the killing city, you have to think in the way of thinking of the killing city. The vast killing field suddenly spread out, and extremely strong murderous and evil spirits burst out. The fallen ones who were still scolding the King of Slaughter just a moment ago all shut their mouths at this moment, like a duck with a stuck throat, unable to make a sound. The wings spread out, and the sea of blood surged. The King of Slaughter waved his bat wings up to the sky, looking down at Fang Yuan who was driving Susanoo. Here, I'm the undisputed king, the only one. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.